watching you and being like, "Ooh,
I
we're going to
guarantee
double
you.
check his tax returns to make sure."
I guarantee you.
Oh yes, guaranteed they're watching. They've got nothing better to do.
Well, because of how rich his family is, they might actually.
So the Canadian IRS is one of the 62 people in here watching you.
I don't know. What are you?
No,
Maybe
and
you
listen.
are.
Yeah,
Fuck if I know.
definitely.
Fuck if I know.
No, I think it makes perfect sense.
Hey, Canadian IRS, I'd fuck you up, dude.
I think you're jealous, bro. I think that's what
Of
it is.
what?
No,
Come down here.
First of all,
Hammer's probably
you're
the one
Canadian.
person. Arby,
First of all, you're Canadian. So
he's the
let's
one
be real.
person you
No,
can't.
I'm not Canadian.
That
Yes,
already
you
counts
are.
out.
I'm
He's
Armenian.
the Army. He's the one
That's not any
person.
better.
Please stop the beef. I have a
Army,
question.
he's
Not
the
better.
one. Army. He's the one person you can't flex the money thing on in this live.
Why you got more money?
Let's just say this: Hammer does not like manual labor and will never have to do manual labor in his life. This man gets mani-pedis because he can. Oh wait, who got a violation? Iron.
Is it me?
Iron got a violation.
I called this man bald as shit, and I didn't get one.
Iron, I gotta drop Iron. Iron, come back on a bag over. Come back in 10 minutes. What the fuck was that?
What did he just say?
He just got a violation for violent and criminal behavior.
He said something. I can't remember. He said something.
Yeah, he said. Wait, hold on. He said Canadian IRS.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Iron, you can't say that. Apparently.
Anthony,
Holy shit, Hammer! I think they are watching.
Yeah, bro.
They're not.
You said they weren't. You said they weren't watching. Bro?
They're not watching.
What's up, Freesto?
They watch everything I do, man.
Have you ever tried to go and debate those Democrats that are making live streams against Trump?
Oh, I
Dean
mean,
Withers.
31 and 23.
There are so many, man.
I don't
really.
really like Trump. So I'm a Republican that doesn't really like Trump, so it serves no purpose for me. The only thing is, I find it funny when I will intentionally go to super left-leaning lives and they'll hear me say something about Trump and then they follow me. And then they come into a right-leaning live because I am a Republican and right-leaning. They'll come into a right-leaning live and be like, "Oh my God, why are you here? I thought you don't like Trump." And it's like, well, I don't. And they lose their mind. Like, I've got people from the far right and the far left who follow me and then be upset when they find out that I'm not with either side.
Yeah, but the interesting thing about these live streamers is that they are spreading lies about Trump.
They do. I don't like the man, but I also don't like when people lie, so I will usually push against lies.
What I do on purpose, go right in the comment, long live President Trump, and they mute me right away. So they doesn't want people to leave. They tried to kill this guy 3 times already.
Yeah.
So you have communists described in the United States as Democrats.
Yeah.
To be fair, there's also fascists that are described as Republicans.
Yeah. There's also fascists described as Democrats,
kind
too.
of-
It's really weird.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
Boop, 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 boop.
So whose poor ass phone was that?
It's a Samsung. What are you talking about?
I have a Samsung. It doesn't make that noise.
With your features that don't work
But
on fucking Twitter
I
and
love
stuff.
that noise though. It was awesome back in the day.
All right, I finished with the questions. Thanks, Anthony, for giving me opportunity to talk to you, man. And
No problem.
I wish you a great weekend. Maybe sometimes you can come to my live stream and debate.
If I got time, I get like 1 day off a week, if that. So we'll see.
I can invite you as an official guest, and we go one-on-one.
We can see. Depends on when I'm available. Like I said, I didn't know that I was going to have tonight off until about 12 hours ago. I didn't know I was going to have the night off.
Dynamic world.
Yeah, it is what it is. But thank you for coming up, Risto.
Thanks, guys. Have a nice weekend.
Guys, tap the screen. Let's get to 20,000 likes. Let's double this. Why anti-Ukraine aid? Well, I'm asking you, why should I be anti-Ukraine aid? Because normally I just do the whole thing of like, prove me wrong. I want you guys to tell me why I should follow I want opposition to tell me why I should follow their ideology on it.
I don't know if it's just me, but it's a little difficult to read the white on white and like.
Yeah. What if I Do that. Is that easier?
That changed fuck all.
I made the black border around it bigger. How about
That didn't do anything.
this?
Oh, that makes it worse.
Hang on. Hear me out. Hold on.
Okay. Honestly, it's like, maybe it's like.
Hammer, can you read that?
better.
Can you read the text?
Which text?
The one on the flag.
This one looks
Yeah.
nicer.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, we'll see with that.
You can read
The
it.
t-
It's
the
not- I
top is
don't
more
think it's
clear.
super clear, but it's clear enough.
It's a little bit more clear than it was before.
Also, we are live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube right now. If anyone wants to watch on those platforms, link is in the
Chatterbait.
link tree.
Hammer, can you please entertain me so I can go to bed, please? I need my
Oh,
ASMR.
Christ. Why'd you let this guy in?
Dude, I swear to God, why does he sound like
Make him-
he'd be Jamal's brother?
Everyone
I thought this was
everyone
m-
thinks I'm Hammer
No.
when I speak.
I thought this was
What?
Mick DeMars.
No, Hammer, he sounds like he would be Jamal's brother, right?
Oh my!
They look almost identical.
They do?
Oh, fuck, man.
Oh,
No.
fuck. Wait, Jamal's supposed to be coming here. I'm supposed to be making him steak soon. Oh, fuck.
Not at all. They
Hey,
don't look all alike.
Anthony, can you bring up like a pro pally guy so I can
don't
listen to
think-
Hammer?
I got-
while
I don't
Donald's
think
on the go to
Jamal
sleep?
wants to.
I
I
got-
think he wants fried chicken.
Jamal is OG. I don't have any opposition. I have nope. Actually, I have the married Jewish Israeli that Armion was simping for in the request. That's
Until I
it.
found she was Jewish.
No,
She was married. Until I found out she was married.
Hammer, I woke up this afternoon. I think I might have COVID. I'm gonna go get a test tomorrow. I think I got it from you yesterday.
You did not.
I think I might have it. I'm all achy and everything like that. And the way you kissed me after lunch, I think I may have got it from you.
I knew it. Oh, yes.
Oh God, that's
All right.
Yeah.
If you could bring someone up just so I can listen to Hammer's, sultry
there's nobody
voice.
in the request. We don't have opposition right now. That's why I said tap the screen, share it
I
up.
can
Let's
be
get people in
opposition.
here.
Here's one opposition. I was actually researching this while you were
Ooh, there's
talking
one
to that
person.
other dude like a half an hour
Uh-huh.
ago. Actually, see what this. Oh no, this is the guy of Somalia.
What
This is the Somalia girl.
is it?
Oh, here we go. Good.
This is the Somalia girl. Yeah. Fucking
What do you want?
My God, look. Everything that you've listed, you should be proud about that. Don't say convince me why I should. Be like, this is why I am anti-ICE, anti-Ukrainian aid, anti-Israel, anti-Iranian war.
Okay, do you have anything actually to say, or are we gonna make this live about Somalia again?
Yeah. I do have something to say. I think you're a piece of shit. I think you're full of it.
Alright, her voice makes me want to bomb Azerbaijan.
Bomb Azerbaijan.
I wonder if she's antibiotic too.
Oh no, she is a Somalian American who comes into all the lives and makes it immediately about Somalia, and then talks about how she hates
Terrible
America.
joke.
She hates America. She supports American service members and equipment being blown up. Cheers for American politicians dying, and supports our enemies. But she's more American than anyone, she says.
Well, I'm very pro Somalia. I think it's if there's any shithole that I want to be in, I think it's one. Come on, Hammer, that was kind of funny. You got to admit.
I think you and I should go in together and buy a summer home there. We can summer together. So
idea
we
is-
could.
What are you gonna do? Make a mud sauna?
We could do like a TikTok. We could make our own TikTok travel vlog channel, and we could call it Summers in Somalia.
Yeah, it's not bad. And I can get my Fagala clothes like you do, and I can go, oh, my shoes, ooh.
Yeah, and
Oh
then
my
we
God.
can go dig holes and crap outdoors.
I love it.
Be
By
like
the
the
way,
natives.
Hey,
that
we,
stuff I ordered yesterday that you told me about, it's coming tomorrow.
hey, we got a
Amazon,
new
isn't Amazon amazing?
guest
really,
here. Lev, what's up?
هاي how are you Clyde how are you too
Shalom, shalom, manishma.
שלום אח שלי בס- מה אתה עושה בפאנל הזה? אני לא כל כך אוהב אותנו הבחור הזה.
He doesn't speak Hebrew. He knows like 4 words.
And that's it. That's all I know.
I know Rob. Rob Yesh Bobo Katan.
I know.
Okay,
Hava Nagila.
okay. So I know Clyde usually with the la 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 la, so he really makes me
Yes,
laugh.
that is me.
Yeah, he always makes me
Huh.
laugh. He's hilarious. But host, Masu, why you
Cameron's
have,
not the only one with a reputation.
yeah, what do you have against Israeli? I think we are your allies, no?
He's pro-Israel, dude.
Read
see, they can't read the fucking
it's
prompt.
Anti-Israel.
no,
Why?
it says
can't read the
convince me why I should be that.
Why not? Okay.
He's
Yeah.
pro-Israel.
Yeah.
This guy
So
volunteered.
my
This
misunderstanding.
guy volunteered to go fight in the IDF after 10-7.
I tried being a contract.
shit, Hammer.
But the
I tried being a
problem was
contractor.
his head was
Okay,
too
bless
big.
you,
They
brother,
couldn't find a
bless you.
helmet to fit.
I've literally seen the flyers of you having received money
Oh
from
my
APAC,
god.
bro.
Hammer, you
Seen
told me about him at lunch the last time, I think.
Yeah, he couldn't find a helmet to fit him. They
This is the
needed to
guy-
use a modified bucket.
Anthony, Hammer and I were talking about you, not yesterday when we met, but like a month ago. We were actually talking about you.
Jesus.
So I'm glad I can
Oh,
put the reputation with the punum.
we've talked before. We've been on panels before. You fuck.
Dude, you don't understand. He's got early onset dementia. He just doesn't
No,
know.
I didn't realize that was you though.
He doesn't even.
Story.
That's the problem. He doesn't know he has it because he has dementia. So he doesn't even know he has dementia.
No, I
It's
have
a real
early onset of
catch-22.
COVID because of you, I think.
It's not dementia. He's
Well,
just
he's got
autistic
like
as
Biden,
shit.
sundowners. You know, after 3 p.m., everything goes a little hazy for him.
Yeah, no, Lev, I'm definitely pro-Israel, Lev. What?
Are you Jewish? Are you
No.
Jewish?
Dude,
Yes.
I'm agnostic. I'm a random fucking white agnostic
Are you
dude that
sure,
doesn't like
Anthony?
organized religion.
I've seen you in other lives, and they've said that.
Army,
you're
I'm gonna fucking drop you, Army. I'm gonna drop
They
you.
said in those other lives.
Army,
that you-
Birdman has made 3 more accounts and he's all posted a bunch of anti-Jewish stuff in a bunch of lives.
I saw the image of you where you're jumping over the Capitol building and you're fat as shit. I've
God,
seen that
God
profile
damn it!
pic.
Someone in my YouTube chat just came in and said, "Oh, the top Jew is back." Fuck. No,
All right, good.
I'm a
Hey,
random
I'm off
white
to sleep.
agnostic dude.
Good night,
Big
everybody.
fat
Good night with your
Jewish, but
COVID.
not.
Yeah, I gotta get a test tomorrow. I'm all achy and shit. It's all because of fucking camera. I just
Don't
know
worry,
it.
they'll take care of it with some with some penicillin. They can get rid of those STDs real quick these days.
Oh, is that
You're
what they
good.
call it nowadays?
Listen to
All right.
Joe Rogan. Just take some sunny, like,
No,
vitamin D.
so Paradise. So since you guys can't see on the other live streams what the TikTok topics I have right now, the topics I have on TikTok, it says convince me why I should be, and then the bullet points are anti-ICE, anti-Ukraine aid, anti-Israel, and anti-Iran war. So like I want the people who support those things, like being anti-ICE, being anti-Ukraine, being anti-Israel, and anti-Iran. I want those people to come and tell me why I should believe in their thought process or ideology. BB is done, about to be voted out in October. I don't really care.
I was
Any
saying
around
something
many issues,
earlier
I
about-
present you my apology. What? What do you mean you present your apology? Haven't we talked before? Are you Nick's friend? Isn't this fuck, what's your name? Shit, you're Nick's friend, right? From Lebanon? From Lebanon?
Hi, Hunter. How you doing?
Oh no, not the same person. Oh fuck, not who I thought it was. What's up?
Yeah, I'm fine. You?
You know, I'm living.
Whose dogs are those? What the fuck is going on?
Who let the dogs out?
Damn, you're old as shit.
Yeah,
bro.
they're my ducks. My son playing with my ducks outside. Sorry.
You should be anti-ice because the globe needs warming. It's fucking cold at the moment, brother. My brother in Christ, it's been 100.
hot as hell.
I've been driving to work the last few nights in a car with no AC, and it's been 100 degrees. I have been slowly roasting inside the car on my way to work every single fucking night, and then when I go to work, or go home, it's even worse.
My wife and I
see
went out
America.
tonight to the strip, and you know how they have those big parking garages.
Mm-hmm.
And we got out to go to the hotel, the casino, for whatever event we were going to. I don't think I've ever been so hot in my life as that garage at the casino. It must have been 130 degrees in there. It was today was like 117.
So the high today for me is going to be 100. And then tomorrow it's going to be 104, which
That's
I mean, it's not bad. It's just that like when you're in a car with no AC on a 40-minute drive, it kind of fucking sucks.
They didn't have air conditioning in the Soviet Union. I think you'll survive.
What did the Jews ever do to you? What didn't they do? What the fuck are you guys arguing about in YouTube chat? Hello, M. What's up?
Oh yeah, everybody's starting to like hate you guys.
Go away.
Oh, is this Somali?
It's Somali girl. She came up on a different account.
Hi, Harvin. Anthony. I'm pro ICE. I'm
All
pro
right.
Israel. I'm pro Iran war. But I'm anti Ukraine aid.
Why?
And
Oh shit. W.
yeah. I'm sharing 3 points with you, definitely. But the Ukraine aid, Zelensky, I don't trust him. Maybe I believe if the US are helping Ukraine without considering the fact that Zelensky is embezzling so much money, that's a problem.
Well, hey, let me address something in YouTube chat real quick. Reported, hope you give in. What are you fucking reporting people for, Cyber? If you're going to be reporting people in my chat, I'll just ban you. You said you're anti-Ukraine because Zelensky's embezzling money. Where are you getting that Zelensky is embezzling money from?
The press, I'm trying to explain in English.
Can you give me like an example of something he embezzled money for?
Yeah, definitely. In Germany, especially in Germany, in Germany, Zelensky he bought so much stuff like houses, etc. His lifestyle has really increased since that war, which is not normal.
In Germany, his lifestyle has increased. In what way? He doesn't live in Germany.
No, no, he's not. But he's buying houses here in Germany.
No.
It's not normal. I mean,
no. So if so you know how like you're Israeli, you know how the pro-Palestinian propaganda works. Throw out a bunch of different narratives. None of them all match. They all contradict each other, but they all come to the same conclusion, right? Be against Israel. That's the same thing Russia does. So the pro-Palestinians, the Arab world, got their propaganda methods from the Russians via the Soviet Union. So it's the same style propaganda. So you're seeing these things of like Zelensky bought this, he bought this, he bought this. If you do any research into it, none of it's true. So like when the Russians have said, they've said he's bought a mansion in Florida, a couple mansions in Florida, a couple mansions in Georgia, France, Germany, I can't remember what other countries. If you look at them, they always have even said, well, what house did he buy? They said it and how much it was. All of those houses are still for sale. They're in the wrong location, and the prices are incorrect as well. He hasn't bought any of those houses. They've also said he bought a bunch of yachts, and they even said where the yachts were, how much he paid. All of those yachts, you can Google them, are still for sale. No one's bought them. You can see they've even made the claim, oh, he went to New York, and his wife spent $1 million or $100,000 of U.S. aid money on jewelry. Well, it turns out the claim was from someone who didn't actually work at the store like they said they did, and provided a fake receipt for the wrong store, and Zelensky wasn't even in the country when that happened. Like, all of these claims are unfounded. There's been no proof that Zelensky's been buying houses in other countries at all. Like, nothing to substantiate it. Also, fucking Cybers in chat, he's clearly fucking trolling. He's not actually anti-Semitic. He's fucking around because people accuse me of being Jewish, even though I'm not. He's not anti-Semitic. If everything is anti-Semitic, nothing is anti-Semitic. If you're going to say that someone making jokes with someone is anti-Semitic, then like you're kind of diminishing actual anti-Semitism.
Wait, are you talking about Cyber Guy?
No, Cyberus in my YouTube chat. I'm just trying to make it a paradox. Someone in my YouTube chat is joking around and calling me Jewish because, you know, the haters in Twitch chat call me Jewish. So he's making the joke, and someone came in and was like, oh, he's being anti-Semitic. It's like, no, he's not. He's just making a joke.
How many viewers do you get on those other?
I don't fucking know. Not much. I don't care. It's just there. But yeah, no, there's been nothing to substantiate that Zelensky's actually done all that stuff.
Yeah, but don't you believe that the money should be used for the sake of the people? I mean, the infrastructure must be built again, rebuilt.
Well, they're trying to rebuild the infrastructure. The problem is it keeps getting bombed. But they haven't been getting U.S. aid in over a year and a half, almost 2 years now. We haven't been helping them at all. And a lot of the money that they're getting from other countries is going to equipment. Like, there have been individual cases of people getting caught trying to embezzle money out of the country from aid that's been given to them. and they've all pretty much been caught. It's all been very public. Now there's people who've stolen Ukrainian tax dollars, and there's been like one or two that have gotten away, but like Zelensky has not been proven to be stealing or embezzling aid in any capacity. And also, like, as someone who's from Israel, you should understand that you two are fighting the same enemy. Like, on October 9th, do you know who Dmitry Medvedev is? Do you know who?
No.
So Dmitry Medvedev is the former prime minister and president of Russia. On October 9th, he came out and did on Russian state television an interview where he said that he admitted that the Russian Federation intentionally helped to arm, fund, and train Hamas in order to help facilitate October 7th to distract the world from what was going on in Ukraine, and that there wasn't anything the West was going to do about it. He was right. They succeeded in that. They succeeded in creating a diversion that nobody fucking pays attention to what's going on in Ukraine anymore. They are on the same side. They are allies with Iran. They trade technology and missiles and stuff to send into Israel. That Iran sends stuff to Russia to send into Ukraine. They're on the same side. You're both fighting the same enemy. There's a reason why, even though relations aren't perfect right now because of stuff with like grain trade and stolen grain and stuff, Ukraine and Israel have open military partnership. Like, you guys are fighting the same enemy.
Anthony, is my camera off right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it glitching and showing that it's on?
Yeah, it's showing it's on with like the little thing in the middle. Like
that's weird.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, Anthony, but I'm pretty sure too.
You're wrong.
The
Server
US aid, there's like 3
Mm-hmm.
independent like watch groups that like watch how our money is being allocated and spent.
Well,
and there's like reports that the U.S. releases. I think like I don't know, at least yearly, but I think it might be quarterly.
well, don't you remember in 2023?
Does that
there
fix the
was
microphone now? YouTube chat. Sorry.
In 2023, there was that CBS documentary that was an investigative team that specifically tracked a batch of financial and military aid sent to Ukraine. And they tracked it all the way from the United States to Europe, into Poland, and then into Ukraine. And they concluded that approximately 60% of the aid, financial or military, never actually arrived to Ukraine that was supposed to be there. And then when they released the documentary, they were like forced to take it off of CBS and issue an
Yeah, like
apology.
there's been a lot of aid that never made it because it's been sitting at the Polish border. And also, to cool, Tucker Carlson has an episode about Ukraine selling weapons. Yeah, Tucker Carlson's source on that is retired U.S. Colonel McGregor, whose entire evidence that Ukraine is selling weapons is a picture of a cartel member with a training inert AT-4 launcher on his back, which he improperly identifies as an active Javelin missile launch system, and therefore states that this is proof that Ukraine is selling weapons because only Ukraine would have Javelin missiles. So an improperly identified inert weapon system was used as evidence that Ukraine was selling weapons. That's Tucker Carlson's basis on it.
I don't know. I've seen that supermarket in Moscow, and it looks pretty legit.
What happened with that?
You didn't get the joke? God, anytime somebody says anything about Tucker Carlson being false, everyone just brings it to the time where he went to that market in Russia, and he's like, "They have so much bread. We don't have this in the U.S."
literally go to any grocery store. There's bread everywhere, including the fucking bakery.
What happened with that IED today in Moscow?
Oh shit. Okay, so
Ooh.
here's one thing that I have a problem with. Like, you can
Generally,
conduct
Sibo.
assassinations in like security service, but when you get random people to do it and it's like terrorists, that's when I have a problem with it. Because it was a random woman who tried to bring a package into a restaurant of a Russian officer who was having his birthday dinner at the restaurant, and it was like it was like one of those Boston bombing bombs, but it wasn't in a pressure
Yeah.
cooker. It was just
Like, I have a
filled
problem
with
when
ball
Russia.
bearings.
I have a problem when Russia uses civilians in Ukraine to do their bidding like that. Like, if you've got an actual undercover person or agent, that's one thing. I don't like using intentionally tricking a civilian. Like, there was, I mean, there's funny pranks you can pull sometimes.
No, bro.
You know what I mean though. But like, there's like,
Anthony, if I asked you to like go pick this thing up from someone,
you'd be
from a guy, go
surprised how.
deliver it here.
Digital, think of how many people fall for the gift card scams.
That's true.
Yeah.
That, like, genuinely think of stuff like that. Like, there was a woman who was convinced by Ukrainians to light her own apartment on fire, and that it would help her get money from the Russian government and help the war effort somehow.
I also think, too, like how little it takes to, how little money, if you did even, people would do stuff.
Our greatest allies, same people who believe Jesus is burning in hell. No one mentioned Jews at all, and nobody on this panel said Israel's our greatest ally.
Well, Digital.
No one said Jesus is burning in hell because Jews don't believe in hell. So if he's burning somewhere, it's certainly not hell.
Digital, do you remember when the FSB uncovered that van that was just filled with explosives that was supposed to drive over the Crimean Bridge?
Yeah, I told.
Well, yeah, in 22 they did that too with some random stuff. But it's like,
but
that's
everyone
when I
told
have
me,
an issue
"Oh no,
with it.
why would they do that? That's just propaganda."
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, they totally would do that.
But so the bombing was, there was 3 killed. It was the woman, a security guard who wouldn't let her into the building,
Mhm.
and it was like detonated there. And I think just a random person, like a passerby. But apparently, like, I saw the images. Her arm is like laying in the street. Like, it was
Okay.
fucked. It was biblical.
I didn't.
But it was like a bunch of like ball bearings and like not screws, but like nuts and bolts. And stuff.
Yeah. Remissive, what's up?
What's up, fellas? Sorry,
Oh.
my English is a second foreign language, but I hope you will understand me. My
What's your
pronunciation,
original language?
my point.
What's your original?
My origin, I'm a mixed blood. I'm half Lithuanian. Actually, the biggest part is Lithuanian, and the small part, the fourth part of is Russian.
Okay.
I'm half Russian, half Lithuanian, but more Lithuanian.
You speak Russian?
Без проблем. Могу тебе сказать что угодно, если хочешь. Кто-то разговаривает по-русски? Anybody speaks Russian?
Да, конечно.
О, без проблем. Значит, ты можешь им сказать, что я понимаю по-русскому, правильно?
Да.
I can see
He
one
under-
person speaks
yeah.
Russian as well. But
He
I just want to
understands
say my
Russian.
point.
I was asking.
I will disconnect from this channel. I want, if you will allow me 1 minute or so, maybe it will be interesting for you because I live next to the Russia. I was in Russia.
Okay.
I'm in Lithuania. I'm based in Lithuania.
Nice.
Based
Yeah, the same. Like it's the same. Lithuanian lands, Belarus, Poland, Ukraine, Russian lands are all the same.
Yeah, that's
All
nice.
right.
I think.
What's up? What's on your mind?
And my point is, I born 1991, and when Lithuania got independent, I'm not sure if you're aware, but Baltic states used to be part of Soviet Union.
Mhm.
Oh, really?
He's
Yeah,
joking. He's
Lithuania,
joking.
Estonia, Latvia was part of Russian Empire, Soviet Union, until 1991.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got our independence. I saw some advantages and disadvantages living in the West economy and East and communism. Capitalism, I saw capitalism and I saw communism. And what I noticed in the difference in Eastern lands, we still have home owners. It's very important thing. I mean, home owner is the person who has no debt, no loans. He has a house, a place to live.
I'm sorry. I'm fairly certain this dude's been on my panel before, and he was just yapping about fucking communism, and I don't know. It had nothing to do.
All
with
right.
my
Well, you're the
topic,
mod.
Anthony, check your WhatsApp.
Okay.
You know I'm right. You know I'm right. You know I'm right.
Yes. You're not wrong.
You know I'm right.
You're not wrong.
Hey, we got 65 people in here. Somebody
Hey,
share.
tap the
let's get it
screen.
to 69.
Tap the
He's
screen.
at 69 for me, man.
Nice. 6, 7, dude.
You're dumb, bro.
Fucking-
Why would you put Russia's Norder at risk by taking Ukraine as part of NATO? What?
I think he means border.
Why'd Finland join after that?
Why would you put Russia's border at risk by
Nat,
taking
I've
Ukraine
had a beard for a while. What are you talking about?
Anthony, remember Ices from AMPM?
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, you got a cherry? Oh, that's so
They're
good.
so good. They really are good. Really good.
What about the Baltics, Vatnik? I'm not a Vatnik. What are you fucking talking? Do people not know how to read? I'm telling people to convince me why I should be anti these things.
Digital, yes or no? Is the prompt difficult to read?
I maybe not have went with white outline.
Yeah, it's a little difficult for like white on white.
Maybe.
Okay, here. This is I had it like this. So TikTok Studio doesn't give me many options. I had this previously. This is what I had before. And Army said he couldn't read it.
That's somehow I hate it more. I don't know.
Oh my fucking god.
That's a little worse.
Oh my fucking god.
Maybe get rid of the American flag or make it smaller. I don't know if that's possible.
It's also cut off for me, which is weird.
Oh.
Oh,
good. Yeah, that's it right there. Bro.
Oh god.
Put it in Comic Sans for the ultimate engagement.
I can't. It gives me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It gives me 18 different font styles that I could choose from, and they're all awful.
Well, just get ChatGPT to make it.
To make you one, dude. He hates AI so much.
I do hate AI.
Just give it.
I keep getting people that are trying to get me to use AI for fucking like write my reports and shit, and I refuse.
No, dude,
oh, what the fuck is that? Oh god,
that's so bad.
Oh god. Hang on.
Dude, I'm telling you, Digital, in 25 years, and
okay, there we go.
His entire life.
How about that? How about that? Is that better?
That's better. That's better.
Okay.
Yeah, actually,
fuck.
That's good.
I get you're a Marine, but come on. What? Oh, I'm responding to the other guy. Oh, okay. Whatever. Oh wait, what happens if I try to add this? Are you pro all of these or just open to discussion? I am pro all of these. I am pro ICE, pro Ukraine aid, pro Israel, pro Iran, and I want people who disagree with them to tell me why I should disagree with them. Your voice like 16-year-old. All right.
Maybe this
should just be why. Convince me why I
thinking.
Yeah, convince me why I shouldn't support and then ICE, Ukraine aid, Israel.
Damn it. That's awful.
Yeah, if you make it any smaller, I won't even be able to read it. That, your ads. Yeah, a 16-year-old has a full-ass beard.
Yes. I mean, if you're growing up with a bunch of 16-year-old Mexicans in California, some of them do.
God damn.
I remember being in junior high and kids had mustaches, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" I wasn't ignoring you, YouTube user. It was just taking a shit. my Twitch chat has left to take a shit, and now they are back.
It's only one person.
No, I am not pro-Iran. I'm saying why should I support or why should I be against the war with Iran?
What's up, John?
Can we have a room tour? Later.
I'd only requested because he thought I was like calling him a Vatnik while I was responding to the guy rambling about NATO and Russian borders.
Oh yeah,
I was calling the other guy an idiot.
Oh, okay.
I know Anthony's a Marine, but I mean, I was like, come on, let's think through.
Well, I didn't see that you were talking to someone.
No one's pro-Ukraine's bussification.
Bussy. Bussy.
I love that term. It's great.
No, I agree with Anthony on all these except ICE, and even then that's just halfway disagreement.
Hey, I agree when they're following the rules. If they're not following the rules, then sure, make them follow the rules.
I'm the annoying libertarian guy who like thinks we should just go back to the INS and demilitarize and stuff. I hate the Trump like, silly, we're going to make a show out of this, have them in military fatigues nonsense.
I mean, that's a standard thing sometimes.
Is that out of necessity, or is that because he's trying to make a show?
Is the show necessity?
Exactly.
I didn't join to make an argument. I would say that's more effective for it's like it's more effective for government guys and just standard clothes.
Think about it this way. How old are you, John?
I'm unfortunately 30. I'm old.
Okay. Are you aware of the North Hollywood shooting?
I'm aware of that.
I was gonna bring.
Okay, so the North Hollywood shooting. What was the big problem in that incident? What was the big problem for law enforcement?
So the first responding cops did not have the firepower to penetrate the.
No, literally all of them. Everyone who responded. They had to go to a gun store to get proper firearms to respond to that. All of them were undergunned and underprepared. And the problem is, as society escalates violence, law enforcement has to respond in kind, because in a force escalation continuum, you must be able to go one level above whatever your enemy is doing. Kadesh, I do not speak Minecraft runes. I do not understand Hebrew.
Like I said, like I joined the trash Russia, like not really argue. My whole thing is I do believe this administration will use it for like show, when a lot of times if you just show up at a house with a bunch of government agents with badges, and it's basically not like you don't have anyone that can deal with security threats. I'm just the annoying, not full-on libertarian guy, because they'll call me Stalin for thinking that driver's license are effective.
I'm not kidding. And he won too.
Hammer, what the fuck? What the fuck?
He won.
No,
I know.
Hammer, that's disgusting. That is awful.
I know. I agree with you 100%. But he won.
That is awful.
Yeah, you got to pay out. I know.
All right.
Did Hammer put a parlay on the Hollywood shootings back in the day or something?
No.
I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired of shit. I would debate.
But I like how
Russia
Fob
and
said he
Ukraine.
wasn't going to go live, and then he went live.
Well, so I told him that I would do shorter lives, or I would go live a little early, and then like transition to his, because his viewership tanked. He wasn't getting anyone.
He needs to
and the people he
participate
was
in his
getting was
live.
just idiots.
He needs to participate in his live.
So I am gonna stop by his live for like a minute and just see what's what.
Could you guys see that?
It was pretty.
Yeah, actually.
Dude, it was just cuckoo people in there.
Yeah,
But I told
wanna,
Fob.
it's on Taurus, yeah, so I want to yell at him.
No, but I did tell him, I said, Fob, at least 5 minutes before Armion ends his live, go up into his live so people can just follow you into yours.
Or he's got to tell me that he's going live. Just say, "Hey, I'm going live now," so I can direct.
Yeah, because we always have to
Because
check,
most of the
and then
time
you
I
just
don't
say,
know.
"Oh, let's go to Fob's live." Nobody in the panel knows who Fob is, except for
Yeah,
us.
but digital, that's a good point. Just come to my live and just say.
I told him for literally 5 minutes and be in the panel. That way people can see your account.
Yeah. But
Anthony,
Anthony's got a good viewership.
You're pretty plugged in. Is all is the White Stork stuff, the advertisements you see all over YouTube, is that legit to donate to, or is that just a waste of money if I donate?
The White Stork for like the Ukraine stuff.
Yeah, like the medical aids and
Oh,
stuff.
I'm gonna be real. I've gotten to the point where I don't care what organization it is. I donate directly to people that I know, because I am very wary of how many people are using Ukraine to scam other people. Like, people already accuse Ukrainians of being scammers. Meanwhile, there's people taking advantage of good-hearted people who want to help Ukraine and scamming other foreigners. Like, even within the pro-Ukrainian community, there's people who have done a lot of good work, and we know have done stuff like purchase vehicles for units and stuff, and emergency vehicles, who have then gone on to scam people who are genuinely just trying to support Ukraine. It's like, I don't donate unless I'm donating it directly to an individual that I know on the front line or their unit directly. Or if I'm donating assets. I don't like dealing with any organization. I don't care what reputation they have. And
I would say, if anyone does want to donate, or if you're looking, maybe even message Anthony or something, because you can donate directly to battalions and stuff. You don't have to go through like a third party or anything. They have PayPal accounts. You can donate directly to them. You just gotta know where to go.
Sounds good.
Oh, Hammer's talking. Wait, Hammer, did you realize you were muted? Oh, no. All right. He needs to limit Birdman time too. Yeah, Bob's problem is he literally doesn't pay attention to his own live.
Yeah, I'm talking to my daughter.
Oh. Oh, that's weird. I don't see him on Google under the case.
Hi.
Oh. Hello. Does anyone in the chat, do I actually have any opposition? Who thinks I should, like, I don't know. Who thinks I should be anti-ICE? Who thinks I should be anti-Ukraine?
I'm moving her out to college on Wednesday.
Oh.
Anti-ice for 60,000 people swimming into your beach real quick.
Do we want to talk about how the Young Turks are claiming it's a fucking Israeli conspiracy that Spain?
You mean like hold on, I got this. Hold on.
In the meantime, KH, what college you going to?
You mean this?
That's real footage, right?
Hammer, have you seen this? This is Spain. This was posted by someone saying, if we're being honest about what's going on in Spain.
How many views is that? That could have been me, dude.
That has 400,000 views.
Damn it. I need to be quicker.
Marco Polo, you are not connecting.
Hammer, what college you going to?
You gotta be out of your mind if you think I'm gonna say that on a TikTok.
You're probably right.
Dude,
My bad.
people are
That's actually smart.
Anthony has a stalker that has 47 accounts.
He made 3 more I was sent screenshots of 3 more accounts where he was actually saying anti-Jewish things and people thought it was me.
Oh no. Dude, he just says, at least when I see him, he just says
Again, you don't see the things he does. Remember when you said he's getting better, just give him a chance, then you left the live and he immediately fucking reverted and you came back, we're like, Birdman, what the fuck? He does that, but 10 times worse when he's on his own, when none of us are there in a live where he's pretending to be me.
You just gotta find someone that's a weaker target than you and just pass it off.
I don't want. I
Your
don't,
only option.
Do you guys believe? Do you guys believe what's going on in Israel is a genocide or
No?
No.
No, I do not believe it meets the legal requirements set in place by the Genocide Convention of 1948.
So the whole country, the whole city of Gaza is leveled to the ground. No hospitals, no nothing, and that's not a genocide.
Well, no, first of all, none of those are facts of genocide.
What's happening in Ukraine is about to be a genocide. Of course, all wars is former genocide.
Wait, do you honestly think like, forget the genocide and all the other stupid shit you said. You honestly think that there are no hospitals in Gaza? There's not one functioning hospital in the entire Gaza Strip.
They're bombing everything. They bombed everything.
There is not. That's what you said. Is that what you're standing by that statement?
Yeah, and there's no independent verification.
There is no hospital still operating in Gaza. None.
How did Hamas have a shootout like last week with a random Gazan clan in a hospital if they're all gone?
Yeah.
I mean, where are you getting this news from?
It was videoed
From the Al-Qassam Brigade, which is Hamas themselves.
Dude, there's multiple hospitals still working in Gaza. Like you can think anything you want about Israel.
Okay, maybe one.
Anything you want about genocide, I could give a shit.
Here, I'm gonna show you something.
Of course, you're not gonna give a shit.
That's just dumb.
Tech guy,
it's just so false.
Hold on. Tech guy. Here. Tech guy. Here. You can go here to t.me/MOH Media Gaza. This is the official telegram of the Gaza Ministry of Health, where they publish things daily, weekly, monthly. They have in-depth reports on everything. You can see they talk about the amount of hospitals that are open, which ones are running at half capacity, which ones are running at full capacity. They have not even stated that these are the people running the hospitals. They have not once stated that every single hospital is out of commission, or even that most of them.
The vast majority of the hospitals are done.
Okay, so
wait, no, you said all.
So why have?
I would say all.
So Tech guy,
you said there was no way to independent verification.
But the vast majority is
Tech guy.
gone.
The problem
that was
is
the vast majority. Are you sure about that too?
Yeah, I believe that.
Are you as sure about that one?
I believe
Are
that.
you as sure about that as you were about all the hospitals?
I believe Israel's committing a genocide.
Okay, so Tech guy.
The
problem.
cares what you think. You don't even know about the hospitals.
Tech guy. Shush. Hey, listen. Host speaking here. The problem with your statement is the people who are running the hospital say you are wrong. The people who are on the ground in charge of that
getting
stuff.
this information from though? This is probably
it's
Messiah's
Zionist propaganda.
No. Everyone stop. Wait. Tech guy.
Everyone says there's genocide. The entire world is
Shush. Well, it can't be the entire world because we're on the panel. We're part of the world, and we're saying it's not. So, Tech guy, are you telling me that the Gaza Ministry of Health is run by Israel?
It probably is. They probably
you're too stupid. You're too stupid to be on this panel. Get out.
Holy shit.
What? No, I want to ask.
No, that's there. He's genuinely too stupid to be on this panel.
Because I've heard this thing about buildings and shit where it's like, oh, 90% of buildings are gone, even though that's not the correct statistic.
Good.
But I always wonder if it's 90% of buildings.
Good.
And going by Hamas's own fucking metrics, Hamas claims 73,000 people are dead. The United States believe at least 30,000 of those were combatants. So if the population of Gaza was 2.3 million, and 90% of the buildings are gone, but yet only 40,000 roughly civilians have died in almost 3 years, how is that mathing?
It's not.
Cities, man.
Guys, 100,000 died. Cool. The Gazans say you're wrong, Tech guy. You're claiming more deaths than even Hamas claims. Guys, tap the screen. We're at 15,000 likes, 56 viewers. We've got 5 follows the stream. Tap the screen, join the team, all that jazz. I don't get to stream that often, but when I do, I try to get the viewers up.
What was the civilian to combatant ratio in Fallujah, Anthony? I'm just curious. And I know the numbers are not the same. But
about 5 to 1.
Civilians to combatant? Yeah, so like I mean I'm not.
And that's when we warned everyone to get the fuck out. We said get the fuck out now. Fallujah is still standing. I mean, it wasn't standing very well when we were going through.
I'm not talking about the buildings. I'm talking about
Mariupol,
civilian to combatant.
Mariupol was another 40 to 1 ratio.
Mariupol was atrocious.
Yeah, Mariupol was 7,000 combatants to, in the first 30 days, it was 30,000 civilians. Yeah. 30,000 civilians to 7,000 combatants in the first 30 days.
And if you want to talk about genocidal urban warfare, because I know, like, I call out people's like giving bullshit answers on Gaza, so we don't know the exact in Mariupol because for some sneaky reason Russia isn't giving us accurate numbers of the dead. But the estimate based on mass graves, people still missing 4 years later, et cetera, is 80,000 plus in 2 fucking months. Whereas Hamas, let's just take Hamas's word for some fucking reason. We're taking Hamas's word. They claim in almost 3 years 73,000. So just to compare genocidal urban warfare, you have over 80,000 in 2 months in Mariupol. And I haven't mentioned yet, but I will now, that Mariupol had 1/5 the population of Gaza.
440,000 prior, or 450,000, 450,000 prior to the invasion.
I mean, I think like Bakhmut was so bad that like Russia done it. The numbers is 30 to 90,000 just on the Russian side. Like so, they don't even know.
Tech guy, that's all. Neither of those claims are also true. Tech guy, we've already been over that in this live. Neither of those claims are true.
There are fucking journalists in Gaza.
Well, their whole thing is they think that if you're not allowing journalists to just freely roam wherever the fuck they want, even though, you know, you're responsible for their livelihood, they think that that means no journalists are allowed. But nobody can name me a single war zone where journalists are allowed to detach themselves and just wander around freely. Like, even for Ukraine and Russia, you have to be an accredited journalist with a press pass and actually attached to a unit. AI viewers stream. Get the fuck out of my chat, you fucking Twitch bot. Get the fuck out of here.
Yo, Anthony.
What's up?
I told you so, bro.
Told me so what?
You forgot, man. I told you so about the Bureau of Nations like condemning what's his name?
Bureau of Nations.
Khan.
Bureau of
Remember,
Nations.
you said Kareem Khan's not gonna get the sack. And I said,
no, what I said, oh, now I remember this conversation. You were saying that them voting on him if he was going to continue to be suspended was them voting on is he going to be fired. But in their own statements, I said that's not what they're saying. Their statements from them, from every news source, including Al Jazeera, says they're voting to see if he will still be suspended, and then decisions will be made after that.
No, they were wrong. I told you they were wrong. Those statements.
So all the journalists that you told me, I know I read from multiple journalist sources. All of those sources. I read from multiple journalist sources. One of them was Al Jazeera to prove a point. But again, all of those sources were saying the same thing, but you knew more than them.
Yeah, but I don't know where they got that. They were probably hopeful, but he's sacked. Man.
They got the statements directly from the ICC.
It wasn't from the ICC. It was the recommendation that they were presenting to the bureau.
I'm not even gonna deal with that. We read it out loud. We read the sources. They got it from the ICC. They said what they were going to vote on. If you're going to just if you can't come to an agreement on the facts of what we read together, we can't have a conversation. I don't even care what the result of it was. If you can't agree that when we were reading it, they all cited as their source, we spoke to official spokespersons from the ICC. We cannot move forward with the conversation if we cannot even agree at the start. I'm not doing these types of conversations tonight.
Anthony, to do my favorite thing in the world, which is a shit on the Irish. How many
the terrorists?
Fuck you. Not. Listen, I love Irish Americans. I'm talking about the bog fuckers that never left that godforsaken island. How many platoons, just platoons of Marines would it take over that entire country?
Like 12 boats.
How many packs of cigarettes do they have?
What if
they
we
join the
don't
fan
do
club?
Cigarettes, but we bring back rippets?
Ooh.
What I've never understood is why all the Europeans yell about Ireland and the Russian aluminum factories, and the trade is regulated by the EU. Like they are the ones that literally can stop it.
Because to Caitlin's credit, to that Irish guy Caitlin's credit, who is done reporting, I'm gonna go on a fucking rant. Ireland's giving literal metric tons to the point where they might be at this point more useful to Russia than fucking Iran in raw material. I would laugh if Ukraine just sends a couple of fucking drones and blows up that fucking plant, but that's not gonna happen.
I told you they were wrong. Why you get upset?
Totally
oh my god, Face, you can't agree from the start. What?
You got about 5 minutes to make this live more interesting around here.
Well, then let's talk. Is there anything we missed in the news? What happened?
I don't know, but these other guests you have on are just boring. They're nice guys, but they're just boring.
Hammer, I apologize. I don't want to get your daughter doxxed. All I'll say is if she goes to an SEC school, go tag us.
No, it's definitely not. It's not SEC. No, but she's in an area where there's a lot of SEC schools. So when I go out to fly and visit her, I plan on going to a bunch of different games. Like I want to go to Tennessee. I want to go to Mississippi. I want to go to an Alabama game.
Okay, let's see. We got the news.
I'm at least in a location now. Instead of being a fucking godforsaken drum, I'm in a location now where I can actually go to college football games.
Hey, we got some news headlines today. Trump says Mideast allies have reached outlines of a deal to end Iran war. Says U.S. to stop new strikes. Okay. President Donald Trump said late Saturday he would hold off on fresh attacks against Iran, provided a deal is reached quickly to halt nuclear ambitions and ensure the immediate, complete, and total reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Fears of escalation mounted after Trump threatened to hit Iran very hard following the conflict that I can't get over that, brother. I'm going to hit Iran very hard. What the fuck? Began February 28th when the United States and Israel launched strikes. The administration reportedly considered targeting Iranian energy infrastructure. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman called Trump Saturday, urging him to de-escalate. Iran warned the United States against any adventurous actions, threatening a proportionate response if forces follow through. Trump wrote on Truth Social that Iran and other Middle Eastern countries requested time to complete a deal, and he agreed to cancel the attack. Israel joins me in this commitment, Trump wrote. Benchmark Brent crude futures rose 24% in July, and analysts expect prices to rise further this year, adding to regional instability. Iran's Houthi allies in Yemen recently began threatening the Bab el Mandeb Strait. Oh yeah, the Houthis are like, we're gonna impose a tax. Get the fuck out of here.
This is the bad precedent, man.
I have no faith in
But
this
you can't allow
whatsoever.
a toll in the street, man. You
I
never allow it.
have no faith in this whatsoever. We've also got Trump administration drops reflecting pool case, blaming damage on botched installation. Oh my God, remember they were talking about the fucking people were dumping chemicals and they were cutting it open, and we looked at the underwater footage digital. We're like, that's just shitty fucking resin coming up.
Yeah, it was coming off in sheets.
Just fucking thick chunks. Federal prosecutors moved to dismiss vandalism charges against former U.S. Olympian David Hearn, officially dropping the high-profile criminal case surrounding damage to the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. The Department of Justice acknowledged that the pool's liners damage resulted from a botched installation rather than deliberate acts of criminal destruction or vandalism. The decision directly contradicts prior claims by President Trump, who had repeatedly insisted that thugs and vandals used blades to intentionally slice and peel up the pool's new floor. The dismissal follows a key court filing revealing that National Park Service's witness testified the liner was already torn, leaking, and damaged prior to the alleged involvement. The legal collapse marks the latest setback for the $14.7 million renovation project. I just gotta say, the last 3 fucking presidents have all failed to unfuck this pool. All of them. All of them.
Why is this a thing?
Because it looks nice when it's done right.
And that was leaking.
U.S. embassies urge citizens to consider departing the Middle East. Shocker. U.S. bars imports from 43 more companies over China's alleged forced labor involving Uyghurs. On Thursday, Taiwan's Ministry of Economic Affairs and Ministry of Labor established a cross-agency mechanism to block goods linked to forced labor, fulfilling trade commitments to the United States. Yeah, for those who don't know, although China denies it, they are forcing the Uyghurs to be in basically slaves and also sending them to re-education camps that totally don't exist.
But how can we blame the Jews for that?
Yeah, the Uyghurs are actually just Jews. Maybe the Jews told the Chinese government to label Islam as a mental illness. Implementation of the Taiwan-U.S. Agreement on Reciprocal Trade, signed in February, drives this move to enforce import bans following a recent U.S. decision grouping trading partners by enforcement policy. Separately, the United States banned imports from 43 additional Chinese companies on Friday, citing alleged human rights abuses of Uyghurs, bringing the total entities on the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act entity list to 187. So 187 companies within China using Uyghurs for forced slave labor. The committee must reach decision within 30 days.
You're leaving out the most important. You're leaving out the most important news of the day.
What?
The Dodgers traded for Tarek Skubal, who's the best pitcher in Major League Baseball, and only gave up 3 minor leaguers for him, and the rest of the league is losing their mind about it.
Wait, hold on. Dodgers trade for no.
Yep.
No.
They just got the best pitcher. They just got the best pitcher in Major League Baseball.
Wait, what team got the best?
The Dodgers.
The Dodgers? Yes, I'm in LA.
Yes.
I'm a Mavericks fan, so I'm still pissed off at all LA teams because I
suck it.
What's up, buddy? Eat shit, dude. Eat shit. Luka's ours.
Well, he's going to come back in 2028, but besides that,
sure he will. Sure he will.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll somehow, even with Nico Harrison nuking our team in the most worst trade in sports history since Babe Ruth, somehow by 2028 the Mavericks will still
Most
be a
American taxpayers have no knowledge about history that will bring you down really hard. Most people in the world don't know anything about history, MR.
Hammer, I'm giving you a chance for a good-hearted roast instead of an anger roast for once. Give me your sports roasting.
No, that's not the topic. Don't bro
Wait,
out.
you're in Dallas? Are you in Dallas?
There are so many men. It's going to turn into sports talk.
Dude, you're a Cowboys fan. Are you a Cowboys fan?
Boy.
Sadly, yes. It's abusive relationship.
Okay, well then there you go. I don't even have to say anything. You're a Cowboys fan. That's it. Discussion's over.
It's an abusive relationship, you know.
You're a Cowboys fan. That's it.
Sports is not on this list. I came up under false pretenses.
Hey, Betty, what did you want to discuss?
Okay, since I am pro-Ukraine and pro-Israel, I ran on mixed on because I don't think Trump can handle. I don't think he could handle a war between two sides of the street, let alone the Middle East.
Well, you don't have to think he can handle. I think that it should have happened. I think I would have been happy if this had happened under Obama. I'm still all for taking out the IRGC, who's fucked with us with hybrid warfare for the last 4 decades.
I hate to be super cynical on what Trump's doing, but I feel like besides his age, I think he's flipping and flopping based on the stock market. That's just my sense based on decades of like being a New Yorker and knowing Trump. I think when the market goes down, he's like, let me rethink this whole thing.
I think I personally just think he doesn't know how to deal with Middle Eastern countries and Middle Eastern rhetoric, and that his foreign policy is somehow.
And I don't think he listens to experts because that's his. So that's a lot. You got to listen to. There's a lot of badness with him and all of that. But I would say that. And I'm not someone who believes in an open border policy, but I don't think ICE is functioning well. I'm more of like a middle ground on immigration. I think the system had to be streamlined for, whenever people talk about decades ago and how their relatives got through and they went through the system, they're usually talking about a system that was fewer steps, fewer years. Yeah. It didn't cost as much.
If they're following the rules, I'm okay with it. As long as they're following the rules.
It took my mom 20 years, starting in the 80s, to get her citizenship.
Yeah, so they added more steps, more years, have so many people lingering.
I said in the 80s. She started in the 80s.
Wait, who did?
My mom.
And what about it?
It took her like 20 years. She started in the 80s.
Yeah,
it's always been cumbersome. It's always been difficult.
I wish immigration wasn't such a fucking buzzsaw in politics, because as someone who studied immigration law in law school and stuff, it's fucking Byzantine. It's Byzantine.
You mean you don't want this? You don't want the Jews sending everyone into your
country? You don't. And I'm gonna say
I have to say this, Anthony. Are we sure, as a South Floridian, someone who grew up in South Florida, are we sure that it wasn't the Jews that made all the Cubans come in?
You never know.
Floridian,
of course.
As a Floridian, I'm very grateful that they did. If they did.
Listen, the best parts, and I am not Jewish, but I grew up on Long Island in a very Jewish area. But the best parts of any part of certainly the United States are real estate wise are areas where there's either a Jewish or a gay population. They fix up areas. They're great for fucking real estate.
The Jews and the gays fix areas.
Yeah, I mean, look at Florida. Where do you want to be?
I'll get to your question in a second, General.
Tampa's the nicest major city to live in Florida, and the fucking Cubano was created in Tampa.
No, Tampa is not the nicest area to live in Florida.
I want to start back. But basically, like, the Cubano was like fucking bunch of Cubans and Jews and Spaniards just getting together in cigar factories and making a sandwich.
I just do have to say that Cuban cigars are overhyped because of the novelty of them being banned.
That's true.
Hammer and Digital, you two might like this question. Someone in Twitch chat says, what do you think about Israel's push to become less dependent on the U.S. for weapons and ammunition? If Israel reaches that point, what incentive would the U.S. still have to keep backing Israel in forums like the UN Security Council and other diplomatic matters? I'd say, like, we would still back them with other stuff, like with the Security Council stuff, but with the weapons thing, I would want them to be more dependent on us because that makes us more money. I know the memorandum of understanding is coming to an end, and there's multiple countries who are trying to outbid us for those agreements to make those weapons, but Israel's not going to be able to make those independently. They're going to have to rely on someone. I would prefer it to be us.
I also agree, and I don't think there's, like, as much as anyone wants to divest, there's no way you get away from it completely. You know, like, we can spend $800 billion on a fighter jet program and it fail. If, like, a small country spent that money on trying to do it on their own and failed, like, it'd be detrimental.
Israel cannot become weapons independent.
I know I'm saying that. What I said that. What I'm saying is, Hammer, is they're never going to be able to make them on their own because of the lack of resources and stuff, but there are other countries trying to outbid the United States on renewal of contracts. So, I
get that. I'm just saying Israel can never. They can become more independent, less,
but they never.
They can be less U.S. dependent.
They don't have the capacity, though. They did just announce that they're going to start building fighter jets. for themselves.
Yeah, they can be less dependent, but never independent.
No, they can be. They can be independent of the United States if others fill the void. I think the right way to phrase it is they can never be self-reliant.
Yes.
Fair. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
And I would, if they're going to be reliant on anyone, I would like that money to be going here.
But they did announce they're going to start building jets, so that's a big deal.
Netanyahu is of Polish origin. No, he's not.
I try and speak as much as I can against the anti-Semitism in the, not that I don't have anything against the people in the war and the children who are unalived in the Palestinian conflict, but the anti-Semitism, because I believe a lot of the rhetoric of the pro-Palestinian side is just anti-Semitism, and it's been amped up so much so that it's very scary to me. And I think one humorous, not that it's not even humorous because it's also scary, is both sides of it, of saying both that like all our money comes from Israel all of a sudden, everything in the United States comes from Israel, but at the same time then they'll say, but we're also paying Israel all the time. So I'm like, well, which one is it? We need all their money or they need all our money? Because it doesn't make sense.
Well, it's how they say that, it's how leftists will literally take a neo-Nazi conspiracy theory of Zionist occupied government and then also say that Israel exists as a colony of the American empire. Anti-Semitism is a fucking mental illness, and I focus on it because throughout history it has been a sign of cultural deprivation, and basically conspiracies are the de-intellectualization of a society to where you believe in stupid, self-contradictory conspiracies in order to find another to blame for all your fucking issues.
Well, I mean, speaking as because I am a leftist, but I will say that as a leftist and someone who speaks against anti-Semitism,
I'm talking about like Hassan.
No, I know who you mean. Yeah. There is a problem on both the far left and the far right, as I see it from the outside, with anti-Semitism. I've seen it I've seen it on both sides. So I don't like
a stereotypical
it's not
Republican.
Equal. Don't kid yourself. It's not equal.
No, I think it's equal but different. I think it presents itself different. So the way it presents
on the right,
I'll tell you, but I as
one at a time.
Listen to me as someone, because I'm not Jewish in real life, I hear things that maybe someone who's Jewish wouldn't say. So I've always heard it from people on the right who maybe they say things to me because maybe I'm blonde, blue-eyed, even though I'm Italian, they feel like they're not sure what I am.
Hey, where's Nona from?
I've always heard anti-Semitic rhetoric of, the Jews, they own things and things along those lines. The way that it appears in the far left insanity is all about the, Palestinian angle of the dark-skinned people are always right over light-skinned people, colonization.
The difference is far left anti-Semitism is mainstreamed, especially in the Democratic Party, and right-wing anti-Semitism, at least for the time being, is still fringe. And the perfect example of that is you have all these DSA candidates who basically are running on anti-Israel platforms. You have Hassan Piker being invited to speak at all these different colleges and is campaigning with candidates, and candidates are openly wanting Hassan Piker to be at their campaigns and to be an advocate for them.
Yeah, what
you
did Hassan tell me? I don't know
Nick
that much. I keep
Fuentes,
hearing Hassan
you don't see
Piker
any Republican politicians opening their arms to Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson or Myron Gaines.
Well, didn't Fuentes meet with Trump at the White House?
He did. He came with Kanye that one time, and Trump came out and said I didn't know who he was. Maybe he's lying. I don't know. But I didn't know who he was, and I condemn him, and I got nothing to do with him.
No, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
that's totally different.
I don't think that's. I mean, I'm saying as an outside person, I think that's
calling.
Oh, hang on. Someone's got a really bad echo noise. What the fuck was that?
That's totally different than candidates and major university Democrats and student populations calling Hassan Piker and saying, please come. The guy that dresses up like Mao and said we deserve 9/11 and he wants to see the blood of the
here's why I think they're both bad again, and different bad. It is bad that universities, I think, are embracing that left side. Hassan Piker,
who controls the universities?
Hold on. What is Hassan Piker's position again?
Well, can I get your
He's a champagne socialist who's anti-America, supports us dying, supports
No,
terrorism.
I mean his government. I know that, but was he elected
pro-Mao.
something?
He's a communist.
No, but was he elected
Betty,
something?
No,
he's not
he's
elected.
no,
He's a
he's
streamer.
a,
okay.
He has a very large following.
He is
What
a
I'm
very
saying
popular Twitch streamer.
Is like because I'm 40 and like I remember like certainly a time where either side of this, no one would be indulging these on either side. Certainly someone of a Nick Fuentes would never be. No one in a White House in either political party would be indulging in Nick Fuentes, and schools wouldn't be indulging the far left side. And as powerful as the president to even be speaking to that side and saying, well, I didn't know that. Well, either that's bullshit or he's the dumbest president or person
maybe
in the
he
world.
is, but that's totally different. You're talking about one dinner versus all of academia.
No. But I'm saying.
Excuse me. You have this interrupting problem.
I think you just interrupted me, though.
When I'm talking, don't interrupt. I let you speak. You said your stupid shit. Now it's my turn to respond to the stupid shit that you said. So just exhibit a little self-control. You're 40 years old. You should have learned by now to exhibit a little self-control and allow another person to speak and respond to the silly things you said. You're focused on one dinner that happened years ago. I'm talking about every single day the active acceptance of anti-Semitism in academia, which is run by the left. Don't tell me conservatives and the right are running academia. I'm talking about encampments on campuses all over the country that were targeting Jewish students, and not a single fucking Democratic politician of any substance, of any importance, came out and condemned them. None. It was the Republicans who were questioning the school university presidents. When the school university presidents came before Congress and were questioned at these different committee hearings, the Democrats defended them. The Republicans tried to get to the bottom of the fact that there's no anti-Semitism, that there's anti-Semitism. These things were happening under Biden. You notice how they stopped when Trump came into office? Why is that? Why'd they stop all of a sudden? The war didn't end. So why'd they stop doing it?
What's the group that was caught funding all the group that's supposed to be against hate and shit? I forget their acronym.
ACLU?
No, the group that was caught funding all the groups.
CARE?
The group that was caught funding all the fucking right wing, like neo-Nazi and KKK groups.
ACLU.
No,
I'm sorry.
No,
PLC.
PLC. Yeah, it's PLC. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we saw a lot of that under Biden, and then that kind of stopped recently. It's still there in some capacity, but not nearly as prevalent.
If I get,
What are you talking about? They just busted the ACLU. Just got busted.
If I can get in here,
Wait,
because-
John,
Betty,
let me just respond to that because he spoke for 5 minutes.
I didn't speak for 5 minutes.
I wasn't
I spoke
talking.
for a minute. Don't fucking exaggerate.
I wasn't.
Guys.
I don't speak to people like that. You speak to women like that. I don't speak to anyone like that.
I speak
don't
to
curse
stupid
at
people like that. I don't
don't curse at
discriminate men or
Hammer, we
women.
don't have to
If
be
you're
I don't
stupid,
curse
you're
at people.
stupid.
Hammer,
I don't curse at
self,
people or call them
Hammer,
stupid.
self-defeating.
I just wanted to say
Not at
that
all.
I wasn't saying that like just the dinner thing. I'm saying like it's bad and scary. It is really bad at seeing that on the left that they are embracing that thing. But I do. First of all, there were Democrats. I saw them on Bill Maher.
Who were the Democrats that were condemning it?
I'm gonna look that up and send that to
Richie
you.
Torres. I'll tell you who they were. Richie Torres, a backbencher in Congress. Fetterman. And that's
Okay,
about
so-
it.
Okay, so you already named 2. You had just
I
said
said
no
of
one did.
import.
Of
Import.
Oh,
Leadership of the Democratic Party.
Oh,
Obama,
okay.
Schumer, Durbin, Hakeem Jeffries,
so I'll double
Nancy
check.
Pelosi.
Okay, so I'll double check that. Pelosi, I feel like made statements that I remember. I don't remember the rest of them.
How
but
come it stopped once Trump became president, and it was going on when Biden was president?
Wait,
Did
which
Trump
part?
do something
Which part
that
stopped?
stopped it?
It's unfortunately still going on at places like Cornell because I know because
They don't have the encampments like they did before. Not at all.
Wait, they don't have what?
The encampments like they did before.
Oh,
where
the
they were.
encampment. Yeah, that was terrible. And I think that
Why did they stop when Trump
in
became
the
president?
I was assuming it had something to do with stopping them, which I agreed with, and that
No.
was something-
But why did they stop them all of a sudden when Trump became president? What did Trump do that Biden didn't do?
I don't know, but he did something. I assumed he did something.
But
Yeah, he went after them for their anti-Semitism and threatened to pull their funding
Yes.
and to sue them. Whereas
this is-
Biden kept funding them, and Chuck Schumer was caught telling one of the university presidents, just get through the committee hearing, we'll run cover for you.
I agree.
Oh,
This is like the one point where I am in agreement in the right, by the way, like on their, that they pushed back on this anti-Semitism. So like you're preaching to the choir here. Like,
Betty, if I can get, because I'm not as aggressive here,
Yeah, sure.
and let's not agree. And also, my known is from Napoli, so just let me know where yours is from. But
oh, Napoli, yes, Napoli down.
oh yeah, my known is from Napoli. But basically, so here's my thing, because I am a never Trump conservative. We probably have very similar views on Trump. But the thing with Fuentes, which I'm not going to give him a pass on, but yeah, Trump's a moron. I could get into a White House dinner if I flatter him, and the whole thing is Trump is 100% transactional, just doesn't give a shit. Where you should focus, and my concern is, I'm fine with Rubio. If it is a sane Democrat person and it's Vance, I will vote against Vance, because Vance refuses to condemn fucking Groypers, said he didn't want it to be a litmus test if it's, to kick out the Groypers. He wants to do just the same with the far right assholes that we see with the far left letting in the DSA.
Yeah, because
my concern.
I was
just saying, like with Betty, the issue we have when we're talking about left-wing anti-Semitism, right-wing anti-Semitism, it's the right-wing anti-Semitism. Unfortunately, there are a bunch of young, especially men, loser fucking incels that are fucking Groypers, are fucking online, lost their fucking minds. I don't know if it's a COVID isolation or what, and they are a danger. But right now, like, I saw people like making posts that was a cringy commercial, and they're not entirely wrong. But I saw a commercial that was pushing back against that Blizzerian guy running in Florida, my home state, against the fucking fishback asshole who's going to get like 10% in the primary.
Oh, I
but
don't know
at
who
least,
this is.
but they're crazy fucking anti-Semite losers. But at least the GOP, which I have plenty of fucking issues with that they piss me off with right now, but at least they are trying to kill that in the womb. I'm afraid if Vance gets the nomination in 2028, he'll welcome them into the party and raise them up, similar to what we see on the left of the DSA.
To be more specific,
right now, the DSA is winning primaries while these losers are still in the background.
To be more specific on it, like, we do have anti-Semitism on both sides. We're living in horseshoe theory, where the far extremes of both sides are doing things without even realizing they're arguing the same points. The problem is you still got to go pretty far right to find actual anti-Semitism. You don't have to go very far left anymore like you used to find pretty fucking serious anti-Semitism. And the actions of the left are a lot more dangerous and common than the verbiage of the right. Sure, you get morons who march in the street in their little groups of 30 occasionally for a social media stunt on the right. Are they really doing anything besides making themselves look like fucking clowns? No. Are they going out and attacking Jews? No. On the left, you've got people literally checking people's IDs and trying to see if they're Jewish, or seeing where they're from and identifying people, and physically assaulting people even while they're holding children because they may associate with Jewish people. You've got open anti-Semitism with people doing like the encampments, handing out flyers and pamphlets in support of ISIS and Hamas while spray painting swastikas on school campuses, but calling people on the right Nazis. Like, you've got a far more prevalent issue.
Here's a story from 2 days ago. 2 days ago.
Hey, Moro.
The Attorney General of Michigan, her name is Dana Nessel, just came out and announced that she will not be attending the Michigan Democratic Party convention because it is not safe for her as a Jewish woman.
Terrible.
The Attorney General of the state of Michigan will not be attending the party's state convention because she's not safe. Her and her family.
And Saeed will probably win their Senate primary, and I'm sorry, you can't convince me when he says APAC, 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 APAC. He's not just saying Jew money, Jew money, Jew money, Jew money. Because
wait, who was saying that?
So El Said, who is the fucking nominee, or he's favored. It's not a blowout race, but he's favored to win the Senate.
He's up by like 12. He's up by like 12 now.
Yeah, I think the latest poll, he was like leading by like 10 or something in Michigan.
That's a blowout, by the way. Yeah. 10's a blowout. In today's politics, 10 points is a big.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing this. I think the last poll I saw was like 51-40%. I'm just saying that was a poll for. But what I'm saying is that the guy fucking had a bullshit. He was on camera where they were reluctant to condemn a guy who attempted to murder over 100 Jewish preschoolers. Like he rammed his car into a synagogue where there was Jewish preschoolers in, and this guy said hurt people because the guy who committed it, his brother died in Lebanon the week before. Spoiler alert, he was a member of Hezbollah who got killed by Israel. How do we know he's a member of Hezbollah? My source is fucking Hezbollah. And
Yeah, I live
basically,
here.
but ignoring that, because that was like almost a year ago now, he cannot fucking go 30 seconds. He is worse than fucking Mamdani. He cannot. Mamdani can like get through most of his speech and then say AIPAC like at the end for his base. Saeed cannot get through fucking 30 seconds without screaming about AIPAC. Which, listen, if you want to get money out of politics, fine, by all means. But if you're claiming, oh, I'm not anti-Semitic, I just want to get money out of politics, and you literally just focus on like the 24th biggest PAC in America, which donates less money than fucking Elon Musk by himself. Like, I'm just concerned about this foreign corporate money. Well,
like,
it's not corporate.
If you're
it's
going
not
for
foreign.
if you're going for all the groups, it's different. But you're only focusing on one. I have a problem with that. Like,
That's
sure,
what
you
I
bring
mean,
up
I've
you
made
bring up
that
AIPAC, but
argument many
you don't
times.
bring up that AIPAC is like ranked 132nd in influence or 182nd or whatever the fuck it is, and you don't bring up that they didn't even start donating to re-election campaigns until like Hammer. What was it, 2 years ago? They just are smart with their money.
stepped
They
away.
find people who are. He might be in his office, so we would hear. They find people who are already incumbents who happen to align their views already and go, oh, I can support this man because it's a smarter way to spend my money. It's not like the NRA. The NRA I have a problem with as a gun owner because they're fucking shitty. They big dick swing around and they have been caught paying opposition, paying Democrats who are anti-gun to push legislation against guns because it keeps them relevant. That's the kind of lobbying that people aren't talking about. They're not talking about the people who are literally just throwing their checkbook around until they either convince someone or get someone to keep them relevant. Nobody has a problem with the Qatari funding of the colleges. Nobody has a problem with the real estate lobby being the most powerful lobby in the country. They have more power than anyone will ever realize. They're just quiet about it.
I mean, because I argue that is one of the most common things I argue, and it very quickly shuts people up, and they'll soften it and go, well, I just don't like any money from foreign governments. And I go, but why have you only looked at AIPAC? Why are suddenly
because they're lying. Because they're lying.
Say something.
What's that,
will
John?
sound-
Why did everyone all of a sudden, and it's anti-Semitism, why did everyone all of a
It's
sudden
'cause they're
become
lying.
an expert? Well, no, they look up how much, this congresswoman, this congressman
Well, no,
takes this
what
from
I'm saying,
AIPAC.
what I'm saying is they're lying when they say they care about it all.
Right. And I go, and I ask them, and I go, oh, really? Have you looked into how much money goes to Turkey,
Hey,
Saudi
Hadar.
Arabia, China? Name all these countries.
Guys, tap
do you
the
have
screen.
a problem with that?
Let's get to
And they
30,000 likes,
go,
everyone. Tap the screen.
they inevitably
Betty, I'm
go,
not
and I go,
calling-
you didn't look that up. Oh, do you like how those countries run? Because for a lot of them, I would prefer money going to and from Israel, honestly, than a lot of those other countries. And they go, well, I don't want the money. And I go, but that's not what you were arguing. You were arguing that you have this big problem with AIPAC. It's very
I've had to explain a
hypocritical.
lot of the basic stuff with like Israel. You know what's funny? So because one of the things I'm going to be honest, 'cause I'm not calling you this type of leftist, Betty. The thing that pisses me off the most as like a McCain style conservative is how leftists have made me like fucking have to defend Biden and Obama and fucking Clinton. If a leftist is ranting about AIPAC and like, I just hate this corporate money in politics, ask them who they voted for in 2016.
Yeah, they don't like us sending weapons to Israel when Obama's the one that made the memorandum of understanding that makes us so much fucking money.
Here's the thing, they're like, I hate, well, like this corporate money in politics. Well, you're going to have to overturn Citizens United. So I'm going to say something that's fucking very strange for a Republican to say. If you didn't vote for Hillary Clinton in 2016, shut the fuck up. If you're one of those Bernie bros who are like, oh, Bernie or bust, he lost. Like, okay, well, fine. Trump won, and he nominated 3 justices. Shut the fuck up. Like, why are you putting me in a position where
Could
I'm
I
like,
tell
you
you a
should have
secret
voted for
about
Hillary
Bernie Bros
Clinton?
and libertarians? Because especially if they tell you that they voted for, because Bernie didn't get the nomination, they voted Trump, and then they voted for
30%?
Biden. Wait, hold
I'm
on.
sorry.
If they voted for
I'm sorry to
Biden
cut you
and
off.
then they voted for Trump, all they're telling you is they're a misogynist.
This
Because
is still my favorite picture.
no one's politics went from Bernie Sanders to Trump to Biden to Trump again. They just won't vote for a woman. That's what that's telling you.
I disagree with that. You'd be
No,
surprised.
listen, that particular trajectory, Sanders to Trump to Biden to Trump again. That's
There's a
just
lot
what's
of
happening.
people who are just popularists and will literally go with the thing they think is the most popular at the time, regardless of who it
I
is.
hate populism.
No, those 4 decisions. I'm not saying Sanders to Trump in 2016.
No, I'm saying that
Sanders
falls in
to
line
Trump.
with that. I'm saying that falls because that was the popular thing. That was the social media trend.
Well, he's saying popular, but Betty, I'm a center right person who fucking hate populists. Right-wing populists, left-wing populism. I fucking hate it because I realize it's scapegoats. But I'm just gonna point out, again, it's just it's more really fun. Like, honest to God, at this point, I fucking wish Clinton had won in 2016 because then fucking Marco Rubio could. Yeah, I know it's gross, but I'd rather deal with a timeline where fucking we have to deal
I
with
love
it.
Hillary
Fuck,
Clinton.
we may have
I love
actually
Bill Clinton.
invaded Iran.
I'm kind of a blue dog Democrat.
I will say this. Like Hillary Clinton, I'm not a
King,
fan
you
of.
keep getting frozen up there.
And then I hear it's like, we should have fucking bombed Assad. I'm like, you know what, Hillary? We should have fucking bombed Assad in 2012. You go, girl.
Hey,
You know what? You know where liberals, I mean, and because I consider myself kind of more left than liberal, I guess, but I don't know what I am. I hate labels now because
say you're a common sense progressive, because like liberals and progressives I can deal with.
Hang on.
Leftists,
But then I don't know, because then you gotta, because now all of a sudden being pro-Israel is like, oh, makes me on the right.
Who cares? Who cares
But
what
I
people
voted
label it
for-
as?
I voted Nithya for mayor of, and I'm voting for her in November.
Hammer.
Nithya, so like she's super progressive.
Hammer. Would you have supported a Hillary Clinton invasion of Iran?
Sure.
It was a fucking badass Secretary of State. She was a good New York senator.
Oh yeah, she handled Benghazi beautifully.
I want to know what the fuck people think she should have been doing. That would have changed that.
How about been awake?
You
Just
know
that.
she was
Just be
awake.
awake.
I love
Just be awake.
the
How about
arguments
that?
against Hillary.
Are we doing a debate from 10 years ago?
Jesus
The argument against
Be awake.
Hillary is
I
that
got
she
these
was
flashbacks
she
to
was
10 years ago
Ava
when I was in fucking
Perón and
military
dying
college.
to be president. But at the same time, she fell asleep during her big moment. It just
Betty,
clashes. I don't buy it.
There's
Betty,
reports of
my
their calls
issue-
literally being ignored.
Betty, my issue.
This is not a
I'm
secret.
But so that's not on Obama and Biden. So they fell asleep too.
Well, they weren't the
They
ones
called
that.
her.
Yeah, she was the one.
She didn't.
She
There
was
was
the one
nowhere
responsible.
in her 8 hour. They grilled her for 8 hours,
They
and
called
nowhere.
her.
Are we
No, that's
debating
that.
are
I'm
we
sorry.
debating
That's been
Benghazi
fact
in
checked,
2026?
and that her
Yeah, it's been
testimony.
fact checked. She didn't
Her-
answer.
She did not ignore a call. It's bullshit. You know it is. That would be. They'd still be rolling
So the
that on
guys
Fox
that
News
so the
if
guys
she
that
missed
called
a
her
call.
and said that. So the guys that called her and said she ignored the calls, they're lying. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, can I just point
That is a
out
lie.
that the issue with
Sure.
Libya is that
Absolutely.
Obama was so scared about Iraq and saying we're just going to take advantage of them that unfortunately we had this anti-intervention where it's like we got rid of Gaddafi. It's like no Western companies should invest. We're not going to send any troops for stabilization. We don't want it to look like Iraq. We don't want it to look like
No
we're taking
president
advantage
knows
of the
what the
country.
fuck to do, and I don't have an answer of what the fuck to do with the Middle East.
We
I mean,
should have
honestly.
fucking sent a stabilization, NATO-backed
Bomb it harder?
stabilization force and let Western money flood the country.
I don't
If you're like,
think bombing
"You're
it harder.
exploiting
I mean, and I'm
Libyans."
not coming from like a
I'm not
peace-loving
saying bombing
place.
it harder. It did
I
not
am.
take a
No,
lot of
you didn't
bombing.
say that. He said that. He said. Yeah.
Wait, I like this person's profile. Yahoo TikToker. It's the Yahoo. It's the fucking
Mr. It's
Yeah.
Clippy, dude.
It's Clippy.
It's Clippy, dude.
Oh yeah, so I saw 2 comments I want to respond to real quick. I don't know if there's one person.
What?
One, the lady was like, "I see Israel in my dreams," which is making fun of Haley Stevens, which is
Who cares?
Well, it's a thing that's become common that people should know the fucking context if they're gonna be assholes.
I never
Cares about
heard
the
that. What does that
comments? Who
mean?
cares about the comments?
But what does that mean? I see Israel.
Okay,
in my
so
dreams.
Betty, for context, there's basically Saeed and a bunch of like leftists online have made fun of a clip, which is admittedly cringy, where Haley Stevens is going, "I see Israel in my dreams." They leave out the context that it was like a month after fucking October 7th, and she was speaking to a crowd of Michigan Jews, including family members of hostages who were visiting.
Oh, that's so
And
sad.
and is awkwardly saying with a like very accented, Michigander voice, like "I see Israel in my dreams," kind of like cringy out of context, sure, but they always say this shit where it's like they mock her where it's like, "I see Israel in my dreams." Cool, and I see fucking Ukrainian drones blowing up Russian refinery in my dreams. Who gives a fuck? She was talking to Jews a month after the biggest slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust.
So that's disgusting.
Second, someone was calling Netanyahu
Okay,
Polish.
moving on. We've got. I do. Who cares about the comments? Unless they're up here, I don't care. We've got.
This is a
hang
question
on.
though, but why do people keep saying Netanyahu is from different countries?
Because
Like,
they're
what is the purpose of that?
because they're stupid, pushing anti-Israeli talking points and anti-Jewish talking points, trying
But
to
what would it
disconnect.
matter if he
They're
was
trying
from
to
Poland?
disconnect him and Jewish people from the land.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
entire point.
That's-
All right,
that's
we've got
it.
a new guest.
Okay.
We've got
That makes
wait.
sense.
Someone in Twitch chat says Clippy should not
Yeah.
be cute, but W. All right, Clippy, Yahoo TikToker, what's up? You're new to the panel.
Hello. So about the prompts, I think I personally
Wow, this accent.
I think I personally disagree with the prompts. I would consider myself all for, at least to an extent, anti-ICE, anti-Ukraine aid, anti-Israel, and anti-Iran war. I think the one that I like to talk about first, if that's okay, is the second one.
Wait.
That's okay?
So,
What
so
language are you speaking?
So the topic,
English.
the caption
Really?
says, "Convince me why I should be against these things." So,
Yeah.
are you saying you are?
I'm
Are
I'm
you
against all four to an extent.
You're against supporting Ukraine, or you're for supporting Ukraine?
Against supporting Ukraine.
And why is that?
Are you Irish?
Well, I lived in Britain until 5 years ago, so I've got a lot of British in my accent. I moved to North Dakota 5 years ago, but I still have a lot of British accent from my childhood, and I also have a speech impediment. That's why my voice sounds like a mess.
I'm not making fun of that. Trust me. I was just asking.
That's all right. That's all right.
Okay, so yeah, where are you from?
I now live in. I've lived in North Dakota for the last 5 years.
North Dakota. Wow. You don't meet people there very often.
That's a big change.
So you're from North Dakota, and you are against helping Ukraine. Why is that?
Well, I'm not opposed to humanitarian aid to Ukraine. I personally believe that the war.
I gotta go.
Russia-Ukraine war. It's decently plausible to get to a negotiated solution, especially if you look at some of the history with it. For instance, in the lead up to the Russia-Ukraine war, Ukraine there was in several regions of Ukraine near the border with Russia, there's like an ethnic minority of
What's the
Russians
border?
that Ukraine was being discriminatory towards and stuff, which Russia used as a justification for their
this doesn't tell me. This doesn't tell me.
Interrupt you. But two things real quick. Yahoo. I'm just gonna call it Yahoo. Two things. There were multiple negotiations between Ukraine, Russia, the West mediators. Russia broke every single fucking agreement. So, one, the onus for this war is only on Russia. Russia could fucking leave today and the war would end. Ukraine is not claiming the Kursk Oblast. They just want Russia gone. Russia could literally just pull back to 2014 borders, and Ukraine would still want Crimea back, but the war would end. It would go back.
But what I don't get is, regardless of all that has nothing to do with. I'm curious, is that all of that? Sure, we can talk about that, but what I'm still curious is nothing you have said so far gives me reason to not support Ukraine. As an American, when it is beneficial to America to support Ukraine, You said you're okay with humanitarian aid, but not with the other stuff. The other stuff helps America and our economy and our military and our intelligence. So I'm curious why. Buy digital. I'm curious why I shouldn't support that. Like, you still haven't given me a reason to not support it, other than you talking about 2014 and negotiations.
Well, I personally believe it is actually better for America to actually have a smaller military-industrial complex. One big reason for that is we spend $1 trillion a year on the military, but the actual value of our weapons and stuff is actually only closer to about $250 billion, because we don't make them ourselves. Instead, we buy them from contractors, from extremely
U.S. contractors.
That employ
those are U.S.
So if we made it ourselves, we would
those are
donate about $750 billion
those are U.S.
Yahoo.
contractors.
Yahoo, it's not donating to ourselves. It's U.S. companies that pay U.S. taxes that employs American workers for American jobs making that stuff. Like, in any free market country, or basically even China, like they have government run stuff, but still like under the guise of companies, you basically hire it out. It's like the Navy doesn't have factories where fucking E2s go and build ships, right? So basically saying we should cut this just means we should cut American jobs. And also, a massive part of that defense budget you're talking about, and this affects me and affects Anthony, I'm assuming, a huge chunk of the defense budget is basically, Betty might like this, talk about Medicare for all troops, like a huge chunk of the defense budget troops.
We could just focus on literally the first part of your talking point, was the weapons aren't worth as much as we spend. Yes, because just because the DoD spends X amount of dollars does not mean our equipment is worth that much. Offices have to buy paper and printer ink and fucking uniforms and bullets and fucking training equipment. The value of the equipment that we have in total in our arsenal is not going to be the same as we spend every year. And also, we probably have more than $1 trillion worth of equipment in the entirety of our inventory. My unit alone, dude, I was personally responsible for damn near $1 billion in equipment just in my unit alone when I was stationed in Japan. Like, what you were saying just isn't accurate.
You ever see a company commander's flipple when it comes to just shortages during command changeover?
I do not. I do not enjoy CMR layouts.
I'm saying, for instance, if for instance America nationalized its weapons factory and stuff, it would still have the same amount of workers, because of course it would need workers to make them, but that means it would save a few hundreds of billions of taxpayer money every year instead of giving it to big businesses.
How would that save us money? Because now if you nationalize the company, there's no interest for the private companies who work for the DoD via contracts to innovate and do that research and create those things that they can profit off of, because the development of those weapons comes with incentive. If I develop this weapon and prove it that it works and gain that contract, I will prove that my work is worth money, and I will make money off that and be able to sustain my living. If you are saying I'm going to nationalize all this and take it over, you end up with shitty quality weapons like you did in the Soviet Union.
Well, I mean, a few $100 billion of surplus should be more than enough to fund some public research and make up the difference.
That's not how that works at all.
Yahoo, I'm not trying to cut you off, and I'm not talking down to you. Just understand the whole idea of the free market society, and the reason why our tech is not just talking about now, generally the best, but also during the Cold War, fucking usually ran laps around Russia. Is that free market economy? You have different you have Boeing and Lockheed and other companies saying, we need to create the best thing so we can get a $500 billion contract from the government for ourselves. Theoretically, could nationalize everything and have scientists try to create the best thing possible. But in real life, we've had basically a scientific experiment of what type of society, what type of market works best, and generally free market businesses competing against each other for those contracts creates better.
That was
equipment.
actually a
And
big
also,
problem with
again,
Nazi
politically-
Germany. That was a problem with their arms industry. Was all of the companies were nationalized and they were forced to compete against each other for no incentivized gains. And Germany came up with some good tech, but individually maybe, but as a whole they fucking sucked, and it hurt their industry and it made them less capable of production. That was part of the downfall of the German or the Nazi military-industrial complex, was the nationalization of their design industry.
Also, good luck trying to politically nationalize like $2 trillion worth of businesses. That's not going to happen in America. Like,
yeah, those businesses employ millions of Americans who buy their supply. Like those, you said that's not. You said we're not buying it for Americans. Like those companies are American companies. You said we don't make them ourselves. We do. The military doesn't produce the weapons because that's not what the military does. The military relies on the companies within the United States that are comprised of Americans who are using American components and American labor and paying Americans to do that job because it fuels our economy.
but I'm still not completely like what. So also Yahoo, and again, this is talking down to you, but just getting into Ukraine aid, you realize that there's some stuff that like we produce and ship to Ukraine, but it's usually ammunition, right? A lot of the like more, how do I describe this? More tangible, can see the material that goes to Ukraine is scrap, basically in our
Surplus.
scrap heaps. Yeah, surplus stuff that's supposed to get scrapped. That it's literally cheaper to put on a plane and fly to Poland. It's cheaper. The jet fuel to fly that is cheaper than the safety protocols, material needed, and storage areas.
It's
get rid of
old
safety.
20-plus-year-old equipment that is so outdated that it would cost us more money to modernize it and bring it up to spec than it would be for us to offer it on someone else. When we give it to countries like Ukraine, we're not giving it to them for free or even for cheap. We are charging them full sticker price of what we first bought it at. So, for example, in the Lend-Lease Act for Ukraine that was signed under Biden, let's say we give Ukraine 10 Humvees in an aid package. Realistically, when we bought that Humvee, it was worth $100,000 when we bought it 20 plus years ago. These are older Humvees. Today, that Humvee for $10,000, you and I could buy a perfectly functioning, I'm talking like a perfect condition Humvee for $10,000 off a U.S. government auction website, drive it off the lot and register it in our state. I can buy that. Any of us can buy that on a government website. So when we send those 10 Humvees to Ukraine in an aid package, the aid package doesn't say the truth of, oh, we gave Ukraine $100,000 worth of 20-plus-year-old crap. It says we gave them $1 million because we gave them 10 items that were worth $100,000 when we purchased them brand new. And now instead of owing us $100,000, Ukraine owns us $1 million for those 10 Humvees. Like, we are actively profiting off of this.
Oh, I actually didn't realize that. So I think.
Wait one sec, because I'm gonna leave. I just want to say one thing. Say Anthony. Even though King left, I fact checked the Hillary Clinton Benghazi thing using the
we're not
same
going
methods.
back.
No. I just want to.
Can we not go back?
You have to relay this to him that using the same methods that I fact check anything about Israel, the bipartisan Senate committee said that first of all, the attack happened during the day in D.C., so it was nighttime in Benghazi, daytime, and they found that she did not ignore calls. She was present during the whole thing, and that was not one of the accusations made. The 3 a.m. call myth was a rumor, just like rumors are spread about Israel or anything else. It couldn't have feasibly
You realize it
been
lasted
for-
like 12 to 14 hours, right? It
but
wasn't just...
there was no 3 a.m. call. There was no 3 a.m. call. That was a rumor. That was probably just to slander her. That's
Betty,
just made
Betty,
up.
I'm not even disagreeing with you. I just want to apologize for starting this whole thing. It's kind of a joke.
No.
to talk
That's
about.
all I have to say because I have to go to sleep. But I just want to say, like, when I check things to make sure I'm not spewing something that's like not true. I fact checked it.
I don't care. We're not going back. He's not here on the panel. We're not going back to it. I don't care. I'm not going to relay
I know,
anything.
but he's your mod, so you could.
I'm not relaying anything. I'm not his parent. I'm not his keeper. He's not here. We've moved on beyond that.
Hammer,
Hey,
Hammer
chat,
gets Hammer.
pass that to
Hammer
him.
get Betty. You just gotta understand. Hammer is one very bitter right now about how the Democrats have reacted since October 7th.
Oh no, that's a fair. And listen, I don't like
Alright.
how the Democrats
I
haven't
think he
taken the lead on
sometimes
that.
I think he becomes self-defeating and attacking people that he can get onto his side. But
That is
okay, we're moving on. He's not here. We're not talking about it. We're not talking about something.
That's
Okay,
a
we're moving
separate
on.
thing, which I kind of
Okay,
agree with him on. I don't know
we're
if you noticed
going back to the conversation, which means stop talking about it.
We're gonna go to Ukraine. Have a good night, buddy.
Okay.
Night,
Tell
guys.
your Nona I said hi.
Good night.
Okay.
Tell who?
Your Nona.
Pardon?
Oh.
Okay.
Night,
Yeah.
guys.
So, do you see what we're saying with like the whole thing of nationalizing the industry and doing that doesn't really help us? It in fact hurts us, and how we make money and it does benefit us to send old scrap weapons to Ukraine.
So yeah, the thing I don't know about was like the weapons. I think there's there's definitely an argument to be made about not giving any high quality weapon.
Oh yeah, we're not.
The thing about the scrap weapons, I didn't actually know about. So that's very interesting.
Oh
So I
yeah,
think the
like
debate there is a slightly different
the
debate.
because we're not giving them brand new tech, like the ATACMS missiles that we give them. So ATACMS missiles for the HIMARS are old missiles that have been converted to a newer system. If you look at the images of the ATACMS missiles that we have given to Ukraine, they are Block 1 missiles, meaning they are the first edition of the ATACMS missiles that were made. They were made in 1991. We have an expiration date per our munitions. Now, other countries will use our weapons for 50 years after we make it. Thank you guys for joining the team, by the way. Other countries use our weapons for like 50 fucking years. Once our stuff hits like 15 years on a shelf, we toss it. We don't need it anymore. We will sell it to someone else, or we'll put it in an emergency stockpile, or we will do something else with it. So if that missile is that old, it's just sitting there waiting for someone to buy it.
Oh, so that debate is actually so in that case, the debate on whether to do it is actually quite a bit different to what I thought. Because in that case, giving Ukraine is definitely profitable for us. In that case, given what you've made about it being scrap and how they owe more than we give and stuff. So in that case, the trade-off is between profit for ourselves and potentially just de-escalating the war in certain situations. So that's definitely.
I mean, it's also hard to de-escalate. It's also hard to de-escalate. It's hard to de-escalate with an enemy when you've got like, hey, this side has asked you for peace and they've asked you to stop invading them, and the enemy goes, no, I'm going to keep invading no matter what you tell me.
One thing I do know is that one condition that Westminster is quite insistent upon is not growing the EU or NATO anymore, or at least any more closer to its border.
They already shared a border. They already shared a border, and that's not up to them.
For instance, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia are in NATO, and that's on Russia's
That's like
border.
that's the argument of like that's the argument of I get mad at my neighbor for joining the neighborhood watch because he's afraid that I'm going to break into his house, and now I'm mad that he's part of the neighborhood watch. Like,
I mean, it does have the vibe of like 1800 style realpolitik, which is definitely not something I agree with anyone, including Russia, doing it.
Putin is an idiot. He's stuck in empire building when the world is more about resources and trade. But and I just want to touch on something because one, I applaud you for actually listening and like saying,
Thanks.
"Oh, that was misinformation I didn't know about." But three things I can basically touch on really quickly. It talks about Putin's whole stuff. One, yeah, it's bullshit because the Baltics were already bordering Russia. Two, it's self-defeating because by his actions, he got fucking Finland. That for 80 years, their policy was neutrality between East and West to join NATO. Finland is now in NATO. Their border with Russia is longer than Ukraine's border with Russia.
Yeah, and also if they had taken Ukraine like they intended, they would have been up against NATO countries that literally would have extended their border with NATO. And taking Ukraine would have given them a longer border with NATO.
And finally, my third point. They don't get a fucking say. Like,
yeah, they also agreed to it.
But Yahoo, every single country that borders Russia that used to be a Soviet republic has either been. There's three options. They are either in NATO today.
Mm-hmm.
They have been invaded by Russia, or they are ruled by a dictator where Russian troops have come in to assist that dictator in putting down protests.
Oh, like, for instance, I know Belarus is the first category.
Belarus, they did the same thing.
A Russian puppet state.
People didn't pay attention. They did the same thing in Kazakhstan in 2020. They did the same exact shit in Kazakhstan when there was protests against their dictator. They did it in Belarus. They invaded Georgia. They invaded and then abandoned Armenia we talk about fucking Israel and Gaza. 2 weeks before October 7th, 2 weeks, Azerbaijan ethnically cleansed 120,000 Armenians from a place that Armenians had lived for 4,000 years.
By the way, real quick. The Russian NATO Founding Act on Mutual Relations, Founding Act on Mutual Relations, Cooperation, and Security between the North Atlantic Treaty Organization (NATO) and the Russian Federation, signed in Paris, May 27th, 1997. Let's go to the bottom real quick here. Where's the signatures? Okay, that's drunk ass Boris Yeltsin's signature. Look at that squiggle. Boris Yeltsin, President of the Russian Federation. If we go to the text of God damn it, why is it being so buggy? Okay. Literally the first page of text in the 4th paragraph. NATO has expanded and will continue to expand its political functions and taken on new missions of peacekeeping, crisis management in support of the United Nations and Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Russia literally agreed to NATO expansion and even offered assistance. And as Boris Yeltsin said when commenting on this document, Boris Yeltsin admitted he did not want to sign this document, but if he wanted Russia to be on the playing field and be on the world stage and show that they are a world leader and not like their past self of the colonizing force, they had to play ball and show, hey, we're willing to participate. We are going to be part of this, and we are not going to get in the way. We will assist with this. They agreed to NATO expansion.
Oh, that's a very interesting historical point too. I do know about. I do know something about Western history. I do know is that Boris Yeltsin is quite controversial among Russians who
view him as a traitor.
Russian nationalists who view Boris Yeltsin as a bit of a sellout who aren't necessarily like communist, but like.
Boris Yeltsin. Yes, we know. Boris Yeltsin's also the man that was caught drunk in D.C. after the Secret Service lost track of him, and the police was called by a taxi driver because a naked Russian man was standing in the middle of the street yelling at him to take him to get pizza at like 2 a.m.
It's kind of funny.
Like Yahoo, yes, Boris Yeltsin was a drunkard and is controversial. Trump's controversial. He was still president of Russia with the legal power to sign that treaty, and he signed it.
True. So yeah, and actually another thing that actually I think of pro-Ukraine. I know there's another treaty at one point where Ukraine gave up its 5,000 nukes to Russia.
Budapest Memorandum.
Now Russia's invading them anyway.
That was the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, where Russia officially recognized the sovereignty and the territorial borders of Ukraine in exchange for that, and promised not to interfere with anything. Granted, it was just a memorandum, but Russia still agreed to it. And like John was saying, Russia has violated literally every agreement they have signed with Ukraine since their independence in 1991. Not one single treaty with Ukraine from Russia has been upheld. Every single one has been violated.
And Anthony, I think you probably know this better than me, but this isn't new. They did this shit in like 2004. They tried to claim like a sea territory of Ukraine.
Yeah, they tried to claim some islands.
Like, this isn't new.
Yeah, they've always been doing this.
And that was when there was a pro-Russian Ukrainian president.
Yeah. Okay. Yahoo, I've got some other people on the panel real quick, but thank you for coming up. I forgot I've been getting a lot of more people coming up. So thank you for coming up. Thank you for discussion. Hopefully you learned some stuff on this.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Accepted, like, hey, this is stuff that's interesting. So good on you.
We've got Yui and Reasonable. What's up? Welcome to the panel.
Hi, man. I wanted to address 2 of the items on the prompt. Or just do one. Let's just do one. Anti-Iran war.
Okay, so are you for or against the war with Iran?
I'm against it. I think it's been pretty much a disaster. The top three on your prompt,
let
I
me
generally agree
let me
with.
phrase that.
So
Let
just
me
give
let
me
me
the context.
rephrase that then.
Give me the other ones.
Wait. Let me
I'll give you
rephrase that then. I don't like how Trump has done it. I think Trump doesn't know anything. He's interfering with how the military's done stuff, and he doesn't know anything about Middle Eastern politics. The war, the mission itself is what I agree with. I would have been okay if we had done this under Obama or Biden. Even though I don't like them, I don't even like Trump. I am in favor of eliminating the IRGC, who has waged hybrid warfare against the United States for the last 4 decades. Granted, I don't like how Trump individually is handling it. The concept of it itself is what I am for.
Can I ask you just a quick question? Can you hear a fan noise? If so, I'll switch it off.
A little bit.
Because I've got it's hot here. If it's not bothering you, then I'll just keep it on. Yeah, I think I generally agree with that. I would say, though, that the previous governments were wiser in that they had already run the simulations and realized that an attack on Iran would cause all these negative repercussions that we're seeing playing out. I think the biggest one is we've taught the Iranians that really they only need to control the Strait of Hormuz. If they control that, then everything else that they're doing is pretty much a waste of time. They don't need to do it.
Well, I mean, the frustrating thing is we haven't even tried to counter them there because Trump apparently doesn't understand what a convoy system is, but that's neither here nor there.
I heard that they are intercepting ships coming out of the strait and into the strait.
Because so here's the thing, and I'm just going to be blunt. I'm pretty sure that Trump, everything with Trump, show business, The Apprentice TV show, everything is appearances. He loved the Venezuelan operation, which, as someone from South Florida who has a bunch of Cuban and Venezuelan friends, I'm not a fan of Trump. I fucking applauded him. That was glorious to see Maduro get his ass kicked and, snatched. But Trump loved it because it was Delta Force, oh, look, we have photos of him blindfolded, bombs going off in Caracas, but there's like almost no civilian casualties, in and out. Literally the fucking meme of 3-hour operation, we're out. And he thought that if we bombed Khamenei, that was all he needed to do. He is terrified. Even if it's just fucking just like paint damage. He is terrified of Iran and basically being on social media, any U.S. ship on fire from a drone or missile strike. So because of that, he refuses to let the Navy go into the actual straits to do convoy missions that we did in the 80s during the Iran-Iraq War, where Iran tried to close the strait for multiple years. They tried to close the strait, and we said, no, you're not going to do that. And we did a convoy operation that was the same size as the convoy operations we did during World War II. It's what led up to Operation Praying Mantis. And but Trump is terrified. Trump is terrified of a ship, even if the fire is put out in like 5 minutes. He is terrified of that video being put on social media.
So, are you saying it's an optics issue then, rather than an actual genuine threat?
It would take effort, and I'm sure there'd be setbacks, and we'd have to adjust. But yes, the United States Navy is capable of doing convoy operations in the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh yeah, I mean we've already proved it. We've escorted plenty of ships in and out of the strait. The problem is, again, I don't like that Trump and the other politicians often like to interfere with military operations and tell the military, they're telling the people that know what to do how to do their job. Like, this is the same thing that happened in Afghanistan. When we got the job done within a month, and we were like, okay, we're ready to head out, and the U.S. politicians were like, no, we can fix her. And by we, I mean you. It's like, whoa, hold on a minute, we don't want to do this. Or in Iraq, when the U.S. military finished the job, and we were like, all right, Saddam's done, time to leave, and the U.S. politicians were like, no, we want you to fire the entire Iraqi military and leave 1 million men armed with weapons and no job. Yeah. That wasn't the U.S. military's call. We were like, okay, job's done, we're out. You politicians are like, no, you can do this.
Well, the issue in Iraq, which I'm sure you understand, is, hey, I hate the Ba'ath Party too. The Ba'ath Party is literally Arab Nazism. But to have any public position or any business in Iraq, you had to technically be a member of the Ba'ath Party. But then we went in and said, if you're a member of the Ba'ath Party, you're fired. It was not the top 100 people who were hand-pick appointees of Saddam. It was 85,000 people, most of which were bureaucrats who had no say in politics and literally just had to be a Ba'ath Party member to hold a middling bureaucratic position. So the entire bureaucracy of the entire nation, from power stations to dams to basic business, was fired overnight, and then we were confused oh hey, things aren't running properly. Also, there's a bunch of young men who for some reason don't have jobs, and for some reason those young men are also not guarding all these ammo depots that Saddam had laying around. Why are all these young men now suddenly forming militia and shooting?
Yeah, maybe because we fired everyone and made everyone jobless.
Like,
So I've got a
like,
follow-up
I'm sure
question.
Anthony,
Then
this
you-
is more his
yeah, I'll wait.
generation than me. I'm sure he knows better, but like Iraq, half the time was like, oh, you need a job? Here's $50. Go shoot at that Shia militia, and if you see a U.S. soldier, throw a grenade.
Yeah, like we made everyone jobless, and then went, why are they upset at us?
Yeah, I remember that.
And that
But-
wasn't the
so my
military's
follow-up
choice.
question is-
We could have done it better. And
Yeah.
that's the thing I'm seeing right now is Trump is not listening to the generals, and he's getting rid of the generals who know what they're doing or not listening to them. Like, Milley is
surely
fully
this would-
capable, or not Milley, there's plenty of people who are fully capable of handling this stuff in Iran, and I guarantee you we still have a plan that we've just never used and never fully enacted that he's not following because he thinks he knows better, but he knows nothing about Middle Eastern rhetoric. He knows nothing about Middle Eastern politics. He doesn't know how to negotiate with the Middle East.
If it makes you feel better, Anthony, we're getting multiple doties about how we will get in trouble if our headers and our paperwork says Department of Defense instead of Department of War.
Oh my fucking god!
So
I
my
would
follow-up
intentionally do
question
that.
Is if you got Pete Hegseth, who's ex-military, in charge, how come he is not having the effect that he's supposed to have then?
Because Pete
Which is had
Hegseth,
the military
I'll put it
yeah.
bluntly, I personally, on paper, am more qualified to be the Secretary of Defense than Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth, at most, was a company commander who has no experience in leading large forces, and nothing more
that's
exemplifies
that's
this.
about 90 men?
Nothing, like maybe 200 tops.
Okay.
So, like,
All right.
nothing more exemplifies this than the meetings he had with all the generals in the country or in the military, the giant mass meetings. Literally, the definition of this could have been an email. He sat a bunch of generals around who are career military men and talked to them as if they were about to go kick doors down in Fallujah. And then he very quickly ran out of talking points and just started waffling on like he was some motivational leader. Like, none of that had to happen. He's casting blanket nets over small problems. Like when he brought up stuff like people abusing the no shave policy. If you have razor bumps or really bad razor burn, you get ingrown hairs, which affects a lot of black service members. You can get a no shave chit or profile, which means that, hey, keep it nice and neat and trimmed, but you don't have to fully shave down your beard. There are people who abuse that, both black, white, every race. There are people who abuse that. Rather than addressing the people that are abusing that and individually going after them, Pete Hegseth says, I'm going to throw a blanket over the whole thing. Nobody's allowed to do this anymore. It's like, okay, well, now you've just affected a large chunk of the black service members who have this.
It's affected senior NCOs and good fucking soldiers.
Yeah.
It's
He's-
like, I don't want to get into it, but the whole trans thing, it did not affect just... I'm not going to get political.
We don't
But
even have to go into that. He doesn't know how to effectively lead a larger force. Again, so Pete Hegseth was an infantry officer. I know he was an infantry officer. He was a National Guard officer who has little to no experience in this field, though. He is a company level infantry officer who at his highest was a major and doesn't understand how to lead large forces without, again, it's very obvious that he was an infantry company commander because he still behaves as if he is an infantry company commander.
Yeah.
And like, if you talk to people in the military who served under leadership like that, even if they like the dude, they will say, oh yeah, it's very obvious. Like, we could tell. Like, he's not built for this.
So
if Josh is degrading
so no, so what I was thinking is, okay, he's not been effective. I get that.
Yeah, in a second, Heb.
Do you? So, given that this whole thing is state conventional, do you think, I have a suspicion that they've removed his Trump's abilities to actually launch any kind of nuclear attack? They've made it extremely difficult.
Oh no, they'll never be able to take that away. Thankfully, he hasn't been dumb enough to do it.
Well, there's a whole process, right? Isn't there, in order to launch them?
Yeah, there's a process
And
for it.
Yeah,
but they
so
can't.
that-
They
so-
can't stop that process
Why not?
because that's built into the rules of the process. They literally can't stop it. If he
Yeah, but
says
surely
it's
there
go
would be a bunch
time,
of-
no, that's the thing is we have
Yeah.
it set up. If he says it's go time, it's go time.
My understanding was there was a bunch of triggers that had to be crossed in order for him to be able to
It's
launch
just the steps in the procedure. Yeah.
Yeah. So that he can't. My understanding was that he can't decide tomorrow that he's going to drop one.
He can.
Even in an
I
empty area.
I think what you're insinuating is if he randomly wanted to fucking nuke Tehran for some reason,
correct.
Would someone tackle him and say, "Hey, the president is
or the
fucking
process
senile"?
Yeah.
Like,
well, they would say. I'm just running hypothetical.
Legally, like, this is a hypothetical of how do you react if someone goes crazy holding the nuclear football? In which case, it's literally just a hypothetical. Now, the issue is, legally speaking, it is a Cold War era. Hey, everyone's fucking dead. We need to respond to a Soviet first strike. The president needs to be able to unilaterally respond to that first strike where everyone's now dead.
Guys, tap the screen. Let's get to 30,000 likes. Let's go.
My concern with Trump is I used to think that he was a sane person pretending to be crazy. Now I'm thinking he's a crazy person pretending to be sane.
I think he is just failing upwards.
A bunch of them are.
I see him as a broken clock who is right twice a day and somehow failing upwards. Like, he is right that NATO needs to put more funding into, individual NATO countries need to put more into their NATO designated units. Yeah. But the proper response to saying that is not, I'm going to pull out of NATO. It's like 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Like, what the fuck are you doing? But somehow he failed upward and got the results he wanted.
Wait, so
that doesn't make sense. Yeah, NATO.
Like NATO.
NATO has agreed we're going to up our spending on our NATO units. But the problem is the way he got there. He got to the right conclusion for the wrong reasons, and that's the problem. Is he keeps doing that.
It's essential for the American. Hold up! It's essential for the American empire to be basically bullied by a bunch of faggots in Europe. Really?
Look, here's the problem. That as a Brit, this is why I tell you it's essential, because without NATO, you lose control of Europe to the EU.
Yeah, but also NATO's also kind of not really helping themselves with like their fucking wishy-washy bullshit.
Yeah, no,
like NATO should have been when Russia was sending stuff into Polish and Romanian airspace and stuff, and Estonia and everything. NATO's response should have been similar to that of Turkey. And like I think it was 2016, a Russian jet flew into Turkish airspace and lasted a total of 30 seconds before being blapped out of the fucking sky. NATO should have had that response immediately. Do it again and I fucking blow you up.
Anthony, let's be fair to NATO. Spain is under a lot of pressure now with the Jews helping Arabs invade.
Oh, sorry, hold on. Let's get it let's get a recap. Remember.
Right, so just a point on NATO. My thinking, especially with the Brits, is they've run down since Iraq. We've run down our military so that we can't, even if we were strong-armed, enter into another conflict with you guys. So when this thing kicked off with Iran, they said they were going to send a bunch of ships. Then they realized they don't have any ships to send, so they sent one ship, and that ship wasn't ready. If you remember, so
your guys' problem also is, aside from the UK being a shadow of its former self and not even having enough weapons to issue to every single service member, the rest of NATO doesn't have the logistical might and capabilities of the United States. Like, we are the logistical backbone of NATO. Like, everyone goes, oh well, NATO has more soldiers without the United States than the United States does. We have more equipment. It's like, okay, cool. Now move it around. Get it from one end of NATO to the other.
So you're kind of just making my case for me, though. We're part of this
I'm with you.
They don't do anything to help us.
He's agreeing.
Yeah. So here's how bad the situation is. It used to be the Brits were very. They still have a very good quality military training and so on, and they had a lot of experience. But the numbers are so low now that the Indians, who run a lot of UN peacekeeping operations, have a more experienced military than the British.
I don't know if I'd say more experienced.
No, I mean by experience as in actually operational logistics.
Out of Chinese randomly into
the Brits are still, the special forces, the Marines, all those guys are still very competent and very good, and the general British infantryman is also very good, very efficient, and so on. But they just don't have the operational experience that they used to, because everything is being so degraded that all these places in Belize and they had around the world, they're not able to send those people and rotate them in and out of these different climate zones to get
I mean,
them.
this is an
trained.
"I told you so" moment. For as much as I don't laugh at France, this is an "I told you so" moment for France. Because back in I believe it was the 70s, France at a NATO summit said, "Hey, the United States is awesome. They've been here for us. We were able to rebuild the entirety of the EU because of the United States footing the bill and funding our defense, all that stuff. That's great. Thank you, America. But what if America's not here one day? What if we need to be able to defend ourselves?" And the rest of NATO literally laughed at France and was like, "That'll never happen." Now France is sitting here like, "Hey, I'm being invaded by Muslims. Also, I told you so."
What's
right?
the stop?
But here's the thing: though, the invasion thing.
I'm
This is
just
just
gonna have a
funny
question
because
for you the question was, if NATO isn't there, what's to stop the Russians from just rolling over?
What's
all
to
the
stop
Western
them
Europe?
with NATO there?
At the moment, it's because the Americans are there because of NATO.
No, it's not.
That's what's stopping them.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. Because even, let's say hypothetically today, Russia rolled into Poland. That still requires that still requires an Article 4 meeting to call for an Article 5 vote. Hungary and Turkey still are pretty pro-Russian. There's no guarantee. You have to have unanimous. Every single member has to agree. Okay. There is no guarantee that NATO or that Turkey and Hungary, even with the new president of Hungary, there is zero guarantee that they would vote yes on an Article 5 vote. And at that point, you'd have to assemble a UN coalition, just like we did in Iraq.
I'm probably being foolish. I do have faith in Magyar that if it was fucking Poland getting invaded, he would be like, "Oh shit."
I mean, we're talking about generational beef between European countries here.
To comment on the migrant invasion thing, though, I mean, don't you think it's almost a bit hypocritical for us as Americans to even bring this whole thing up when half our country isn't even white?
Half our country's not openly admitting they want to destroy us, though.
But they literally are, though.
Dude, no.
No. You've got people with dissenting opinions. Hang on. You've got a lot of immigrants who come here who are extremely patriotic, and you've got a bunch of natural-born American citizens who, yes, have discontent for the country, but they're not saying, "Hey, I'm going to enact Sharia law and make sure that everyone dies." You've got people marching around Paris. You've got people in Paris, literally, and even in Germany, running in the streets, chanting in protest, saying, "Down with Germany, down with France. We will make this a Muslim country."
You're right. We just have a bunch of Mexicans doing the same thing, fighting ICE officers, and blacks killing people at 14 times the rate.
We do not. Excuse me. We don't have a bunch of Mexicans. We don't have a majority of Mexican Americans marching through the streets saying, "Down with America. We will enact fucking cartel law."
They commit a third of the rapes, by the way.
Okay, are you ignoring what I just said?
Are you one of those people?
But here's the thing: you're just blatantly pretending that they're not doing that. They
No.
okay,
Can you? Okay, people rioting in California, a super liberal fucking hub, is not the same as a majority of Mexicans in the country. You know where we don't see. You know where we. Okay, again, you're not listening. You don't see a bunch of Americans all over, or a bunch of Mexicans all over Texas running around going, "We need to make the United States fall."
Texas is overrun with Indians.
Okay, so are you going to address what I just said, or are you going to pivot?
What you said.
No. I said no. Stop. I just said. Okay, stop. I just said that we do not have a bunch of the Mexicans in Texas running around saying we're going to make the United States fall. Okay, cool. I didn't say anything about Indians, though. We're talking about Mexicans. No, stop. I'm talking. Stop.
They're still not American.
Cool. If they are American citizens, they're Americans. If they're American citizens, they're American citizens.
I'll take them over you.
I'm not talking about Indians. I'm not talking about Indians on H-1B1s. I am talking about Mexican Americans, because you brought up Mexican Americans. We are not seeing the majority of Mexican Americans walking around the state of Texas protesting, saying, "We want the United States to fall." That is not happening. And if you're going to say anything other than addressing what I just said, I don't want to hear it. I want you to address the statement I just made.
Right, because Texas would shut down the
No,
riots.
just go, let
Obviously,
him,
they
let
still
him go
commit. They
first.
still, but they still commit. They still commit a third.
I'm done with
No,
you.
no, hey,
I'm
wait,
done with him.
Wait, bring him back real quick.
No, I'm
Core.
not. We're done with that. I'm not going to
Core,
engage.
just
I'm
speak to
not, John. I'm not going to engage with someone who is going to be here in bad faith and not have an honest discussion. If your entire premise is I don't like brown people, go fuck yourself.
Hey, Core, I hope you're still in the comments. I'm a Southern white boy. All my exes are Latina and Indian. My children are probably going to be fucking mixed brown, and I want you to know that I'm happy with that, and I hope it fucking pisses you off.
Which Latina broke his heart?
Yeah.
Can I?
Probably Puerto Rican.
Can I address the
I'm
Mexican
just
thing?
saying, probably Puerto Rican.
Oh God, what about the Mexican?
No, all I was going to say is it's a strange thing that I find with some of the people like the one you just had on, because the Mexicans that have come in both legally and illegally are overwhelmingly socially conservative. They only vote Democrat because of what they're getting out of it.
They're
They tend
Christian.
to be quite religious and Christian, exactly.
Yeah, a
And
lot
I'm
of the
sitting there
ones who
thinking,
came here legally really fucking hate the illegal ones too.
Yeah,
They
I know,
really
I know.
fucking hate the illegal ones.
Anthony, I need you to find. It's on Twitter. I need you to find the Fox News interview where they went to the border and they found a Turkish man who he's 20 yards past the border. The Turkish man is 20 yards past the border, and he tells the Fox News guy, "Yeah, I'm quite concerned how easy it is to cross the border. I think we need to do something about this." I'm clicking it so much. Fucking get that Turkish man citizenship immediately. It's the most American shit I've ever seen.
The thing is, of all the groups,
he crossed
the South
border.
Americans,
He
the
crossed
South
the border
Americans are
and
the
goes,
most pro-American.
That guy crosses the border, says, "I'm here for asylum." By the way, it's too easy to cross this border. We need to do something about those fucking illegals.
And I say to my woke, people that I know, I'm liberal, right? So I'm on the left. But I say to them, you guys are really stupid. You just basically destroyed your future. You've allowed all these people in from South America who are overwhelmingly conservative socially. And in the long run, they'll vote Republican.
Well, like that's for the ones that are coming here legally. The problem is the ones who are illegal aren't doing that. The ones who are illegal definitely are falling in line with the more leftist stuff because it benefits them more. Like, for example, in California, an illegal citizen or illegal alien in California can, in fact, get a state-issued driver's license. They can, in fact, vote in local elections. I have problems with that. I have a serious problem with that. But they're the ones who are voting for those liberal policies. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So my question is, why don't the Republicans give them a pathway to citizenship and capture their votes?
They do. It's just a very long. The problem is there's so many people that it is a long and arduous process, and a lot of people would rather get here and do the beg for forgiveness and ask for permission and just do it later. Like, I dated a girl whose family came over here illegally and then went through the legalization process, and they admitted, yeah, we wanted to do it legally, but we literally could not stay in Mexico. But when we got here, we made every attempt to do it the right way. It took us 10 years, but we got it done. You know what? Fair enough. I'm not happy that you crossed illegally, but you did the process. You did it right. And also, hang on, Core. Nobody here said that we want to import leftists to vote for open borders. Not a single person on this panel said that.
Nope. They have no idea.
Honestly,
about
I
South
think
American
if
culture.
you become a U.S. citizen, like if you migrate here, I think you
Or a
should have to wait
stereotype.
2
You
years
have a
until you're able to
12-year-old
vote.
anime character as your fucking profile picture.
Wait,
What
Core,
the fuck?
Core, what's wrong with them being Jewish? What's wrong with being Jewish, Core?
Why do you have a 12-year-old anime girl
Who cares?
as your profile picture?
Cool.
One, that's certainly not white. And why does she look like she's 12?
Who cares?
Because these Groypers, one, for some reason, are obsessed with Japanese anime and they're fucking creeps.
Hannah, how are you doing
I'm not
up there?
sexualizing. I just asked why is she 12?
Hey, Hannah, how are you doing right now? You staying safe?
I'm good, thank you. We get more and more experience with the ballistic rocket missiles and everything, so we have 2 minutes to get down, so we're not able to do so. And people that are trying to go to the shelter, they're getting unalived quickly.
I remember I had a serious problem when I was in Ukraine with all the Ukrainians that were just being complacent. And just, who's got the background noise? Ahab, is that you?
Yeah, sorry.
Fucking every single time, Ahab. When I was in Ukraine, I remember one of the first things I noticed was when the sirens would go off, I'd go looking for a shelter, and all the Ukrainians around me are just, I'm just going to continue with life. I'm just going to keep shopping. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
I just got my coffee. Like, I need to get a coffee before going to the shelter, like parking lot. Okay, we don't have shelters, and like I met foreigners. They were like surprised that we're like casually walking, like slowly, nothing changes.
See, I see it as complacency. Like, I understand the percentage-wise risk of you as an individual getting hit. It's just, for me, as someone who understands it, it's like, I understand it. I disagree with it. I understand the complacency and the whatever. This is my day-to-day. I'm used to this, whatever. I still don't agree with it. I would be going to shelter every time. Like, what was it? I mean, I've told you the whole story too, Hannah. Like, the first night I was near the front lines when we had a missile coming in. I had been traveling for 2 days and I was fucking tired, and I passed out on the floor. And the soldiers who were with me, we're talking about how we had a missile alert with actual incoming missiles, and they tried to wake me up, and I proceeded to roll over and snore louder. So they went and hid in the shelter and said, well, if he dies in his sleep. It's like, fuck, man. And it landed like 500 feet away from us. It's like, fucking Christ, dude.
Because my friend, she came from Europe, and basically there is like a drone, like Shahed, okay, is coming from another part of the city, and she's like, okay, let's go to the shelter. I'm like, girl, I'm not gonna even get out of my bed for this stuff.
I can hear the Shahed coming.
So I can speak to that. In Britain we had an insurgency with the Irish Republican Army that went on for decades, and what was weird. Well, I knew a lot of people in the
should have whipped the Irish harder.
The thing is, you switch on the TV. Yeah, you switch the TV on, and you see these very British houses in Northern Ireland, and some terrible thing has happened, right? An explosion, whatever it may be, and you look around, and everyone's just walking about their day in Manchester.
Oh yeah, I know. I understand it. I just don't agree with it. Like, even for me, I got used to the air raid sirens. Like, at a certain point when we were at the front line, obviously I don't have a fucking shelter. It's just, well, go inside the building or hunker down inside the trench. But realistically, I have a different option than someone in a city who can find a different building or a shelter. And I understand why they're complacent. I just don't agree with it.
Reasonable. Why did you guys have like 800 years to deal with the Irish, and they're still a bunch of fucking annoying ass bricks?
They're lovely. They just lost the plot at the moment,
brother. They openly support Russia, and they still make excuses for why they sent a letter to. They still make excuses to this day for why they sent a letter to Germany, a condolence letter when Hitler died.
Exactly. So, John, here's the thing with the Irish: they're the original Britons. The Welsh and the Scots are the original Britons.
The Welsh aren't real.
Of England.
Not real.
They were real. They were pushed out of England by the Anglo-Saxons.
Yeah, let's see where my Welsh viewer is.
The native Britons, are
made up country with a made up animal on a made up flag.
Don't say that if you're in Wales.
Oh, I just call them. If I'm in Wales, I call them Scottish.
Yeah, fair enough. But no, but they are. They're part of the same ethnic group. So no, I've always had a lot of sympathy. But exactly as Anthony said, their positions during WW2, the recent stuff that's going on with Palestine, they're just incomprehensibly foolish positions to be taking.
You know the difference between the Irish and ISIS?
Go on.
ISIS, they make banger music videos, and they actually have good tasting food.
So how I'm still not getting it.
Soda Chat says, what are your thoughts on the Spanish migration crisis that occurred? Oh, you mean this one?
It was an operation.
You mean this one? This is my favorite video of the entire day on Twitter.
Well, why do you think it's Bibi?
I don't. Someone posted this, and it's the funniest thing I've seen all day.
Reasonable. I don't know if you can tell. I know it's hard to tell, but that's actually an AI video.
No. Yeah, this is 100% real. Don't let anyone lie to you.
No, my understanding was it was the Moroccan government is looking for a negotiating position in Western Sahara.
Oh yeah, it's been publicized now that the Spanish government was made aware of this about a month ago, that this was in the works, and the Moroccan government was actually planning it. What did you say, Hannah?
No, I said like in Ukraine, they also offered like special people from India to come here and work. So they will earn a little bit more than Ukrainians. They have a placement like to live and everything. So Ukrainians were complaining like, what the hell? Like why we don't have jobs?
Just
Like why
give it to
you like why you
Ukrainians.
letting
Yeah, but why?
Yeah, like what the hell? So basically, after a couple of attacks like that Russia did, they stopped going to work and they left the country.
Yeah,
So
that's what. Why would you expect them not to? It's not their conflict, is it? They don't know much about the place.
no,
They've
because they
just
were
turned
like
up as
posting
economic
online.
migrants.
No, it was like
I hear
really
Russia's
offensive.
offering a well-paying jobs for people to come. You know,
They
there.
are
I'm sure
offering.
Russia's
So right now, Russia is offering more money than you could dream of just to join the Russian military. The caveat to that is you're never gonna get it.
You're never getting.
No, you have to. No, that's not a problem to get them. Is you have to prove that either the person was unalived on the battlefield, or they make them as like how do you call it, like
MIA,
just disappeared
missing in
or
action.
something.
Yeah, and you can get disqualified from it for a multitude of bullshit reasons, like, oh well, you had something wrong in your service record, so you don't get it. But like also Russia and Ukraine both do this, and it pisses me off this day. Unless there's a body in your possession, that person's just missing. You could have a video. You could have a witness who carried that person's dead body but wasn't able to retrieve it. You could have video of that person's dead, but that doesn't count. The government will still label that person as missing in action. Therefore, there is no payout. My friend who died in Ukraine, one of my friends who died in Ukraine, I was helping with the mission to try and recover his body. The man who was treating him when he died confirmed he was dead. We have drone footage of his body. He was still declared missing in action for 14 months until his body was recovered in a body exchange. Then he was declared dead.
So the problem the Indians have with the Russians is the cultural ties go back to 1947, because it was they turned foolishly to the Russians for economic advice, and that kept them poor until 1991 when they went bankrupt, and they were forced into a capitalist economy. And since then, they've started to recover.
I mean, they also are pissed off about the T-90s that they bought.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff.
For those that don't know, the Indians bought a bunch of T-90 tanks from the Russians, the export variants, and the Russians lied to them about the capabilities of the tank. Turns out the tank's engine cannot operate in the thinning airs or the thinner airs of the mountains in which India would operate it in, and the tanks would repeatedly choke out and die. And the engines would not be able to be restarted because of the lack of oxygen. And the Indians were like, take all your fucking tanks back. We're stupid, but we're going to build our own. This is garbage.
In fact,
weren't they also not able to operate in like 100-degree heat or something?
I don't know about the heat thing.
No, wait, they don't get it. Oh, yeah, you're talking Fahrenheit. I was just thinking Celsius. That's probably around 50 Celsius. No, but the Indians have probably the best military in the world when it comes to high altitude warfare and equipment. They spent decades now perfecting it, and they completely thrash.
I'd say the best. I'd say conditioning, not actual combat capabilities. Conditioning wise, they may have the most people that are ready to operate in that type of environment, but capabilities wise, they would not be. Like the U.S. military, we do high altitude mountain training on a regular. It's like a standard thing we do.
That I accept. I accept on equipment basis. There's no match, but they have developed. They've already built a helicopter, which they basically copy the Apache. No, not the. I think it's the Cobra. They copied the Cobra.
Did you hear about the Did you hear about the Su-57 finally being used in combat? They've been using it in combat. They just don't fly it over the border. They've been launching Kinzhal missiles from them for a while as standoff munition platforms.
If you were to run, this is another question to you guys. If you were to run a hypothetical in 3 to 6 months, where do you see Ukraine, Israel, and Iran?
I see stubborn Slavs versus stubborn Slavs still fighting each other. I see
in Iran?
No, in Ukraine. I see Israel still saying, just leave us the fuck alone and we can stop this, and Hamas not stopping. I see the Middle East continuing to be the Middle East as it has been for centuries, and Slavs being Slavs as they have for centuries.
What about Iran?
I mean, unless Trump pulls his head out of his ass and listens to the military, the IRGC is probably going to be there for a while. Geopolitically, our objectives have been a failure thus far. Militarily, we're doing fine, but geopolitically, we're not. Geopolitically, our objectives, Trump has got his head in his ass.
I have a question.
It's frustrating because Iran is the meme where it's like basically get your fucking leader killed in the first 5 seconds of a war.
Yeah, I mean, like they're so radical.
Have the meeting to replace some bombs. Have enemy planes flying over your capital 24/7. Have your entire navy destroyed.
Yeah, like,
do nothing.
but they're
Have
so
Trump offer
radical.
300 billion.
They're so radical. They'll still continue, and Trump will offer them money, even though he was the one who criticized us doing the exact same thing under Obama. But like what we did to Iran in the first few days is the equivalent of someone invading the United States, shooting down or destroying 95% of our Air Force, 95% of our Navy, killing half of Congress, killing half of the Senate, taking out the president and the vice president, and injuring Barron Trump. And then also we shot down a single one of their planes and we declare ourselves the victor. It's like that's the equivalent of what we're at, and then they offer us a bunch of money. That's the equivalent of what we're at right now. Oh yes, work hard for that Hasbro check.
Snippy, what are you actually arguing
Hannah, what's your question, Hannah?
Thank you. So basically, you see right now that Ukraine starts to like punch back, I would say, with the oil refineries and everything. And in Kiev specifically, we have more like rough attacks on us. Like, how do you see this the situation? Like, is it like Russia is just super mad and they're just throwing rockets at us like crazy just to scare us, or like they're getting lower on their
both? Because right now it's been proven that a lot of the missiles that Russia is launching aren't even actually Russian-made missiles anymore. Like the whole meme of like people were saying in the first year of the war that Russia was going to run out of missiles. They weren't anywhere close to that back then, and they still had production going. Right now, a majority of the missiles being launched, based on the ballistic evidence of like the pieces that have been recovered from the wreckages, have been North Korean and Iranian-made missiles that are basically knockoffs of old Soviet missiles. So, like, they're not even primarily firing Russian-made Iskanders anymore.
I guess they're using also North Korean, so I heard, like, that they're, like, buying stuff from North Korea as well. Oh, not South Korea. Which one is that?
North Korea is the one they're buying stuff from, and they forgot the troops from. North Korea right now is the biggest benefactor of this, because North Korea is just pumping stuff out and using slave labor and making money off of it.
When do you see it's over? Like, for real? When it's going to be over?
When Putin
I know it's hard
dies.
to tell. We have a lot of stuff
When
to
Putin
like,
dies. When Putin dies.
Yeah. I can give you a prediction.
When Putin dies, because he's not going to give up.
Anthony, how long was Vietnam?
Give up. If he gives up now,
and how long what?
Everything will be in vain.
How long was Vietnam? The U.S. Involvement in Vietnam.
We were involved. We were involved since 1948.
Yeah, there's different phases. There's different phases. The high intensity, Kennedy escalated involvement, I believe, in 1962. The high intensity phase, and then after the Tonkin Resolution. So there's different phases. Kennedy sent in more troops in 61, 62. I think the Tonkin Resolution was in 65.
We were involved in Vietnam in total for about 25 years though, because like the whole this whole thing that people, for those in the chat that, because there's gonna be a lot of people who don't understand, also tap the screen, guys. We weren't actually in Vietnam to stop the spread of communism or anything or make an independent country. We were there because the French begged us for help restoring their colonies after World War II because they were in fucking shambles and they weren't diversifying their economic investments. So we went there to help them because they had the rubber tree economy essentially going purely in Vietnam, and that was a big thing. That was a big thing that was needed for the West, and we told them to divest, and they didn't listen, so we helped them get everything under control. Like, the Tet Offensive was a massive failure against the United States, despite the fact that it was very well propagandized. If you look at the numbers from it, the North Vietnamese suffered like 90+% casualties on that entire thing, and never held an offensive attack against the United States ever again in that conflict. They signed the Paris Peace Accords, where we dictated the terms of peace. We dictated essentially a surrender from them, went, all right, we're out. And that was it. We pieced out. And then they propagandized again, attacking an embassy years later that had nothing to do with what was going on, that there was no need to, but it was a politicized event. Like, we were involved for 25 years, got our mission done of unfucking the French, and then dipped.
And to answer
Thanks,
your
Hannah.
question,
Stay safe.
The high intensity portion was roughly a decade.
Yeah, a decade. So I'm just.
I mean, fuck, we bombed Laos more than we bombed Vietnam.
Yeah, that's a fair point. So, but from what I've read, the planners in the US and generally the West to set this up as the Russian version of Vietnam. They want it.
I'd say
They
this
set
is
it up in
another
such a way that it
Afghanistan
drags
for
out.
them. I'd say this is another
Oh,
Afghanistan
okay,
for
or
them,
Afghanistan. Yeah, fair
except
enough.
that the difference is they're actually trying to claim the territory as theirs this time. Like in previous conflicts, we haven't seen them try to actually take territory unless we're talking about like Georgia, where it's not Russia, but it's Russia. Like we're seeing the same thing with Ukraine. We've seen the justification of we owned Ukraine before, it belongs to us.
Reasonable. Also, to explain something else, in about a decade of high intensity warfare, varying range of intensity, we lost 57,000 KIA in Vietnam. Compare that to Russia in 4 years in Ukraine.
Yeah, and also our
So what is it- what are the numbers now?
our KD ratio in Vietnam was like 19-1. So for every one U.S. service member, 19 North Vietnamese or NVC died. Like that's an insanely high KD. That's like Call of Duty highlights reel levels. The problem in
Vietnam, but
the problem in Ukraine is we don't know the actual numbers. We only have like if you go by just the publicly available verifiable information, like publicly available obituaries, we can get a few 100,000, which is still pretty fucking significant. But casualties alone, we're seeing video confirmation of anywhere from 20 to 30,000 per month. Just on casualties. That includes injured and killed, but this is astronomical. Like there were months where the Russians were losing more soldiers per month than they were in the entirety of the Afghanistan war. That's insane.
Which I do wonder at this point, because it was the Soviet era, they claimed that like 19,000 died in 10 years in Afghanistan. At this point, I kind of want to call bullshit on that. But we don't have, like today, we don't have video evidence of that. I'm just suspicious where they were just as flagrant about not giving a shit about Russian casualties in Afghanistan. So,
Snippy, why don't you want to come up on the panel? You seem to mouth up, but come on up.
Also reasonable. I think Anthony probably has the casualty figures more off the top of his head, but compare like a month of Russian casualties in Ukraine to 20 fucking years of U.S. casualties.
2,500.
In Afghanistan and Iraq.
We lost 2,500 people in 20 years in the Middle East. 2,500. The problem with that is this is part of the problem that the West and especially Europe runs into is the West is not ready for war. The Eastern Europeans, the Russians, have a very different mindset on it. They are okay with seeing people wiped out and their people don't really care or their government just won't tell them. The West lost their minds. The Americans lost their minds out of 2,500 people in 20 years. We lost 2,500 soldiers and Marines and sailors and airmen in 20 years of fighting, and the American people lost their fucking mind. If Russia were to just, let's say, roll into Finland and just slowly take... Like, they don't have to be an overwhelming force to still be a threat. If they just slowly pushed in and just slowly took territory and threw bodies at it because they don't care, the West would immediately capitulate to... Like, the West is not ready to see entire platoons of people wiped out in one attack. That is not the West is not ready for that. Yeah. Like even in England,
those days are over.
There's I don't know if you saw, but there was polling in England done a few years ago that showed that I think it was a hypothetical scenario given where like, hey, if Russia in theory invaded the UK today, what would you do? And there was stark differences between the answers between the older generations and the younger generations. The older generations almost unanimously were like, I would fight and die for my land at all costs. The younger generation, I think it was like 75% of them were like, oh, I just lay down and surrender.
Yeah.
Like it goes back to Ronald Reagan's Rendezvous with Destiny speech where he talks about how there were political commentators saying better red than dead. They would rather live on their knees than die on their feet. And that's a problem with the West right now. People don't realize that whether you like it or not, these people are trying to kill you and they will do what they can to kill you. Whether you like it or not, you can say if I surrender, it'll end. That's appeasement. It does not work.
The thing is, we have so many... I was just going to say, we have so many Russians in both our societies that we think those nice friendly Russians that we meet every day, they'd never come and do something terrible from abroad.
No, someone can't be a Viking fan. Send us more Russians, but besides that, fucking...
I'm still in favor of blowing up Moscow.
Yep.
Finland would not... Hang on. Tompa, the problem is Finland can be good at defending stuff, but if the enemy is willing to just slowly throw bodies at you and inch forward inches a day like they are in Ukraine, you will eventually start losing territory. That is what's going on in Ukraine right now. They're slowly taking you.
Captured another city.
They captured another small, tiny village like a week ago. But the problem is that Russia's also they're doing the PR thing, they're doing the propaganda thing. They will spend 3 months on a small, insignificant village that had 20,000 people in it before the war, and then they spend 3 months taking it and lose 100,000 people and go, oh my god, we did it! The front line is collapsing! And everyone will run to social media, like Ethan Levins will be like, Ukraine is collapsing. It's like, no. Like, you're an idiot. This is just, who cares?
Apparently, he's been collapsing for a long time. So another question: of the territory the Russians have taken, what percentage of it has any economic value?
All of it.
Okay, how?
The minerals that are on the land, as well as the grain.
Well, the minerals, as far as I understand, it's just oil, isn't it?
No, God, no. There's a lot of stuff that, like, stuff that's used in semiconductor manufacturing, stuff that's used in military production, all sorts of stuff.
Hey, Snippy, Sabra and Shatila, which is misspelled there, was the Lebanese.
Is it wounded, broken into, like, cannot be redeployed and whatnot? Like, they parade capturing Santa just to later obliterate both Bakhmut and Popsa. Yeah, like, they're destroying cities that they're quote-unquote liberating. They're liberating these cities, and then there's nothing left afterwards.
Anthony, do you have faith in Poland? Because they're building up their
I would really like the little angry Polish ball to be let off the leash. The little angry Polish ball has a very big vendetta to settle with Russia.
Yeah. The Poles, I think, like, we'd have to see.
I don't think they recognize the Geneva Conventions.
Oh, hell no.
I just remember, what was it, when the Kursk incursion first happened.
The Poles have 1,000 years of generational trauma.
I mean, when the Kursk incursion first happened, there was a unit of Polish volunteers who was there. And I remember there was video footage that was captured from a Russian soldier's GoPro. And he's sitting inside a building, and, like, there's holes in the wall and everything. And he's firing out of the holes in the wall. And then you hear people talking outside the wall and yelling commands and stuff. And they translate, the Russian's like, Polish. Why do I hear Polish? Why are there Polish here? It's like, the guy's like, oh, fuck, the Polish are here. And the Polish government was like, hey, we are not stopping or responsible for random Polish citizens that decide to join the Ukrainians.
Snippy, what are you rambling about?
Well, they admitted they have mental illness, so I don't know if that's a factor of what they're rambling about.
I mean, maybe the Russians shouldn't have, let Chechens and Dagestanis willingly just
An
go to
enemy
Iraq.
using an armor for a centimeter will be successful. What? We have the privilege of being naive. Yeah, that's an absolute thing. Like, the amount of people that don't realize when these people say to your face that their entire life goal is to eliminate you, they mean it. They are about that life. They really mean it when they say, I will eliminate you at all costs, even if it means eliminating myself. They're not joking. And the people of the West do not understand that. It's like, again, this all goes back to Ronald Reagan's Rendezvous with Destiny speech. Our well-meaning liberal friends don't understand that the road to war is appeasement. You are appeasing them, and they mean it. They mean what they're saying to you, and you don't believe them.
We need an American Thatcher.
I want Ronald Reagan, but better with money and the gays.
So Nikki Haley, who we rejected in the primary.
Oh, no, not Nikki. No, not Nikki. No, not impressed with Nikki. By the way, she's Indian, Nikki.
Watching post-Soviet national volunteers get back is great. Yes.
With the anime profile.
Yeah, no, look, I have no problem with Indians. I think they're wonderful. No, I'm just saying that people don't realize she's actually Indian.
Reasonable. Yeah. Let's set this straight. Reasonable. The British being oppressive and racist to the
Tap
Irish,
the screen, guys. Tap.
We're completely fine with that. Cool. We're on board. We support that.
Why?
But not to the Indians. Do you want me to go on a 15-minute rant that gets me muted by Anthony about the
guys?
Irish?
Guys, if you guys are on the other platforms as well, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, make sure you guys are liking the stream or whatever the fuck. I don't remember how it works.
I'll just sum it up real quick.
And if you guys are watching here, if you guys are on here and you guys want to watch on a different platform with a bigger screen, feel free to go to the link tree in my bio. You can go to the Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube channel. And when I do stream, I stream on all 4 platforms at once. So on the Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube stream, it is a landscape layout where you can see both the chats and you can see all the panelists still. You just can't see like this flag with the prompt.
Reasonable. The Irish will rant about how evil NATO is and how awful they are.
Oh,
but it's
thank you for the follow.
NATO protecting their waterways. It's NATO escorting Russian aircraft out of their airspace. They fucking are like, we're pro Ukraine. We gave them fucking blankets. Meanwhile, they elect in record numbers. They elect a woman who went to Syria when Assad was in power and actively gassing kids. Went on a vacation through Syria that was escorted by the government. Came back to Ireland, fought to have sanctions lifted against them. Fucking blamed. I don't know who
That's
that
not
is.
me.
I think it's
Sanders, what the fuck?
He's just moved the bodies.
She blamed NATO. She blamed NATO for Russia invading and genociding Ukraine. She also said.
She also made a video that said, "Mahalo, everyone just apologize to each other. Just give Russia the land and they'll stop."
Yeah. Also, and this is something she said. She didn't say, I think Israel's being too harsh, or we need a 2-state solution, and we need to get rid of these settlements. She said that it was racist to say that Hamas should not have a voice in a Palestinian government. She went over the PAs, and the Irish saw this woman and was like, "We need to vote for her."
Also, by the way, anyone side note: if anyone wants to buy Pokemon cards, I am selling. Japanese.
Do you have a Quilava? That was my favorite as a kid.
Maybe somewhere. Like we got Japanese Dark Charizard here with the swirl at the tail. Ooh, we also have the partner pack, Pikachu, Charmander, and Bulbasaur, and the the Bulbasaur and the Squirtle are autographed by the voice actress who did the characters. So if anyone wants to buy them, hit me up.
The Irish are also the most anti-Semitic people in Europe.
They are very anti-Semitic.
Oh, have you seen? Oh, it's very funny. I got into an argument with that with someone who very strongly disagreed with me.
Are we going to bring up the textbooks again?
Yep.
Yeah, go on. What are the textbooks? What about these textbooks?
Oh, wait till you see this.
As he's bringing them up, reasonable. Listen, there's an Irish woman. I think on her father's side, she's Jewish. Like ethnicity, not religion. Rachel Moiselle, who gets fucking the worst abuse you'll fucking see on Twitter. The absolute insane fucking abuse she gets from Irish Twitter. Irish Twitter is the most. Irish Twitter is fucking. Hey, what would 1930s Germany Twitter look like?
I mean, I don't know. If you want to see levels of racism and stuff, just go to Black Twitter where you've got Africans arguing with African Americans. It's pretty bad.
I will say the hardest R I've ever heard. Anthony, the hardest R I've ever heard drop in my life was in college with a Nigerian student visiting, and I was like, "This is uncomfortable."
Well, they don't play any games. The Africans, they're fed up. They're the most fatigued out of everyone. And they do very well in America.
But yeah, Rachel Mazel had a great podcast with the Quillette.
Do you think it'll take for Europe to wake? What do you think it'll take for Europe to wake up from the mass migration? Poland slapping everyone around, maybe. Okay, so real quick, let's go over this real quick. So this is from impact-se.org. Here's the group at the bottom. They do a lot of open source stuff, third-party group. I would highly recommend reading this PDF rather than just taking my word for it. Oh, god damn it, I accidentally opened it.
The Irish would immediately dismiss this because Imbal Goldberger is the person.
So this is, hang on, god fucking damn it, OBS, what the fuck?
The Irish will say they're not anti-Semitic, they're just Zionists.
No, I opened a regular. I opened a regular. Okay, let me go through it. So this is a review from November. This is published in November of 2024, going over European text or Irish textbooks. It talks about all the misrepresentations of Judaism and stuff. It shows the sources of where the books are, what grade they're presented in, and all that stuff. And it gives a bunch of examples. So Holocaust revisionism is one. So this is a book called Dictatorship and Democracy from 1920-1945, second edition. It's taught to 11th and 12th grade classes. It refers to Auschwitz as a prisoner of war camp.
Also, can we wait?
Let me go through them. What the
this is
fuck?
about the
Hang on,
Holocaust.
Snippy. Okay, that I'm gonna mute you now because I don't need you talking about fucking murderers in my live asking if I have autographs from them. That's fucking creepy. So in this one, same book. What was this one? Oh yeah, it pushes the Jewish race theory, where the whole thing of Hitler referring to Jews as the Jewish race was separating them from their ethno-religious identity. So the textbook still refers to people as the Jewish race. Then we go to this one. This is Faith Seeking Understanding. Second edition, taught to 11th and 12th grade classes. It still going over Auschwitz again. It does not go into any of the stuff that happened at Auschwitz, still referring to it as a POW camp, and doesn't talk about what they actually did there. It basically just says, oh yeah, it existed, it was a POW camp. Oh, this is one of my favorite ones. Here is this is from Grow in Love Junior Infants from 2019. This is a book taught to children in the Irish schooling system. So up until 2019, it says, tell the story. Jesus died on the cross. It says, some people did not like Jesus. Who are those people that didn't like Jesus? What do they look like?
To be fair, at least they're brown. Most Irish are like.
I mean, there's
they're
a white
white
one there,
European
but yeah,
colonizers.
yeah, that's the irony of it. They're all white Europeans, but these ones are brown. Yeah, so they're saying Jews did not like Jesus, which it was Pontius Pilate and the Romans, and they blame the Jews for his death, despite the fact that the Catholic Church and the Pope admitted, "Ooh, we kind of fucked that one up. That's not true." Then they redid it in 2024. Now they look slightly less Jewish. They just look like Middle Eastern people. Let's see. Oh, this one's great. So this is from Inspire Wisdom of the World. It's a 7th and 9th grade class textbook. Talks about the different religions and their portrayals. So decent depiction of Hinduism, Christianity. Let's look at how it depicts Islam and Judaism. Judaism believes that there can be no real peace without justice for all. Judaism believes that violence and war are sometimes necessary to promote justice. Islam is in favor of peace and against violence. Islam allows war in self-defense to defend Islam, but not to spread Islam and to protect those who are oppressed. Islam sets strict guidelines for how people should behave in war. I guess the entirety of the Arab Muslim conquest of the Middle East and North Africa never happened. Misrepresentations of the Torah. Oh, there's one where it talks about, oh yeah, community outreach and homelessness. It only talks about all the other faiths reaching out to help with homeless crises, but it doesn't talk about Jewish homeless efforts, even though they fund a good chunk of the efforts to help homeless people with social programs in Ireland, despite the fact that they hate them. But yeah, this is all stuff that is taught in Irish textbooks to like children. Hey, this is a letter. This is from Inspire World Wisdom again, 7th and 9th grade class. The warm connection in another example from the same book. The warm connection between the Jewish community and the other religious communities are not mentioned, which may portray a skewed picture of religious harmony in Ireland. Overall, throughout this book, Islam is mentioned significantly more than other religions, including Judaism. The word Islam appears twice as often as the word Judaism. The book also highlights more examples of good values and virtues carried out by the Muslims in Ireland than by the Jews, which is, if you're not overrepresenting any group, that's fine. But if you're specifically highlighting one and discriminating against another, there's a problem. So this is a section in there. It says, this is members of other world religions also send greetings to one another when it is a special time of year. The leader of the Islamic Cultural Center of Ireland wished Christians a Merry Christmas with this message. During these joyful days, I wish you all a peaceful Christmas holiday season commemorating the birth of Jesus Christ. I pray during these blessed days that the new year may bring healing and peace to our suffering world. During this auspicious season, all of us, whatever religion and society you may behold or belong to, God, I can't fucking read, must pledge to work for the world promotion of peace and harmony in the world. Love can heal the wounds of decades, and we must dedicate ourselves to spread the message of love of the Prophet Muhammad and Jesus Christ. So that was the letter written to Christians, by the way, from the Islamic Cultural Center of Ireland, who, by the way, regularly publishes anti-Semitic sentiment and support for terrorist groups. So this is it keeps going, by the way, but this is all in Irish textbooks. Also, that map you guys often see about, oh, this is the amount of land that they had and what was taken. That originates from Irish textbooks. This image isn't real. It's literally made up. None of this representation is accurate.
Yeah, that's true.
So when do you think the Irish got this bad?
When were they not this bad? Brother, remember, we're talking about people that sent a condolence letter to Germany when Hitler killed himself.
Yeah.
Also, Anthony, I just want to point out this is a fun fact of how they also infect fucking U.S. classrooms.
Yep.
Remember, The Boy with Striped Pajamas, probably the most hated, well-known Holocaust novel, like, to the point that the Auschwitz Museum has fucking condemned it and got into an argument with the author. A book whose message is, yeah, I mean, the Jews died, but it's really sad when the German main character boy is gassed. That's the tragedy. Not, the thousands of Jews being gassed every day, besides the little German boy. Was written by an Irish man in Ireland. So,
I always found that movie very weird.
Keep tapping the screen, guys. Thank you for the donations.
It's the one. It's the one where the boy. It's the one where the boy mispronounces Auschwitz in a bunch of German words, but he mispronounces it in a way that only an English speaking kid would mispronounce it and mistranslate it.
See, that's
and
what,
it's also saying that a 9-year-old German boy in fucking 1944 doesn't know who Hitler is. I'm sorry, I knew who the president was when I was 9.
That's why I like the HBO thing of Chernobyl, even though they embellished some of this stuff. I like that they didn't force people to speak in terrible Russian accents where they mispronounce stuff. They just let them go with their own natural accent, and your brain kind of just naturally did it. But yeah,
well, that's always the silliest. There's always the silliest complaint in a movie where it's like, well, why don't they have the accent? It's like, well, why are they speaking English then?
The Death of Stalin is one of my favorite history movies, and no one's speaking with an accent.
Well,
Steve
it's similar to
Buscemi
this thing in
it's Nikita Khrushchev.
What's it called? In the Odyssey, where people are like, why did what's his name? Why did he say dad instead of father? It's like, well, father isn't Greek either. Just because it's less.
Who has watched?
Should they speak more hoity-toity?
I haven't had time, dude. I work 7 days a week. I didn't even know I was going to be off until 12 hours ago, so I haven't had time to watch anything.
I just know that Reuters were complaining about Lupita Nyong'o, and I'm just like, she's hot. I'm fine with her being Helen.
I hate the whole. I hate the whole. If we're gonna,
Helen of Troy is part bird. She's born from an egg.
Bird.
So people are like, oh, she's black. I'm like, she's not even technically human.
I do disagree with the whole thing of remaking all the movies and stuff. I especially I'm not gonna pull the whole tokenized, oh yeah, black friends, but I've had black friends who have said it's very upsetting seeing Hollywood patronize them. What the fuck? Seeing Hollywood patronize them and do the whole thing of we got to rewrite everything with black characters, because there are people in black history that you could make amazing movies out of. Why do we have to rewrite history and make white characters or European characters or Asian characters black when there are plenty of black people to make
a black character?
Yeah, we're not making black characters. Yeah, well, you know what I'm saying. I'm talking in general.
Helen of Troy is not.
You know what I'm saying in general. We're not making other characters who are black though, white or Asian or Mexican. We're taking all the other characters and making them black and revising stuff. When it's like, okay, you're trying to appeal to a black audience. Why don't you talk about the important histories and important figures in black history? Why don't you do movies on that? That would be amazing.
It's like when Netflix could have brought to attention in America and brought into the mainstream one of dozens of black leaders in Africa, black African women leaders, whether in Ethiopia or the Sahel or in Mali or in modern day Zimbabwe. In the hills, there was a civilization that had some.
Sanders, what the fuck is with your background, buddy?
And Netflix could have brought to light to the mainstream in America for people to discover these figures of Aksum or Mali, instead are like, what if we pretend that Cleopatra, who was Greek and literally came from a line of Greek incestuous family lines where they marry brother and sister to keep their bloodline Greek. What if we just did an entire Netflix special about how she was black?
Yeah.
Instead of,
Yeah, I remember that
actually
one.
focusing on, hey guys, there's these dozens of African empires and kingdoms. Like, no one knows about like Aksum and the great, architecture. Literally, the fucking churches carved into mountainsides in Ethiopia. We could do some great stuff. Now we're just going to talk about Cleopatra.
Do you think that Nolan has done it because of the ESG score he needed from the investors?
The what?
You don't know about that? Oh dear.
You have to have a certain
You'll
level
love
of
this.
diversity.
Yeah, so BlackRock, all these big investment companies, Bain Capital, the whole bunch of them, they specify a thing called ESG. They've got different terms for it now because it's become a bit more known. Where, as Anthony was saying, you have to have a certain diversity in your cast.
Well, my whole point is they could have done it. My issue with like stuff like that is they try to say, oh, what if Cleopatra was black when it's well known she was Greek? And like I said, we know she's Greek because they married brother and sister to keep them
The
Greek.
Greeks are furious.
Like,
They've been
but
officially
they-
complained.
Cleopatra was
like,
a
I
real
love,
person.
I love ancient
There's a lot
Ethiopia,
of
but we don't.
there's a lot of people saying that a lot of people are talking about how the Odyssey isn't historically accurate, but it's equivalent of a comic book.
Oh yeah, no,
Like,
no,
it's
I
not a
don't.
real story.
Like I said, I don't give a fuck.
It's a fiction story. It's not. It is.
It's a
There
mythology.
was a battle at. Yeah. And
Okay,
what I'm
so
saying
imagine,
is, like,
yeah, but
they're
imagine
not
this following situation. Let's say we took an African story, a mythology, and we filled it full of European characters. And
The difference is that
Hang
Go
on.
like Africans
So-
are
so-
in the original Odyssey. Like the original Odyssey has characters from Ethiopia in it.
Yeah, but you could
people
make the
being
same thing.
so like,
also,
oh, it's
you could
so
make African
unrealistic
stories.
that she would be black. It's like we don't know what she looked
Well,
like.
also we're saying
Yes, we did.
full.
Helen,
we're
we
saying
knew.
we're saying full.
She was Mycenaean Greek.
Most
No,
of
we
the
don't.
cast, most of the Odyssey
There's no
cast,
description of Helen.
most of the Odyssey cast is still European or Caucasian. It'd be like if we took an African
It's
story.
worse. They're British.
Sure. It's like if we took an African story, like you're saying, and we have like 3 random characters that are suddenly white or
This is my
South
point.
Hey,
And
guys,
I would be
I have a request real quick.
that Helen of
Guys,
Troy was a black woman.
Guys, can we
I'm
get
not
to
lying.
can we get to 50,000 likes, guys? Let's tap the screen. We're at 70 viewers. We got 7 followers. Follow if you're not. Tap the screen. Let's get up to 50,000. I want to try to get more Saturdays off to stream more. I'm trying to get a different job too, where I got a better schedule where I can stream more. But if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure to tap the screen and follow and get those likes up. I don't care about the gifts, whatever.
Like this is an argument that like I don't care too much about. Like, yeah, if you're making like a Mansa Musa like biopic, and it's a white dude from fucking a actor from fucking Boston talking a Boston accent, yeah, I can understand people being upset. But if it's like there's plenty of African mythology stories, and there's like 2 Caucasian actors, like, yeah, I don't. Who cares?
So the other, I think it's in the
The
context
thing is,
of
it would also
Elliot
be
Page.
different if it's like a sub-Saharan African story where there were no white people. Then that'd be weird. But if it was like a North African story and they had like Mediterranean people in it, that wouldn't be weird. Like there are people who like act like Greece is so far away from Africa. They're
Yeah,
right
but
next
North
to Africa.
Africans
It's
aren't-
totally
aren't
possible
black
there'd be
Africans.
So Greeks,
North
even today,
Africans are
some
Mediterranean.
people say that Greeks
Ethiopia
are not white
is
enough.
in the Odyssey.
The
Like, a lot of
the Nazis claimed. So the Nazis had this whole thing about how they like idealize, the ancient Greeks and everything, but the Greeks were too.
Well, I don't
brown.
take my race science from the Nazis, but that's a
like
different
let's
issue.
face it, I'm Italian. I like people are going to call me white, right? Like, even though I'm known as from Napoli, like I'm still white.
Yeah, because there's a stereotype of what white people look like.
But like let's face it, there's a difference between like white wasp and fucking Mediterranean.
Yeah, agreed.
Like the whole argument is,
Well, anyone
Like-
from the Mediterranean all the way to northern India has similar.
Everyone calls me
Yeah,
white.
so anyone from Mediterranean to northern India has a similar appearance.
All right, well, guys, we've
almost interchangeable.
We've gotten pretty far off the original topics too. I think I'm gonna recycle everything. So I appreciate you guys coming up. You guys have all been up here for a while. Ahab, I'll leave you up for a little bit, but thank you guys for coming up. I want to
see a 5-second answer from each of you on just one last question.
What's that?
So you can wrap up the thing on Odyssey. Elliot Page.
I don't care.
Who cares?
You don't care?
They're like a not important character. They're not an important character in the book.
Achilles is not important.
They're not even. They're not. They don't play Achilles.
Yeah, that's not Achilles.
I just hate how whiny. I just hate how I hate how whiny they are.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up.
Whatever. The problem is that everyone acted like they played Achilles.
Here,
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Okay.
Go on.
Yeah, that's it. All right. Thank you guys for coming up. Okay. Do I have any opposition in the chat? I agree with the topics. I believe in supporting ICE when they follow the rules. I believe in aiding Ukraine. I believe in supporting Israel. I believe in not necessarily how Trump is handling it, but the concept of eliminating the IRGC, who has waged hybrid warfare against the United States for the last 4+ decades. Is there anyone who thinks that I should be against those that would like to come up and have a discussion? So I would like to see from people who disagree why I should be against them.
I mean, I don't really care about Ukraine, to be honest.
I'm not saying you have to care. If you don't care, that's whatever. You don't care. Most Americans don't care about anything that happens outside the U.S.
Well, I think it should be a European thing instead of an American thing.
What if it has to do with American interests and it benefits us, and we make money off of it, and it helps us?
I mean, are we really gonna make money though?
We are. Yeah,
I mean,
we individually, we've even before Ukraine has started making payments for the Lend-Lease stuff, because they haven't yet. We've made money just off of the sales with the discounts, because like a $10 item at Walmart, if they put it on sale for $8, they're still making $6 or $7 of profit, because that item costs $1 to make. When we are selling weapons to Europe is giving their old weapons to Ukraine and buying ours as replacements, and we're giving a discount in exchange. We're still making massive profits off of the amount of stuff we've sold, especially to Poland. We're making bank off this shit. On top of that, we're offering our old equipment for pennies on the dollar to Ukraine. We're rolling in money from that. But it also benefits American interests to cripple the capabilities of one of our largest adversaries for pennies on the dollar without risking a single American service member. Like, that's a net win-win there. I am super happy with that.
But if they need bodies, Europe should step up and throw troops in to meet Grander instead of us.
I mean, they haven't even asked for bodies. That's the thing. They've never once have they asked for bodies.
They will.
All they're asking for is, hey, can we have the equipment you promised us so that we can throw our bodies at it? Like, we're more than willing to do it. You guys promised us equipment, and a lot of it hasn't even gotten here.
Really?
Yeah, so for example, a lot of the equipment that we agreed to transfer them never made it across the Polish border. One, because of logistical interference from Russia, and because of just bullshit politics. Like when Zelensky did that whole thing at the White House where everyone's like, oh my God, they stole the money. He's like, hey, you guys promised me like 180 billion and stuff. I've only seen like 70 or 80 billion of it. Where's the rest of it? He wasn't saying, where is it? I haven't seen it. It's lost. He was saying, you guys promised me all this equipment, but most of the equipment, like the rest of the value, hasn't even crossed our border. And I've personally seen it. Like, I walked through some of the fields of vehicles that are just sitting on the Polish side of the border, just chilling. The vehicles are just sitting there, doing nothing.
Why?
Because of logistical bullshit and politics, and also interference. Like, there is a lot of Russian interference even in Ukraine to this day, naturally because of the conflict going on. But like, messing up logistical transfers and shit. Like, the Russian interference is so deeply ingrained into Ukraine right now that like, there was an incident that was clearly Russian interference that a lot of people attributed to Ukrainian incompetence within their military, which they do have. They've still got old mindsets in a lot of the ways. But there was a tank repair crewman that was killed near the front lines in Ukraine. Normally, what you would do to replace that man is, okay, let's pull up the list of all the tank crewmen we have across the country, across the military. Let's find a guy that's got a similar level of experience, or a guy that needs experience. Someone that's not on the front line that we're not taking away from another spot. This guy, all right, send him on his way, replace him. Instead, what happened was an F-16 ground crewman, a very critical asset worth more than his weight in gold, that there's a very small number of that should be untouchable. Nobody should tell that man he is no longer an F-16 crewman, was sent to the front lines to replace that man and was subsequently killed the day he got there. That's Russian interference. There is no way on earth that a Ukrainian looked at that and went, yeah, that makes sense. Let's do that. Let's take this guy that we just got millions of dollars worth of training and a very critical asset for our very limited asset, and let's send him to the front lines. There's no way that was not... Yeah, that would be beyond... If that got through every level without any level of interference, that would be beyond stupid. And I know they make a lot of stupid decisions militarily, but that is not one of them. But the Russian interference is so deeply ingrained that that's the shit they have to deal with. So it could be something as simple as, I have now fucked up all of the paperwork for this transfer. This transfer now goes from being a couple days to months. Because you have to go through everything.
And like the Jeeps and the Humvees just sitting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's basic shit. That's, if I can fuck your entire paperwork up for, like, let's say you had paperwork to do a transfer of 50 Humvees. But I fuck up your paperwork royally, all the serial numbers are wrong, the weight's wrong, the condition of the vehicles is wrong, and I submit the wrong document on purpose, and you get this, and you get the vehicles, and you're like, what the fuck is this? You now have to go through every single asset on that list and re-verify every single asset up and down. That takes a long time, especially now. What if you didn't have the guys who have the proper certification to verify that stuff? Now you have to go find someone. Now you have to have that person relocated to do all this work. Like, and it has to happen on both ends, because now you have the question of, why does our paperwork not match? What's going on here? Is your paperwork wrong or is my paperwork wrong? And you have to go through the whole thing.
That's why.
Beck, you lost the game.
Yeah, that's fine. I actually might have a disagreement with you, by the way.
I mean, I can kind of understand why they want to be so thorough.
Yeah.
To make sure they get the right equipment in the right place.
Oh yeah, you have to. We do the same thing. We're thorough with our stuff. What's up, Beck?
So, I'm not saying I am anti-ICE, but what purpose does it actually fulfill that local law enforcement or border patrol cannot deal with already?
Local law enforcement doesn't. Well, ICE is a part of ICE and Border Patrol are essentially part of the Department of Homeland Security. They're essentially the same entity, but have different capacities. Local law enforcement does not enforce immigrations.
And we can't just say, "Hey, local law, local authorities, you deal with it."
No, because then you have city and state level interference, where you've got certain states and certain cities that say we refuse to deport anyone.
Fair enough.
Even if the department wants to.
Is there state level law enforcement? I know there's like county sheriff.
Yes. Like there's California Highway Patrol. That's a state level law enforcement agency.
Fair enough. Or
You've got state troopers. Yeah. There's all sorts of stuff. You've got sheriffs for county-wise. Because, one, the amount of systems and integration you would have to do to be able to cover all of that and the different databases and stuff would be a fucking absolute headache and nightmare for all of those individual agencies to have to handle. Now you've got two separate agencies that run under the same umbrella that have access to the same database and same procedures and enforcements. You've got different procedures, policies, and enforcement throughout every city in each state in the entire country. You've got different agencies and cities. So, like, you've got sanctuary cities that will refuse to arrest anyone for immigration status and hand them over to immigration police. What happens when you say, hey, I want state level enforcement and city level enforcement on this? Everyone's going to go to that city because you're not going to do anything about it.
Yeah, so it's more effective and efficient to have a separate organization to do it.
Yeah, and also that is your border enforcement. That is your immigration enforcement people.
Fair enough. I was just curious about that. I guess I don't actually disagree.
Oh, for all the Marines in chat, by the way, look at my crayon.
Still the wrong flavor.
I'm sorry, you are not the authority here.
I may have eaten a crayon or two in my younger years.
You're not a Marine, you don't understand. Also, by the way, have you seen what's going on in Spain?
God.
This is one of the greatest things I've seen today. It is simultaneously the most stupid post I've seen and the greatest post I've seen at the same time, because people are unironically posting this, saying that it's not that it's a real video, but that it's a reality. That
representative.
Yeah.
I both love and hate the internet at the same time, bro. And you know, I'm gonna say it. Some people,
I used to be a violence is not really necessary, but I'm starting to think that, some pro rallies specifically need to start getting hit a few more times.
Oh my god. Also, remember, guys, if you guys like the stream but you want to watch in a different format or platform, if you check the link tree in my bio by clicking on my name, we are live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube at the same time, so you guys can go in those chats and see everything that's going on. You've got a bigger screen. The only thing you can't see is the prompt that I have here on TikTok.
Oh dear.
What generates more views for you?
It says it right there. _sign_Sam41.
Twitter.
Wait, what about news? What
generates more views for you?
TikTok. I mean, dude, I used to have fucking, before my main account got banned, I had like 60,000 followers. I was getting like 400 or 500 viewers a stream at a time. And then I got banned, and then I tried to rebuild this account, and I got the viewership back up, and then I lost my job, and now I work 7 days a week, and I don't get to stream as much, and viewership has dropped, especially because I don't post videos anymore. Yo, what's good? What up, man?
What's the Twitch comments like on your stuff?
I mean, we had one Twitch chatter earlier, and they were just talking
sorry,
back.
Twitter. I meant Twitter.
Oh, I don't even know. I don't even see comments on Twitter. I don't think anyone even comments there. But I had Twitch and YouTube chat talking back and forth with each other, because even though they're separate on the stream, on the other platforms, they are joined together in one chat. So that was kind of neat.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, again, to your question back to, you've actually got agencies today in different states that are refusing to cooperate with immigration officials. Like, so you've got, so like, there's a lot of beef sometimes between local and federal level law enforcement. You're late. Someone already got me.
You made me lose the game, so I had to do something.
I know you, Jake. What up? Hopefully, Jake, you're still doing all your little fucking crazy shit with your. I don't know if you're still doing BMX or sports and shit, but hopefully you're still having fun with that. Like, you've got law enforcement agencies today that will get mad if the FBI is operating in their area and be like, no, you're not allowed to operate here unless I get to take over the investigation of the operation. It's like, yeah, but this is a federal level thing. Sometimes it involves you. You can't do this because we're investigating someone in your agency or this or that. That happens a lot. You'll get like actual fist fights between federal agents and local level law enforcement.
That's crazy. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that scene from, I think it's American Made or something like that. And it's just everybody turns up and it's DEA, county sheriff, local police department, FBI all turning up, and it's like, what the fuck are y'all doing? This is my jurisdiction.
But like, you've got certain cities that say, hey, I'm going to enforce federal law, and then you've got other cities that are like, I'm not going to enforce it whatsoever. Or there's cities who have stated that they will not allow their law enforcement to work with federal agents. Papa, you got background noise. I'm going to mute you. Like, they will say, hey, we are not going to work with federal agents. If ICE wants to come into our community, we will not allow them here. So, like, you've got city-level officials saying we are going to violate federal law on immigration and impede federal investigations on sometimes even violent immigration or violent illegal immigrants that may be in our city. Just on principle.
That one judge who actively hid that violent felon.
Yeah.
But this was a butt dial.
Oh.
I'm sorry for background noise.
Well, to the Shadow Realm with you then.
You can't do that, bitch, Jeff.
He said it was a butt dial.
That is true. Also, you're useless. I invited you out to my panel like earlier today because we were dealing with some.
You realize I sleep during the day, right?
Well, fucking stop it.
I work at night. I sleep during the day.
Well, stop sleeping, dickhead.
Ooh, we're at 40,000 likes. Let's get to 50,000. Tap the screen, guys. Hey, I still do government work on occasions. It's just the market's oversaturated right now.
But no, we had a guy who didn't understand that NATO never made a fucking agreement to not expand.
Just show him the Russian NATO Founding Act of Peace and Cooperation, 1997.
We did. He suggested that there was something signed before that nullified it.
So something signed before an agreement nullifies the thing that was signed after it?
That's what they argued.
Okay, well, unless he can provide that document, then it doesn't exist.
And he failed to provide it.
Well, then there's no point in having a conversation at that point.
Yeah, I had...
Sam, thank you very much. Thank you.
By the way, I do have to get going because it is 10:30 at night, and I should be actually eating food.
It
like a
is
normal person.
5:27 in the morning for me.
Yeah, but yeah, DM me about that fucking Kiwi guy you were telling me about, because
Oh,
you
yeah.
failed to do that.
I did. But no, I have officially reported New Zealand police for cyber crimes, as well as a TikTok.
Yeah, well, just send me a dossier or fucking a memo.
Yeah. All right.
I'll actually read the memo, unlike the people who you used to work for.
All right. See ya. This guy's name is Ukraine Bound. I think I remember him. I don't know if he's opposition though. Ahab, wake up!
I awake.
Fucking snoring ass.
No, I'm just trying to breathe through my fucking nose, dude.
Hello, Ukraine Bound. What's up?
What's going on?
What's up?
Well, if you were to spend maybe a month or two in Ukraine, you'd probably figure out why you should be anti-Ukraine aid. Been here 13 years, and I've seen the corruption firsthand.
I was on the front lines in Ukraine. I still don't see why I should be anti-Ukraine aid.
Well, how long did you spend in Ukraine?
I was there for the summer of 2023.
Okay, so you basically spent 3 months.
Yes, sure. Summer's only 3 months. I was there for the summer of 2023 on the front lines east of Kharkiv.
All right, well, I've been here going on the 13th year. Went through the Maidan.
Okay.
Went through all the BS.
Okay.
Watched over and over again, for instance, where road crews are contracted by the state to fix the roads, and then all of a sudden they always disappear with the money.
Okay.
I mean, it's, bottom line is I've seen donated clothes come from the West that were supposed to go to Ukrainian people, and they end up in the flea markets of Lviv.
Okay.
For sale.
Does that mean that because a post-Soviet country inherently has post-Soviet corruption issues that they don't deserve help from an invading force?
Well, dude, look, I think they've spent somewhere at least around $250 billion on this war. Where's it all going?
To equipment and manpower and ammunition.
Yeah, And that I live in Odessa,
and help
and that's
pay
why
the paychecks of the soldiers.
I live in southern Odessa, a place called Sauvignon. There's a place here, a marina, where typically 7 or 8 large yachts are parked. That marina is well over 50 now.
Okay.
If you go to Kiev, dude, all this money, I don't even.
Yeah, oligarchs are
gone to the war.
Oligarchs are centralizing their stuff because they don't want it destroyed. It makes sense that the oligarchs should put their stuff in one area. That makes sense. That doesn't change what I just said. That doesn't answer my question. I said, why does it mean that because a post-Soviet country with post-Soviet corruption issues, like every post-Soviet country, because they have inherent corruption issues, why does that mean that they don't deserve help defending off an invading force?
Because if there's internal corruption and these people are using the money other than what it was for its intended purposes, then why would you help them? Zelensky is the most corrupt son of a bitch there ever was. Even worse than Poroshenko was.
Can you substantiate that? With other than hearsay.
Absolutely. I can tell you one way. If you saw a couple of years ago,
okay, other than
he was
hearsay,
asking Ukrainians. He was asking Ukrainians to donate more money to the conflict. And by the way, he shut down all the casinos because he said, if you have money to go to the casino, then you have money to give it to the war effort. But let's put that aside. While he was asking Ukrainians for money to go to the war, his wife was on a $500,000 shopping spree in some of the most expensive boutiques in Paris.
Yeah, that was also debunked.
No, it wasn't.
Also, he has his own money. He has his own money from prior to the war. Just because a rich man's wife is spending money that he already had because he was already rich is not proof that he is taking money and spending it where it shouldn't be. He donates a lot of money to the war effort. No. Stop. We need before we move on. We have to stay on the topic and address that. Just because a rich person, just because a person who was hang on,
something you just brought up.
I'm going to reiterate though. Just because a rich person who was rich prior to the war beginning has money that his family is spending, does not mean that he is taking money or being corrupt with his money. That does not substantiate your argument. When I asked for proof of his corruption and embezzlement of money or
I'm
stealing
trying
money.
to address that.
Okay.
I'm trying to address that. Now, I've been, long before most people even heard of this guy, before he became president, he played on a weekly series where he, in a sitcom where he was the president of Ukraine. And number two, okay, if you look up his net worth prior to 2015, his net worth was not even $500,000, because even the biggest stars in Ukraine and Russia don't make millions and millions and millions like they do in America. So for you to say that he was rich before this war started is complete garbage, because he wasn't. Not on the type of level that his wife shops. He was nowhere near a millionaire. Every Ukrainian president is all
Zelensky's net worth prior to 2022 was $30 million.
I said, listen, I didn't
No,
say
you
prior
said he
to
wasn't even a million.
2022. I said 2014.
You said prior to the war. Are you going off of the 2014? He wasn't the president in 2014. Why does that matter?
Well, he was certainly the president in 2022.
Which is why I brought up 2022. So why are you bringing up 2014?
Well, because before he got into politics, he was not a millionaire. That's fact. Ukrainian movie stars, you got to remember, Ukraine is on a national level. If you're a popular movie star in Ukraine, that would be like someone being a popular movie star within the state of, say, New Hampshire. It doesn't work on the same level.
So what year did he get involved in politics?
I think it was around 2019, somewhere in there.
Okay. Did he still own his media companies?
What media companies are you referring to, dude? The guy was not worth a lot of money prior to being president. I know he wasn't worth $30 million. It's bullshit.
So you're not aware. I always fuck up. I fuck up the pronunciation. Studio Kvartal 95, the studio he established in 2003. You're saying that he didn't own that when he got involved in politics in 2018?
I didn't say he didn't own that. I'm saying he wasn't worth $30 million before he became president. You might have spent a summer in Ukraine, dude. I've lived here damn near 13 years.
He was a millionaire in 2018. His net worth was over $1 million in 2018 as well.
Okay, but you said 30 million. I
said
think $1 million is what you would consider rich.
30 million in 2022 because he sold off the company for a bunch of money in 2019. He sold the media company in 2019 for a bunch of money.
Okay, so now here's the coincidence that you're bringing up. Okay, you said 2019 he was worth $1 million.
2018.
He gets elected
he was worth
president, and all of a sudden he's worth $30 million. Really, what a coincidence!
2018, he was worth over $1 million. In 2019, he sold his multi-million-dollar valued company and gained the money and value from that.
Not buying it. I've been here too long, dude.
So your argument to him selling a company, which is public record, your argument to him selling company and profiting off of that is I'm not buying it?
Okay.
No, I just need a direct answer. We're not asking a question. We're addressing what I just said.
I don't believe the stats. I think that's a total.
So what part of that? What part of that do you not believe? What part?
The fact that he sold his media company #1 for $30 million. Because you know why? Because people don't sell their media studios on that type of level in Ukraine. There's simply not enough people to make a guy that rich in entertainment.
So the guy that was part of one of the most popular TV shows in the country that grew the net worth of that company shortly before selling it couldn't possibly have made tens of millions of dollars off that.
Which TV show are you referring to?
Servant of the People.
Which was him playing the president on
TV. Again, you're not addressing what I said. Are you saying that the guy who owned a company and was part of one of the most popular TV shows in the country that very rapidly grew the net worth of that company, he couldn't possibly gain the value of selling that company?
No, not for 30 million, not in Ukraine. There's not enough people and there's not enough money. Even the biggest
Based off
stars
of
in Ukraine
what?
don't make that type of money.
Your entire story is based off of nothing.
They
Your
do
entire
not.
your entire argument is based off of what you feel.
Why? Let me ask you a question. Why did they catch those oligarchs trying to ship money out of Ukraine via north, via Hungary, $46 million in unreported money? Why did Hungary actually seize that money? Why repeatedly, over and over again?
That's
you
actually
have
not
all
what
these
happened.
oligarchs sneaking
No.
cash out of money?
Hold on.
That's exactly
that's
what
not what. So you're saying the money that Hungary confiscated from Ukraine was illegal
It
money?
wasn't legal
Hang on,
money.
stop.
Wasn't legal money.
You're saying it wasn't legal money and it was leaving Ukraine.
Yes, illegal money. There is no middle class in Ukraine. There's the really poor and the really rich, and that's it. If you don't live in Kiev, and I've seen this over and over, I've lived in 8 cities in Ukraine. If you live in the villages, sugar and coffee is a luxury.
March 2016, Hungary confiscated money that was state-owned and was recognized as part.
I'm not talking about March 2000. I'm not talking about 2016.
That's the only incident. Okay, which incident?
2025, early
2026 is more recent than 2025.
Two armored cars.
Brother, that was 2026.
With 46 million
No, that
were
was
confiscated in Hungary.
That was 2026. You're wrong. That was 2026. That was recently. Okay, then find me the articles from 2025.
All right, 2026.
And again, that was state-owned money that was being used for the war effort. That was a legal. Hang on.
Sure.
That was a legal. Stop. That was a legally recognized. Stop.
Get the money.
Stop. You don't just get to waffle and say bullshit and assume that it's now the answer and it's correct. That was recognized as a proper deal. That was a continuous agreement that was ongoing.
You're full of shit.
So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Speaking facts.
Prove me wrong then.
You spent 3 months in Ukraine on the front
3
line.
months.
You think
So
you know everything.
No, I think I know more than you,
13 years
considering
I've
this has
been
been
here.
part
I've
of my
seen
career.
it over
I don't
and
care.
over and over.
I know more than you because this is part of my career.
care because you don't care about the facts.
I know more than you because this has been part of my career, specialized in European. Yeah, I'm totally a liberal. Yeah, totally a liberal.
Blue blockers on.
Yeah, I'm not a liberal at all. I'm a fucking right-leaning Republican.
You are.
Sure, whatever you say, bud.
From the way you talk, I can...
Yep, totally. So again, you don't get to interrupt me on my platform.
Sit over there and
this is my platform.
Totally
yeah, not left-leaning at all. Not yeah, I'm the one who's pulling up actual news sources right now and reading to you the stuff that was
I think
reported.
You're just tapping on keyboards and making noise, wanting us to think you're pulling up facts.
You mean like this? I'm just tapping keyboards and not doing anything.
Zelensky is the most corrupt son of a bitch.
Okay, again,
there is,
you still haven't substantiated it. No, stop
people,
talking. You have not substantiated a single thing you've said
over
and have opened.
Ukraine.
Shut up. You have openly parroted multiple things. Stop talking. Stop being a petulant child. Learn some fucking manners.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Stop interrupting like an adult.
Your facts are...
My facts are facts. You have no facts. You've
shit.
Okay, so are you going to be an adult, or are you going to keep talking like a petulant child because your parents didn't teach you to stop interrupting? Yes, it is hard to listen to a liar. That's why I keep muting you, because you don't.
Sit in America. Okay, you think
cool.
You know everything.
Yeah, sure. I actually fucking put my money where my mouth is and defended a country that wasn't mine. Meanwhile, you're sitting there, fucking sitting off of Ukrainian stuff and not willing to do anything about it. Fucking pussy. I'm a fucking liberal. I'm trying to run for Congress as a Republican candidate in Texas. I am a right-leaning Republican who served 10 years for my fucking country's military and then went over to go fight one of America's enemies, Russia. I'm a liberal.
Well, Texas needs you, brother. Now, what was with the whole color revolution they had in Ukraine?
Okay, so a lot of people refer to the color revolution as multiple different things, but which year are you referring to?
Basically, the last, supposedly, like...
Are you talking about, like, early 2000s? Are you talking 2014? Because some people refer to because people say in the color revolution, sometimes they're referring to Maidan, sometimes they're referring to the Orange Revolution, which was early 2000s, like 2004, 2005. Which one are you referring to?
the last one or the most recent one.
So that would be the Maidan Revolution, 2014.
But wasn't that the way to pave Zelensky to get into office, though?
No, actually, Zelensky wasn't even the person that was selected. Zelensky didn't get elected until later, like it was 2018 or 2019. 2014, basically, Viktor Yanukovych, who was the president at the time, the people had voted and the parliament voted there was going to be a partnership to bring Ukraine into the EU. EU Commission essentially helped them flourish economically, and it was a pretty good economic deal. It was going to help them build up, and just their median average income was pretty shit. Their economy was pretty shit. Russia had a counteroffer deal that was worse. It was arguably worse in every way. Yanukovych, because he was Putin's lapdog, went with that one. Said, fuck what the Ukrainian people want. Fuck what they wanted. I'm going to go with Russia's deal. So the people started protesting. Similar to Hong Kong, it started off with college students. Well, the college students got beat. Then their parents showed up. Then the parents got beat. Then the whole family showed up. Then everyone started getting beat. And it culminated with essentially so many people. Yeah, like there's Reuters journalists who were there when the Berkut police, which is basically just their fucking brown shirts, essentially, were going out and beating protesters and shooting them with smoke canisters and tear gas. People who were just saying, hey, we don't like this. The whole country's like, hey, what the fuck? You've screwed us. We don't want this. Yanukovych flees to Russia, ironically, and the Ukrainian parliament votes unanimously to remove him as president. They vote to remove him. This would be the only, a lot of people call it a coup. It would be the only coup in history that involved voting with the parliament in accordance with the Constitution. But a lot of people say, oh, it was the CIA, blah, blah, blah. Victoria Nuland was handing out cookies and stuff. Yeah, Victoria Nuland, who worked at the U.S. Embassy, was walking down the street and walking to the Capitol, down the street from where she worked, buying stuff from local bakeries and handing it out to protesters, asking them what they thought. Wow, she's a politician working with foreign affairs. That's what her job was. Then there's there was a phone call with Victoria Nuland that was intercepted, blah, blah, blah. They were choosing the leader. Victoria Nuland had a leader with the ambassador to the United States from Ukraine. And they were talking, as politicians do, about, hey, with everything going on, who do you think should be in charge? Like, who do we hope would be in charge? And the ambassador goes, well, I hope it's this guy. I like him. He's got a good head on his shoulders. And then Nuland goes, well, I hope it's this guy. He's got a good head on his shoulders, blah, blah, but he's a little bit young. This guy needs experience, blah, blah. And they start brainstorming like who they would hope. Like a normal conversation between two people who work with like embassies and shit. That's a normal thing. Hey, there's a revolution going on. Kind of curious who's going to be in charge after this. Shocker, none of the people they wanted ended up being selected. The parliament selected someone who was temporarily put in, and then they had an election, and Poroshenko was elected. He lost his re-election. Zelensky was elected in 2019. That says, like, a lot of people say, oh, this Zelensky was installed in a coup. Zelensky wasn't even the president back then. He wasn't even running for office back then. Yeah, that's the Maidan Revolution, 2014. You've got the Orange Revolution, which is like 2004, 2005. A lot of people call it the Color Revolution. You've got some stuff in 2008, and then you've got the Maidan Revolution in 2014.
Because I hear a lot of bullshit about how he got elected, how, like, the Biden family somehow were involved, and yada, yada, yada.
Also, for reference earlier, the money that was confiscated, the reason Hungary confiscated the money, because this was an internationally recognized transfer that was happening on the regular. Hungary confiscated it because Ukraine was upset about people still buying Russian oil, and they shut down a pipeline that gave Hungary oil via Russia. And Hungary went, I think the fuck not. You turn that back on, or I'm taking your money.
That makes sense.
I mean, from Hungary's perspective, I get it. I don't agree with it again, but from Hungary's perspective, I get it. But yeah, it wasn't just, oh, they found a bunch of illegal money going over that was undocumented and undisclosed. This was very public. This is a known thing. Like, they were, think of like Brinks trucks to the max. Also, yes, Hannah, you're correct. Poroshenko, the guy who was elected in 2014, is known as the King of Chocolate. He was a shitty leader who was corrupt. It's funny because in the 2019 election, when he ran for re-election, there was international observers who noted that he attempted to pay people to vote for him, like $10,000 each, and they just kept the money and didn't vote for him. And they're like, well, we don't see this as a problem because they didn't end up voting for him anyways. So his family, though, owns Roshen Chocolate, which is the fucking dopest chocolate in Ukraine. And the theory is he's trying to buy back the love of the people in Ukraine with chocolate. Also, Russia bombed one of their chocolate factories recently, and I'm very upset. Here's some Roshen chocolate. Let me show it on screen. Their fucking chocolate's dope. Dude, Ahab, they have like Roshen chocolate stores like C's candy stores. It's fucking amazing. Ooh, this one's one of my favorites. Oh, dude, it's like being a fucking fat kid. This shit is fucking fire. Their dark chocolate, by the way. Also, I did make the mistake, same as I did in Japan, of not reading a label and getting like 85% cacao chocolate one time, and it was like chalk. I was like, oh my fucking god, what is this? It's like, this looks like dark chocolate. This is good. wait. Roshen chocolate marsh. How do you spell it? Stick. Cube. They've got these like, okay, you know, like chocolate Santas?
Yeah.
With the marshmallow filling? They've got that, but it's just a brick. And you can just buy it on the regular. You don't have to wait till Christmas to get that bitch. You could just walk in on the daily and be like, give me marshmallow chocolate stick.
Dude, I love European chocolate. It is so good.
Oh, except Cadbury. Cadbury's garbage. Fuck you all.
Yeah.
Roshen ice cream.
agree.
I haven't tried Roshen ice cream, Hannah. But dude, I know soldiers who would go in and buy this shit, like the chocolate marshmallow cubes on the daily, eat like 5 of them on the way back to the car, and just no weight gain whatsoever. They're like, nah, I'm just doing my soldier thing. Go stuff my face with a bunch of marshmallow chocolate on the daily. Go home. Life is good. This isn't one of them. That's Lazy Cow. Hannah, what's the one I'm thinking of? The fucking cube or the rectangle that's just full of marshmallows.
Dude, I definitely want to try some really good Belgian chocolate.
Pitashina Morocco Roshen. Ooh, this is it. This is it. AF, this is it. Look at this shit. Just imagine on the daily, you just go to buy this. So walk out with like 5 cubes of that.
Almost looks like a pound of chocolate.
No, that whole center is marshmallow. It's chocolate Santas year round. It's great. No kiwis? No kiwas? Someone's trying to connect. The translation of it is bird's milk. I don't know if I like that, Hannah. I don't know if I like that translation. Oh, shit. Guys, we reached 50,000 likes. Thank you very much. Let's keep that up. Let's keep going. Share the live up. Invite people.
For a minute, I gotta drive my wife to work.
All right. I'll just meet you up then. Guys, invite your friends who might disagree with me. Invite your friends who think that I should be who I should be. Invite your friends who think I should be against ICE, Ukraine, Israel, and the Iran war. I don't know if I like that name, Hannah. I don't. That name makes me uncomfortable. Oh, that person didn't connect. Try to re-request. John and Sanders, do you guys have anything to disagree with? He's trying to come up as opposition this time. How do I order this candy? I have to order this candy in the US. I need it. I need it in my life. What the fuck is that currency? Out of stock. Do you want me to send it to you? You can if you. I don't want you spending your money. I'll buy it if you. I'll pay you if you can. If you can ship it. If you could ship it, Hannah, I will buy it. I will pay for it. Also, if you're in Kyiv, I would like to send money. I need someone to put some flowers at the flags for my friends. I can be anti-ice, but it's not my strongest opinion. God damn it, Sanders. Did you see the t-shirt Flamingo Airlines? No, I haven't. That's great. Okay. Is there any new headlines we haven't seen yet? Activity monitor. What? Select the two objects of the same shape. That one and that one. Cool. I'm awake. Is there anything new on Twitter? What is Twitter shit posting about right now? Let's not scroll the timeline on the screen. I want to make sure we don't do that. Oh, good thing I didn't pull that up. That is a dog market in Africa. That's fucked up. An unidentified drone of an unusual shape was spotted during last night's attack on the Saratov region of Russia. Ooh, that's new. That is interesting. That's interesting. That's a new drone. Ukrainian drone. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Can you message me on Instagram, Hannah, so I don't forget? Anti-ice versus anti-ice current methods is also two different things. Yeah, well, the problem is I get people who are anti-ice in general. Like, I get people who are so delusional that, like, ICE is literally the Gestapo, they're the Nazis, everything they do ever is wrong, they should be abolished. Then I get morons who go, ICE has literally never done anything wrong, everything they do is perfect, they can do no wrong. I support ICE following the rules and regulations and enforcing our immigration policies as long as they're following the rules. The names of your anti-Shaheed drones. Yes, I am very aware of the phallic-shaped names of the Ukraine drones and how they all have to do with penises. Let's see. Ooh, someone retweeted the live stream. Thank you for that. Smotrich being an asshat again. What is this? Oh, Russians traveling to Georgian churches and destroying shit. Shocker. What names? I don't know about the penile drones. Oh god. They're Vika, the Ukrainian drone names that are like the anti-drone names are all penis related. Let's see. I'm looking for news. Oh, massive party in Gaza. Hey guys, how do you like this open air prison? Hey guys, do you guys remember the massive LED rave parties in Auschwitz? I do. Yeah. Did you see that Israel is at fault for the invasion in Spain? Yeah, Vika, come on. Haven't you seen? Duh. This is real footage, Vika. This really happened. Let's see. Ukrainian long-range drones have struck another Russian Wildberries logistics center. Damn. Them things just going up like fucking goddamn kindling. Anna Kasparian is officially blaming Israel for Morocco. She retweeted something that says, people are finally waking up. And it says, I was fairly reasonable towards Israel, but this Morocco thing makes it clear that Israel has become an enemy of the West. What the fuck? It's for Nova Postia. Wait, what? What's for Nova Postia? Vika, real quick. What's up, Vika?
What's up? I'm Googling Nova Posta, but I'm thinking about Spain and how we are at fault, and I can't. Postal service.
Yeah, it's think of FedEx, but not shitty. Like, you've got guys who will literally drive to frontline cities where there's a single Nova Posta office open still in the middle of combat zones to deliver your package. They are the greatest delivery men in the world.
Ooh. We should put them in charge of distributing aid in Gaza instead of Hamas.
Unironically, they would probably fight Hamas to deliver aid. Unironically.
You see, I'm always
Oh my God.
brilliant.
Hannah, fundraising idea for Ukraine. We're going to fund Nova Posta to set up an aid distribution network in Gaza. Oh my, Ukraine and Israel, we can make this happen.
Israel will probably fund a lot of it. Hannah, we don't share Nova Posta. Hannah, share, be nice.
Nova Posta is God's. Nova Posta is God's gift to Ukrainians.
When Kherson was liberated, like when it was like in 2000, oh my God, 22, I guess it was liberated. And Nova Posta was the first one Ukrainian company who got into Kherson. Nova Posta had this vehicle, the huge one, so they were first to reopen. It's super fast. Like you order from one city, next day in the morning you can get it in your city. So it's amazing.
God bless Nova Posta.
Yeah, and they're targeting Nova Posta because the owner of Nova Posta told that he's helping frontline, so they decided to target like all Nova Posta.
Because they don't officially transport equipment and stuff and supplies for the Ukrainian military, but a bunch of soldiers definitely put stuff in Nova Posta boxes that are not supposed to. You are not supposed to officially, per Nova Posta's rules, transport military equipment or stuff like that. But I definitely, I mean,
maybe they thought it's a toy.
When I put stuff in a box, the Nova Posta guy said no military equipment, and I looked down, and we both looked down at the fucking magazines and the night vision goggles that I had in my hands.
It's not military equipment.
No, we looked. We both looked down at the equipment I had in my hands, and looked back up at each other. And he went, "Electronic toys," and he wrote it down. I love Nova Posta.
Oh my God! You gotta admire the spirit. Sorry.
And I was saying that Nova Posta, they're like heroes. Doesn't matter ballistic attacks, like drone attacks. They're always delivering stuff. And the same with the garbage man. So they always take garbage when we hear the explosion. I don't know. They're probably too. I don't know. They're not scared. Like garbage men and Nova Posta. That's it. They can work under any conditions in the world.
Oh my God, the Israeli Twitter account being bad at stuff again. Hey, Vika, can you go slap whoever's in charge of the Israel Twitter account? They made a post.
You mean in the government? I'll go slap a bunch of people there.
They said, we've survived. They made a tweet that says, we've survived empires. We can survive a comment section.
Oh
you guys
God.
are fucking terrible.
You
guys are fucking terrible at outreach. You guys are just as bad, if not worse, than Ukraine.
Do you want to know why, though? And I can tell you exactly why. Okay, because getting publicly elected is a public election, I mean, in Israel. But as soon as somebody's publicly elected, they give nepotism to all of their family. So I bet it's some higher-up's child who's like...
Wait, someone got a violation?
Did I? Yeah, it's me. I didn't say anything.
Oh, come back on one of your other accounts.
Drop. Yeah.
Violent criminal behavior. Again. Dude, this fucking app is so garbage.
But for what? She didn't say anything.
I know she didn't. Someone likes to report my stream, I guess. It's the Amazon loophole. It's all for paintball and milsim games. Yeah, exactly. I know you didn't say anything, Vika. Oh, people are now... Someone posted a tweet saying slavery is white people's worst crime, and the picture they use to show it is a monument of the African or Arab African slave trade.
Oh, you wanted the news also from Ukraine? Check Ukrainian McDonald's menu. It's a borscht burger with the pork. It's red. It's red. Check it. McDonald's in Ukraine is different, okay?
I know. I've been to McDonald's in Ukraine.
And it's clean.
Images. What in the fuck? What is this? What is that?
It's true. I tried it. It's good.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Nope. Not trying that.
McDonald's in Ukraine sells borscht.
It's a borscht
No
burger.
burgers.
It's a borscht burger.
Oh, wait, I have to Google that. Okay, so context, Hannah. I'm Russian, but I'm Israeli. I'm not, the bad Russians. I just
I'm
speak
not
Russian.
the bad Russian.
Okay. I trust you.
I just speak Russian.
Sanders says I have to question my support of Ukraine now.
Oh my god, a borscht McDonald's? Why? Ew, that looks bad. I'm sorry.
But technically, I'm Ukrainian Israeli as well.
Oh, okay. I thought you were in Ukraine.
Yeah, I am. But
So are you a Russian Slav or a Ukrainian Slav? Which one is it going to be?
What?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Who?
What?
You gotta pick a
According
side.
According to my DNA report, I'm 30% Polish, so I don't know. Just something. Who cares? With the way I cut in lines and the way I drive, I'm definitely Israeli.
What the fuck? You avoid these preservatives. American operators trying to blend into Ukraine is hilarious. I mean, in Venezuela.
Dude, did you see that earthquake they had like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, that was bad. Did you see the emergency workers who were finding out what the buildings were made of? Dude.
Yeah, styrofoam.
Dude,
What are the buildings made of?
Dude, it's like fucking. They were crumbling into dust. We're talking like styrofoam and powder buildings with a concrete coating.
Oh my god. By the way, with all of Venezuela hating Israel, we sent like a support mission there, and they were begging us not to take them back. Hypocrites.
Good dog. What?
Is that me or you?
I
or
have
what?
no idea.
Okay.
Let's
I haven't
see.
seen you in a while.
I've been busy
you
with
been?
work. Hating life.
That's good.
Work sucks.
That's true.
You're a good dog. Oh, you're talking to me. Why am I a good dog? Please explain, Martin. Would you like to come up to talk like an adult?
If he does, I promise I'll mute so you can talk to your new apparently owner or something.
Yeah. Someone tweeted Israel and the United States really fucking exposed themselves to the Spanish invasion.
Can I understand why we're at fault for Moroccans invading Spain?
Jews bad. That's why.
That's the gist.
Nah, you're doing great. That's a great argument. You're really supporting your side, Martin. Calling someone a dog and then not elaborating.
Maybe he wants you to have a dog. Which you should.
Oh yeah,
Everybody should.
Massey made the claim that the United States greenlit the transfer of Spanish territory to Morocco. That literally didn't happen.
Are they not aware of the law that passed that that started this in Spain?
No, I think they are.
Do
They're
they not
just
read?
intentionally disingenuous.
This is getting crazy.
I love seeing wildberry factories. Dude, I love all the people that support Russia that don't know anything about Russia and keep seeing stuff about wildberry factories being on fire. And they are legitimately saying, oh my god, you've blown up a bunch of berry farmers. It's like, you people are beyond
They're
stupid.
morons.
Yes, I know they are. Ethan Levins,
No, it's it has to
the
be
number
said.
one moron, Ethan Levins, actually was thinking that it was like berry farmers.
That I have no words. Well, it's like anytime Israel, you know, takes down any building in Gaza, suddenly it's a hospital.
I mean,
Wait, what? So, someone posted, "This is beyond horrifying. New data shows Israel has killed over 680,000 Palestinians in Gaza. Among them, 380,000 infants under 5, 99,000 children over 5. That would be a very disproportionate number of infants to children. That would be really weird. That's 479,000 children murdered by Israel. So over half of the people killed were just children. But they give no source. What?
You can expect them to give like an actual information. Ay,
Let's see. Martin, you still haven't even said
When
what
you
I've done.
yeah, he didn't say. When you served, were you in South Korea ever?
No. I got stuck in Japan for a while.
Oh, that's nice. My cousin's going there, but I'm going to South Korea in November.
I miss Japan.
I bet the food there is amazing.
Yes. Hey, here, Martin. We're going to make you the good little dog. You're going to sit and be quiet and stay until you can come up here and talk. So when you want to talk like an adult instead of being a little dog in the comments, you could come up and speak. So speak, boy. Let's see.
Assholes galore.
By the way, I love that everyone. There are a lot of people pointing out that in the video of the people invading the Spanish territory, not a single woman or child, not a one. 60,000 people.
Surprising, isn't it?
Shocker. Thought it was all families trying to seek a better life.
But if any of them get unalived from the police or any law enforcement, they'll immediately become a child, a reporter, or a pregnant woman, or a pregnant reporting child.
There's already been videos of them like breaking into houses and shit and stealing shit.
Of course, they're there illegally. They know that the chances of the law enforcement there catching them or even knowing who they are is slim to none because they're completely overwhelmed. Soon we'll hear about the bigger crimes.
Oh, here's a new narrative. The West's supposed greatest ally didn't warn Spain of the invasion. Instead, they mock them. Why is it Israel's responsibility to warn Spain of what's going to happen? Why is that their responsibility?
I don't know, but us mocking them is expected at this point, is it not?
Right here.
Okay.
And the rest, I'm gonna have to do.
What?
I mean, I think he unmuted by accident. I mean, us mocking them is expected. And it's not Israel who mocked them. It's the citizens of Israel who are not publicly elected.
Oh, I think every country should be mocking them right now. I
agree with you.
I love how the Polish are handling people coming over their border. Let's look at how Poland handles it. This is a video of the Polish. Let me get rid of it.
The Polish are actually, like, the Polish regulations actually make sense.
Why don't I have super chat? I've never really thought about it or how to enable it. I don't really care.
Ooh.
Oh, look, we're fixing the hole in the wall already.
That's brilliant.
I think one of my favorite videos is there's a Polish border guard who literally picks them up by, like, they've got them laying on their faces, and he picks one up by the pants and shirt collar, like from here, and he, like, almost like a fucking little person toss, fucking tosses one of them through the fucking hole, and they weld it back shut while they're standing there on the other side, and then another truck rolls up with a fire hose and just goes, just fucking hoses him on the other side. Oh god.
But that's how it should be. Legal immigration should not be legalized anywhere.
You mean like this?
Mm.
Remember, everyone,
Yeah, like this, exactly
Spain
like
a
this.
little while ago legalized 500,000 illegal migrants instantly on the spot with 0 background checks and openly admitted it was so that the right didn't win the next election because the Socialist Party in charge is afraid they're going to lose the next election. Openly admitted.
Yep.
Against your own people.
But Israel is at fault.
Yep. Oh, also, I failed to bring this up earlier. I was supposed to show this when that dude was talking about how Ukraine is getting more and more corrupt. This is the World Corruption Index. The lower you are, the worse you are. 2013, we got pretty low score. Ukraine was ranked pretty low. Overall, in 2014, they were 26, but if you look at certain indexes, they were number 1, the number 1 most corrupt country in the world. They were pretty fucking bad. Right now, they've risen and they're ranked 36th. So they've definitely got a long way to improve. By no means are they doing great, but they're doing a lot better than they previously were. And that's showing something. Hope that helps.
It does. And I think it's really naive for people to think that there's no corruption in war or basically in any country. It's naive and it's just implausible.
It's a post-Soviet country with post-Soviet corruption. Shocker. Oh shit, we're almost at 60,000 likes, guys. Keep it up.
Oh, I hate the chairs here. Okay.
Let's see. Any more news? What do we got?
Let's see what's on the Israeli lefty news. That's always fun.
Finally, people are pointing out, like, the U.S. government literally doesn't have the ability to give Spain's land away to Morocco. That's not how things work.
People really think that?
Yes. After October 7th, I don't know how the IDF stay morals. Are you saying, like, how they don't, like, just say fuck it? Ukraine will probably pass Hungary next year. Less corruption than in Hungary. Probably. Well, I don't know. With the new president, we'll see how it works out in Hungary.
Okay.
I love the pro-Palestinian, pro-Israeli, or the pro-Palestinian, pro-Ukrainian morons.
Oh, yeah.
Or they.
Those are usually, I saw a lot of those from Ireland.
I love the pro-Palestinians who think that Azov is still a bunch of Nazis, so therefore they support Azov and Ukraine. It's like, you people are fucking stupid. Way to out yourself as a Nazi. Fucking Azov would beat the shit out of you for accusing them of still being Nazis.
Oh my god.
What? Oh, Spanish authorities are actually trying to round up a bunch of the migrants.
Surprise, surprise. But
Ooh.
But didn't they say that they need to, like, don't they know they need to, like, be restrained, like, and accept them to the fold?
Yeah.
Oh my god, okay. I can't, I kid you not. So, lefties are lefties everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
including in Israel.
Wait, Israel apparently. I love this take. It says Israel. Someone is posting about Israel without white country money and talking about how they just die. And someone points out Israel apparently controls Europe, the United States, and Morocco, but can't survive without $3 billion in aid.
Yep. It's amazing how we're both in control and need the help. It kills me how lefties are lefties everywhere. So the Haaretz magazine, they did like a news information about the Moroccan invasion to Spain. It's like listening to some stupid article from the Palestinian standpoint about the conflicts. Like this, they claim to interview this guy, and he's talking about how much he wants a better life and how the cops are giving him food. Nothing about the fact that it's illegal.
Yeah. Guys, let's get some engagement in the chat. Don't just tap the screen. Engage in the chat. Let's keep it up. Share the live to your friends and shit. Anyone who disagrees. You got someone who's super right-leaning that would disagree with me? You got someone who's super left-leaning that would disagree with me? Share it up.
Now I heard Poland opened fire on some people that crash the border.
They have done before. Yeah, so Russia Russia engages in hybrid warfare with Poland by so Russia has a lot of people that illegally try to go into Russia too, but what they do is they round them up, send them to Belarus, and have Belarus send them into the Polish border, and the Polish border guards are not fucking having it. Like, they're literally sending migrants in human waves, similar to what they do on the battlefield. They're sending human waves of illegal migrants from Russia into Poland via Belarus. It's insane. Let's see.
Did you see the posts about some girl or some, I don't know, there's like a family who opened an Airbnb in Gaza, and they're showing about how fancy it is and how it has like a pool and lighting and all of that. It's hilarious. It's an open air prison, to be sure.
This is one of my favorite images, by the way.
Oh my god.
Oh god, I love this. Am I even eligible for super chats on YouTube? I don't even know how that works. YouTube Studio. It's like on Twitch chat, and you can't do it on TikTok, but like someone can pay for a chat message to be displayed for a certain period of time or to be read out loud using text to speech.
I understand.
I don't.
My percentage has changed.
Chat settings. YouTube. Earn on the left menu and click. Okay. Earn. Let's see. Do I even qualify? Oh, I don't even qualify for that shit. Oh, get fucked. I need... Hang on. Oh, wait.
What's your YouTube name? I'll subscribe to your channel.
It's on the screen right next to my head.
Oh, I didn't see that. Sorry.
Oh, I can't even have members. Damn. We are live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube all at the same time. How's the 3D printing? I haven't done 3D printing in a while. I've still got a stock of all the shit left over that I'm still sending out to units and stuff, though. We've still got some magazine loaders on standby. Why is Ukraine hitting all the Wildberry facilities? Because they're dual-use facilities that are selling and transporting equipment to the Russian military. Like all the fiber optic cables and stuff that the Russian military is using for their drones are coming from Wildberry factories. So eligibility, I have to have a certain amount of subscribers. I've done that. I've got the upload amount correct. 329 qualified watch hours. I need 3,000 watch hours in the last year.
How many do you have now?
329.
Okay, so, all right. So
yeah, I'm nowhere even close to. Well, that would explain why I'm not eligible for super chats. Oh well.
You'll get there eventually.
Well, my YouTube channel kind of died years ago when I because I used to do cars and video game stuff, and then I stopped posting for a while, and then I did the political stuff, and fucking algorithm said no. Oh, thank you for the AU because of a follow on YouTube.
oh yeah, of course. I told you I will.
Yeah.
I know. Didn't know you were on YouTube until now.
It came through. The format's different too. If you can see the format on the live stream there, it's a landscape layout. You can talk to Twitch and Twitter and YouTube chat all at the same time, because that right hand chat box is all three of those.
That's fun. No, because I'm on YouTube on my computer. I don't want to turn it on because then it'll take over my my headphone.
Yeah. Dang, our viewership's going down, but our likes are going up. We're almost at 60,000. Resisting
Hey,
47.
Reboot,
That's
it's been a
interesting, man.
while.
Hello, Reboot. Where's my opposition? Where are the people that disagree with me? I'm sorry, Sanders and John. I know you guys agree with me on this stuff.
Sanders, it's call sign / Sam 41. I just found it.
When are you going on the unsubscribe podcast? I know those guys, but I'd never be. I'm nowhere near famous enough to be on those things. Like I'd probably have to call. I'd probably have to call fucking Habitual Line Crosser and beg him. Hey, can you put in a good word for me? Get me on there. I've been to the Creator Range Day though. That was fun. Donut invited me to that. All right. Well, Donut got swatted. I did see that. Donut did get swatted. Also, Cyber, it's been a while. You lost the game. Congrats.
Have you ever been swatted?
I have not been swatted, but I have had to, due to things and circumstances, I've had to call local law enforcement wherever I've lived and give them a heads up that it may happen. So I've had a lot of people, make threats.
Holy shit, dude. That's fucking wild.
Yeah. It'd probably be a very similar situation to Donut Operator where they walk in and they go, damn, these guns, I'm jealous. And then they look at all my Pokemon and shit and be like, what in the fuck?
He's got Pokemon? He's got a whole collection of ARs? I've never seen him.
Buy my cards. Buy my cards.
They'd probably try to confiscate half of them. Like, oh
no,
well,
it was pretty quick. They had him walk out the front door, cuffed him, put him in the back of the car, and he was trying to explain to them. And then they cleared the house, and they were like, "Oh, he was right. It is a swatting." Apparently, the note that was supposed to be on his file with dispatch for his house, it said he's a potential swatting victim. That note didn't get saved, so he had to have them re-enter the note. They're like, "Hey, if something gets called for apparently someone had called and said he had executed someone and was holding his daughter hostage or some shit." And he's like, I don't even have a fucking daughter. What the fuck is this?
I have no.
Yeah. Okay.
Kids or a wife. What are you doing?
Oh, it has been a good stream. We had a couple good discussions. If anyone is interested, by the way, in helping me do clip farming, maybe to I don't personally have the time to go through all of my streams and watch every single second, or I'm very terrible at looking at the highlight moments and writing down the timestamps. But I definitely if someone had clips, I could post those. But I don't even have time to work on my scripts and shit. Damn it, Ahab! Fucking sounds like I'm in a paper bag. I barely even have to. I'm still working on a script for a video that I've been working on for the last 3 weeks. Cyber, you already missed it. I already said it to you 2 minutes ago. So if anyone does or is interested in clip farming or going through my live streams and stuff, I can probably help out. And I'm obviously not asking anyone to do anything for free. I can probably offer the hey, X amount of dollars per views and stuff like normal agencies do. If anyone wants to help out with that. But yeah, I definitely need clips. I need to regrow my platform because I'm fucking sick and tired of this stupid fucking job I'm working at. Then, contrary to what everyone says, I am not making $7,000 a post from Israel, because if I were, I would not be doing this shitty fucking job where I work 7 days a goddamn week.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm still working in the GM subsidiary factory, fixing the machines that make the car parts. I get covered in fiberglass, oil and grease, and hydraulic fluid every single fucking night.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Fiberglass is real fun.
Sam, I'm happy to help you if you want. I don't have much going on right now.
Well,
if you want for a few of the live streams,
if you know how to clip farm, all the live streams are publicly available on YouTube where you can go back and see them. Or because that's usually the easiest place. The camera quality is higher and it's easier to show the guest panel and stuff in both the chats. I don't know. If anyone wants to help with clip farming, just shoot me a DM. We can work something out. We'll see how it goes. But it'd be nice. I don't mean to sound lazy. I'm working 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. I think I've had 5 vacation days in the last year of work. So
No, I'm happy to help. I don't need. I don't expect to be paid. I mean, it's a hobby for me to help out on TikTok.
I don't want to have anyone do anything for free. Like there's I gotta look it up, but
That's
there's
your problem.
there's like pay X amount per views or clicks or whatever. So I gotta look into that. But
No, I'm happy to help as long as you have like a program for clip farming that you have a subscription on.
I don't know what to do for that. Normally, my normal way for clip farming was I would have to remember and write down a timestamp, go to my VOD, clip that portion, download it, edit it on my own editing software, and then export it and post it. And that takes way too long. The fiberglass is the shitty part of the job. Yeah, the fiberglass fucking sucks. Fiberglass is fucking awful. I come home itchy every fucking day. Also, it's like 85 degrees in the factory because GM thinks that because it's nighttime, you have the cool nighttime air that we don't need AC on inside the factory.
Excuse you?
Yeah. General
What?
Motors
Seriously,
owns.
they don't give you AC?
General Motors says that because it's nighttime, we have the nighttime air and the breeze, and we don't need AC. So it's like 85 degrees, and we get heat strokes all the time. I just sweat the whole night. Like I come home drenched in sweat and fiberglass.
That's asshole move. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's life. That's what happens when you get laid off from a really nice job.
What were you doing before that?
Working at Texas Instruments, fixing the machines for semiconductors. Like the things you can see right here, these are wafers, 300 millimeter wafers with microchips. Every single one of those has microchips on them, like really tiny fucking chips. I was fixing machines that made those.
Oh, you were like the solder machines and stuff?
No, I worked on the thermal process, like the heating and annealing of the things during different layerings and stuff during the layering process. So I fixed those machines as a technician. Are you close enough to work at a Tesla car factory? There is a Tesla place near me. I've applied 3 times and they turned me down all 3 times. And then they sent me a job offer to apply for a position in Houston, and I was like, that's a 4-hour drive for me. Cannot do. Also, I just blew out the transmission on my truck recently, so that kind of blows.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's been 100 degrees here during the day and like 90 degrees at night, and I've been driving around in a car with no AC now.
I have to Google what is 100 degrees. I'm sorry.
Think of like 40s.
It's 30. Yeah, it's 37. It's 40s.
Yeah.
Especially in Texas, are you close to the coastline?
God, no. I'm in DFW.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, no, it's like driving to work at night, it's 85 to 90 degrees. Driving home in the morning, it's 85 to 90 degrees. If I leave late because I got to stay late, it's probably 100 degrees by the time I start heading home. And I'm heading home on the freeway with my windows down because the car doesn't have AC. I have to buy a new AC compressor, and then I have to buy the pump to get a vacuum seal on, or to get a good vacuum on it so that I can put the Freon in the system. Because it's the AC compressor has a crack on the back, so it's got a leak. So I just got to fix that whole fucking system. But it is what it is. I'll fix it fucking eventually. But of course, it would happen in the summer. Okay, thank you everyone. We almost hit 60,000 likes. I really appreciate the views on the stream tonight. It's been a pleasure seeing everyone again. We had some great discussions. Again, if anyone wants to help me with the clip farming stuff, hit me up after stream. I'll probably respond after I wake up, probably in the evening, like 8 or 9 hours from now. Everyone have a good night. For Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, thank you guys for being here as well. I saw the chat was a lot more active today. You guys had a lot going on, asked some good questions. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night.
Anthony.
Bye-bye.